Question 117 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 117 of Liberality, in 6 articles. We must now consider liberality and the opposite vices, namely, covetousness and prodigality. Concerning liberality, there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether liberality is a virtue. Second, what is its matter? Third, of its act. Fourth, whether it pertains thereto to give rather than to take. Fifth, whether liberality is a part of justice. Sixth, of its comparison with other virtues. First article, whether liberality is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that liberality is not a virtue, for no virtue is contrary to a natural inclination. Now, it is a natural inclination for one to provide for oneself more than for others, and yet it pertains to the liberal man to do the contrary, since according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:1, it is the mark of a liberal man not to look to himself, so that he leaves for himself the lesser things. Therefore, liberality is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. Man sustains life by means of riches, and wealth contributes to happiness instrumentally, as stated in Ethics 1:8. Since, then, every virtue is directed to happiness, it seems that the liberal man is not virtuous, for the philosopher says of him in Ethics 4:1 that he is inclined neither to receive nor to keep money, but to give it away. Objection 3 further. The virtues are connected with one another, but liberality does not seem to be connected with the other virtues, since many are virtuous who cannot be liberal, for they have nothing to give, and many give or spend liberally who are not virtuous otherwise. Therefore, liberality is not a virtue. On the contrary, Ambrose says in On the Duties of the Clergy 1 that the Gospel contains many instances in which a just liberality is inculcated. Now, in the Gospel, nothing is taught that does not pertain to virtue. Therefore, liberality is a virtue. I answer that, as Augustine says in On Free Will 1:19, it belongs to virtue to use well the things that we can use ill. Now we may use both well and ill not only the things that are within us, such as the powers and passions of the soul, but also those that are without, such as the things of this world that are granted us for our livelihood. Wherefore, since it belongs to liberality to use these things well, it follows that liberality is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. According to the preaching of Ambrose and Basil, excess of riches is granted by God to some, in order that they may obtain the merit of a good stewardship. But it suffices for one man to have few things. Wherefore the liberal man commendably spends more on others than on himself. Nevertheless, we are bound to be more provident for ourselves in spiritual goods, in which each one is able to look after himself in the first place. And yet it does not belong to the liberal man even in temporal things to attend so much to others as to lose sight of himself and those belonging to him. Wherefore Ambrose says, in On the Duties of the Clergy 1, It is a commendable liberality not to neglect your relatives if you know them to be in want. Reply to Objection 2. It does not belong to a liberal man so to give away his riches that nothing is left for his own support, nor the wherewithal to perform those acts of virtue whereby happiness is acquired. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that the liberal man does not neglect his own, wishing thus to be of help to certain people. And Ambrose says again that our Lord does not wish a man to pour out his riches all at once, but to dispense them, unless he do as Elias did, who slew his oxen and fed the poor, that he might not be bound by any household cares. For this belongs to the state of perfection, of which we shall speak further on, in question 184, as well as in question 186, Article 3. It must be observed, however, that the very act of giving away one's possessions liberally, insofar as it is an act of virtue, is directed to happiness. Reply to Objection 3. As the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1, those who spend much on intemperance are not liberal but prodigal. And likewise whoever spends what he has for the sake of others sins. Hence Ambrose says, in On the Duties of the Clergy 1, if you assist to rob others of their possessions, your honesty is not to be commended, nor is your liberality genuine, if you give for the sake of boasting rather than of pity. Wherefore, those who lack other virtues, though they spend much on certain evil works, are not liberal. Again, nothing hinders certain people from spending much on good uses without having the habit of liberality, even as men perform works of other virtues before having the habit of virtue, though not in the same way as virtuous people, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. In like manner, nothing prevents a virtuous man from being liberal although he is poor. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1, liberality is proportionate to a man's substance, that is, his means. For it consists not in the quantity given, but in the habit of the giver. And Ambrose says that it is the heart that makes a gift rich or poor, and gives things their value. Second article: whether liberality is about money. Objection 1. It seems that liberality is not about money. For every moral virtue is about operations and passions. Now it is proper to justice to be about operations, as stated in Ethics 5:1. Therefore, since liberality is a moral virtue, it seems that it is about passions and not about money. Objection 2 further. It belongs to a liberal man to make use of any kind of wealth. Now natural riches are more real than artificial riches, according to the philosopher in Politics 1:5 and 6. Therefore, liberality is not chiefly about money. Objection 3 further. Different virtues have different matter, since habits are distinguished by their objects. But external things are the matter of distributive and commutative justice. Therefore, they are not the matter of liberality. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that liberality seems to be a mean in the matter of money. I answer that, according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:1, it belongs to the liberal man to part with things. Hence liberality is also called open-handedness, largitas, because that which is open does not withhold things, but parts with them. The term liberality seems also to allude to this, since when a man quits hold of a thing, he frees it, liberat, so to speak, from his keeping and ownership, and shows his mind to be free of attachment thereto. Now those things which are the subject of a man's free-handedness towards others are the goods he possesses, which are denoted by the term money. Therefore, the proper matter of liberality is money. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in Article 1, third reply, liberality depends not on the quantity given, but on the heart of the giver. Now the heart of the giver is disposed according to the passions of love and desire, and consequently those of pleasure and sorrow towards the things given. Hence the interior passions are the immediate matter of liberality, while exterior money is the object of those same passions. Reply to Objection 2. As Augustine says in his book, De Disciplina Christi, everything whatsoever man has on earth, and whatsoever he owns, goes by the name of pecunia, money, because in olden times men's possessions consisted entirely of pecora, flocks. And the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1, we give the name of money to anything that can be valued in currency. Reply to Objection 3. Justice establishes equality in external things, but has nothing to do, properly speaking, with the regulation of internal passions. Wherefore money is in one way the matter of liberality, and in another way of justice. Third article. Whether using money is the act of liberality. Objection 1. It seems that using money is not the act of liberality. For different virtues have different acts. But using money is becoming to other virtues, such as justice and magnificence. Therefore, it is not the proper act of liberality. Objection 2 further. It belongs to a liberal man not only to give, but also to receive and keep. But receiving and keeping do not seem to be connected with the use of money. Therefore, using money seems to be unsuitably assigned as the proper act of liberality. Objection 3 further. The use of money consists not only in giving, but also in spending it. But the spending of money refers to the spender, and consequently is not an act of liberality. For Seneca says in On Benefits 5, a man is not liberal by giving to himself. Therefore, not every use of money belongs to liberality. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1, in whatever matter a man is virtuous, he will make the best use of that matter. For he that has the virtue with regard to money will make the best use of riches. Now such is the liberal man. Therefore, the good use of money is the act of liberality. I answer that the species of an act is taken from its object, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 18, Article 2. Now the object or matter of liberality is money, and whatever has a money value, as stated in the foregoing article, second reply. And since every virtue is consistent with its object, it follows that, since liberality is a virtue, its act is consistent with money. Now money comes under the head of useful goods, since all external goods are directed to man's use. Hence the proper act of liberality is making use of money or riches. Reply to Objection 1. It belongs to liberality to make good use of riches as such, because riches are the proper matter of liberality. On the other hand, it belongs to justice to make use of riches under another aspect, namely, that of debt, insofar as an external thing is due to another. And it belongs to magnificence to make use of riches under a special aspect, insofar to wit, as they are employed for the fulfillment of some great deed. Hence, magnificence stands in relation to liberality as something in addition thereto, as we shall explain further on in question 134. Reply to Obj. 2. It belongs to a virtuous man not only to make good use of his matter or instrument, but also to provide opportunities for that good use. Thus it belongs to a soldier's fortitude not only to wield his sword against the foe, but also to sharpen his sword and keep it in its sheath. Thus too it belongs to liberality not only to use money, but also to keep it in preparation and safety in order to make fitting use of it. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in Article 2, first reply, the internal passions whereby man is affected towards money are the proximate matter of liberality. Hence it belongs to liberality before all that a man should not be prevented from making any due use of money through an inordinate affection for it. Now there is a twofold use of money. One consists in applying it to one's own use, and would seem to come under the designation of costs or expenditure, whereas the other consists in devoting it to the use of others, and comes under the head of gifts. Hence it belongs to liberality that one be not hindered by an immoderate love of money, either from spending it becomingly, or from making suitable gifts. Therefore liberality is concerned with giving and spending, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:1. The saying of Seneca refers to liberality as regards giving, for a man is not said to be liberal for the reason that he gives something to himself. Fourth article. Whether it belongs to a liberal man chiefly to give. Objection 1. It seems that it does not belong to a liberal man chiefly to give. For liberality, like all other moral virtues, is regulated by prudence. Now it seems to belong very much to prudence that a man should keep his riches. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that those who have not earned money, but have received the money earned by others, spend it more liberally, because they have not experienced the want of it. Therefore, it seems that giving does not chiefly belong to the liberal man. Objection 2 further. No man is sorry for what he intends chiefly to do, nor does he cease from doing it. But a liberal man is sometimes sorry for what he has given, nor does he give to all, as stated in Ethics 4:1. Therefore, it does not belong chiefly to a liberal man to give. Objection 3 further. In order to accomplish what he intends chiefly, a man employs all the ways he can. Now a liberal man is not a beggar, as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 4:1, and yet by begging he might provide himself with the means of giving to others. Therefore, it seems that he does not chiefly aim at giving. Objection 4 further. Man is bound to look after himself rather than others. But by spending, he looks after himself, whereas by giving, he looks after others. Therefore, it belongs to a liberal man to spend rather than to give. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that it belongs to a liberal man to surpass in giving. I answer that it is proper to a liberal man to use money. Now the use of money consists in parting with it. For the acquisition of money is like generation rather than use, while the keeping of money, insofar as it is directed to facilitate the use of money, is like a habit. Now in parting with a thing, for instance, when we throw something, the farther we put it away, the greater force, virtus, is employed. Hence parting with money by giving it to others proceeds from a greater virtue than when we spend it on ourselves. But it is proper to a virtue as such to tend to what is more perfect, since virtue is a kind of perfection, according to Phys. 7:17 and 18. Therefore, a liberal man is praised chiefly for giving. Reply to Obj. 1. It belongs to prudence to keep money, lest it be stolen or spent uselessly. But to spend it usefully is not less but more prudent than to keep it usefully, since more things have to be considered in money's use, which is likened to movement, than in its keeping, which is likened to rest. As to those who, having received money that others have earned, spend it more liberally, though not having experienced the want of it, if their inexperience is the sole cause of their liberal expenditure, they have not the virtue of liberality. Sometimes, however, this inexperience merely removes the impediment to liberality, so that it makes them all the more ready to act liberally, because not unfrequently the fear of want that results from the experience of want hinders those who have acquired money from using it up by acting with liberality, as does likewise the love they have for it as being their own effect, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:1. Reply to Obj. 2. As stated in this and the preceding article, it belongs to liberality to make fitting use of money, and consequently to give it in a fitting manner, since this is the use of money. Again, every virtue is grieved by whatever is contrary to its act, and avoids whatever hinders that act. Now two things are opposed to suitably giving, namely, not giving what ought suitably to be given, and giving something unsuitably. Wherefore the liberal man is grieved at both, but especially at the former, since it is more opposed to his proper act. For this reason, too, he does not give to all, since his act would be hindered were he to give to everyone, for he would not have the means of giving to those to whom it were fitting for him to give. Reply to Obj. 3. Giving and receiving are related to one another as act and passion. Now the same thing is not the principle of both action and passion. Hence, since liberality is a principle of giving, it does not belong to the liberal man to be ready to receive, and still less to beg. Hence the verse, "In this world he that wishes to be pleasing to many should give often, take seldom, ask never." But he makes provision in order to give certain things according as liberality requires. Such are the fruits of his own possessions, for he is careful about realizing them, that he may make a liberal use thereof. Fifth article. Whether liberality is a part of justice. Objection 1. It seems that liberality is not a part of justice. For justice regards that which is due. Now the more a thing is due, the less liberally it is given. Therefore, liberality is not a part of justice, but is incompatible with it. Objection 2 further. Justice is about operation, as stated above in question 58, Article 9, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 60, Articles 2 and 3. Whereas liberality is chiefly about the love and desire of money, which are passions. Therefore, liberality seems to belong to temperance rather than to justice. Objection 3 further. It belongs chiefly to liberality to give becomingly, as stated in Article 4. But giving becomingly belongs to beneficence and mercy, which pertain to charity, as stated above in questions 30 and 31. Therefore, liberality is a part of charity rather than of justice. On the contrary, Ambrose says, in On the Duties of the Clergy 1, justice has to do with the fellowship of mankind, for the notion of fellowship is divided into two parts: justice and beneficence, also called liberality or kind-heartedness. Therefore, liberality pertains to justice. I answer that liberality is not a species of justice, since justice pays another what is his, whereas liberality gives another what is one's own. There are, however, 2 points in which it agrees with justice. First, that it is directed chiefly to another, as justice is. Secondly, that it is concerned with external things, and so is justice, albeit under a different aspect, as stated in this article and above in Article 2, third reply. Hence it is that liberality is reckoned by some to be a part of justice, being annexed thereto as to a principal virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Although liberality does not consider the legal due that justice considers, it considers a certain moral due. This due is based on a certain fittingness and not on an obligation, so that it answers to the idea of due in the lowest degree. Reply to Objection 2. Temperance is about concupiscence in pleasures of the body, but the concupiscence and delight in money is not referable to the body, but rather to the soul. Hence, liberality does not properly pertain to temperance. Reply to Objection 3. The giving of beneficence and mercy proceeds from the fact that a man has a certain affection towards the person to whom he gives, wherefore this giving belongs to charity or friendship. But the giving of liberality arises from a person being affected in a certain way towards money, in that he desires it not or loves it, so that when it is fitting he gives it not only to his friends, but also to those whom he knows not. Hence it belongs not to charity, but to justice, which is about external things. Sixth Article. Whether liberality is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 1. It seems that liberality is the greatest of the virtues. For every virtue of man is a likeness to the divine goodness. Now man is likened chiefly by liberality to God, who giveth to all men abundantly, and upbraideth not, according to James 1:5. Therefore, liberality is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 2 further, according to Augustine in On the Trinity 6:8, in things that are great, but not in bulk, to be greatest is to be the best. Now the nature of goodness seems to pertain mostly to liberality, since the good is self-communicative, according to Dionysius in On the Divine Names 4. Hence Ambrose says in On the Duties of the Clergy 1 that justice reclines to severity, liberality to goodness. Therefore, liberality is the greatest of virtues. Objection 3 further. Men are honored and loved on account of virtue. Now Boethius says On the Consolation of Philosophy 2 that bounty above all makes a man famous. And the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that among the virtuous, the liberal are the most beloved. Therefore, liberality is the greatest of virtues. On the contrary, Ambrose says in On the Duties of the Clergy 1 that justice seems to be more excellent than liberality, although liberality is more pleasing. The philosopher also says in Rhetoric 1:9 that brave and just men are honored chiefly, and after them those who are liberal. I answer that every virtue tends towards a good, wherefore the greater virtue is that which tends toward the greater good. Now, liberality tends towards a good in two ways. In one way, primarily and of its own nature. In another way, consequently. Primarily and of its very nature, it tends to set in order one's affection towards the possession and use of money. In this way, temperance, which moderates desires and pleasures relating to one's own body, takes precedence of liberality. And so do fortitude and justice, which, in a manner, are directed to the common good, one in time of peace, the other in time of war. While all these are preceded by those virtues which are directed to the divine good. For the divine good surpasses all manner of human good. And among human goods, the public good surpasses the good of the individual. And of the last named, the good of the body surpasses those goods that consist of external things. Again, liberality is ordained to a good consequently, and in this way it is directed to all the aforesaid goods. For by reason of his not being a lover of money, it follows that a man readily makes use of it, whether for himself or for the good of others or for God's glory. Thus it derives a certain excellence from being useful in many ways. Since, however, we should judge of things according to that which is competent to them primarily and in respect of their nature, rather than according to that which pertains to them, consequently, it remains to be said that liberality is not the greatest of virtues. Reply to Obj. 1. God's giving proceeds from his love for those to whom he gives, not from his affection towards the thing he gives. Therefore it seems to pertain to charity, the greatest of virtues, rather than to liberality. Reply to Obj. 2. Every virtue shares the nature of goodness by giving forth its own act, and the acts of certain other virtues are better than money which liberality gives forth. Reply to Obj. 3. The friendship whereby a liberal man is beloved is not that which is based on virtue as though he were better than others, but that which is based on utility, because he is more useful in external goods, which as a rule men desire above all others. For the same reason, he becomes famous. End of question 117. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 118 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 118. Of the vices opposed to liberality, and in the first place of covetousness, in 8 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to liberality, and 1. Covetousness. 2. Prodigality. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether covetousness is a sin. Second, whether it is a special sin. Third, to which virtue is it opposed? Fourth, whether it is a mortal sin. Fifth, whether it is the most grievous of sins. Sixth, whether it is a sin of the flesh or a spiritual sin. Seventh, whether it is a capital vice. Eighth, of its daughters. First article, whether covetousness is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is not a sin. For covetousness, avaritia, denotes a certain greed for gold, aeris aviditas, because, to wit, it consists in a desire for money, under which all external goods may be comprised. Translator's note: the Latin for covetousness, avaritia, is derived from aveo, to desire. But the Greek philargeria signifies literally love of money, and it is to this that St. Thomas is alluding. Confer Article 2, Objection 2. End of note. Now, it is not a sin to desire external goods, since a man desires them naturally, both because they are naturally subject to man, and because by their means man's life is sustained, for which reason they are spoken of as his substance. Therefore, covetousness is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Every sin is either against God, or one's neighbor, or oneself, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 72, Article 4. But covetousness is not, properly speaking, a sin against God, since it is opposed neither to religion nor to the theological virtues by which man is directed to God. Nor again is it a sin against oneself, for this pertains properly to gluttony and lust, of which the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 6:18, "He that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body." In like manner, neither is it apparently a sin against one's neighbor, since a man harms no one by keeping what is his own. Therefore, covetousness is not a sin. Objection 3 further. Things that occur naturally are not sins. Now, covetousness comes naturally to old age and every kind of defect, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:1. Therefore, covetousness is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Hebrews 13:5, "Let your manners be without covetousness, contented with such things as you have." I answer that, in whatever things good consists in a due measure, evil must of necessity ensue through excess or deficiency of that measure. Now, in all things that are for an end, the good consists in a certain measure, since whatever is directed to an end must needs be commensurate with that end, as for instance, medicine is commensurate with health, as the Philosopher observes in Politics 1:6. External goods come under the head of things useful for an end, as stated above in question 117, Article 3, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 2, Article 1. Hence it must needs be that man's good in their respect consists in a certain measure. In other words, that man seeks, according to a certain measure, to have external riches, insofar as they are necessary for him to live in keeping with his condition of life. Wherefore, it will be a sin for him to exceed this measure by wishing to acquire or keep them immoderately. This is what is meant by covetousness, which is defined as immoderate love of possessing. It is therefore evident that covetousness is a sin. Reply to Objection 1. It is natural to man to desire external things as means to an end, wherefore this desire is devoid of sin, insofar as it is held in check by the rule taken from the nature of the end. But covetousness exceeds this rule, and therefore is a sin. Reply to Objection 2. Covetousness may signify immoderation about external things in two ways. First, so as to regard immediately the acquisition and keeping of such things, when to wit man acquires or keeps them more than is due. In this way, it is a sin directly against one's neighbor, since one man cannot overabound in external riches, without another man lacking them, for temporal goods cannot be possessed by many at the same time. Secondly, it may signify immoderation in the internal affection which a man has for riches when, for instance, a man loves them, desires them, or delights in them immoderately. In this way, by covetousness, a man sins against himself, because it causes disorder in his affections, though not in his body, as do the sins of the flesh. As a consequence, however, it is a sin against God, just as all mortal sins, inasmuch as man contemns things eternal for the sake of temporal things. Reply to Objection 3. Natural inclinations should be regulated according to reason, which is the governing power in human nature. Hence, though old people seek more greedily the aid of external things, just as everyone that is in need seeks to have his need supplied, they are not excused from sin if they exceed this due measure of reason with regard to riches. Second article: whether covetousness is a special sin. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is not a special sin. For Augustine says in On Free Will 2, "Covetousness, which in Greek is called philargaria, applies not only to silver or money, but also to anything that is desired immoderately." Now in every sin there is immoderate desire of something, because sin consists in turning away from the immutable good and adhering to mutable goods, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 71, Article 6, Objection 3. Therefore, covetousness is a general sin. Objection 2, further. According to Isidore in his Etymologies 10, the covetous, avarus, man, is so called because he is greedy for brass, avidus aeris, that is money. Wherefore in Greek, covetousness is called philargaria, that is, love of silver. Now silver, which stands for money, signifies all external goods, the value of which can be measured by money, as stated above in question 117, Article 2, second reply. Therefore, covetousness is a desire for any external thing, and consequently seems to be a general sin. Objection 3, further. A gloss on Romans 7:7, "For I had not known concupiscence," says, "The law is good, since by forbidding concupiscence it forbids all evil." Now the law seems to forbid, especially the concupiscence of covetousness. Hence it is written in Exodus 20:17, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods." Therefore, the concupiscence of covetousness is all evil, and so covetousness is a general sin. On the contrary, covetousness is numbered together with other special sins, in Romans 1:29, where it is written, "Being filled with all iniquity, malice, fornication, covetousness," etc. I answer that sins take their species from their objects, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 71, Article 1. Now the object of a sin is the good towards which an inordinate appetite tends. Hence, where there is a special aspect of good inordinately desired, there is a special kind of sin. Now the useful good differs in aspect from the delightful good, and riches, as such, come under the head of useful good, since they are desired under the aspect of being useful to man. Consequently, covetousness is a special sin, forasmuch as it is an immoderate love of having possessions, which are comprised under the name of money, whence covetousness, avaritia, is denominated. Since, however, the verb to have, which seems to have been originally employed in connection with possessions whereof we are absolute masters, is applied to many other things. Thus a man is said to have health, a wife, clothes, and so forth, as stated in De Predicamentis. Consequently, the term covetousness has been amplified to denote all immoderate desire for having anything whatever. Thus Gregory says in a homily that covetousness is a desire not only for money, but also for knowledge and high places, whence prominence is immoderately sought after. In this way, covetousness is not a special sin, and in this sense Augustine speaks of covetousness in the passage quoted in the first objection. Wherefore this suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. All those external things that are subject to the uses of human life are comprised under the term money, inasmuch as they have the aspect of useful good. But there are certain external goods that can be obtained by money, such as pleasures, honors, and so forth, which are desirable under another aspect. Wherefore the desire for such things is not properly called covetousness, insofar as it is a special vice. Reply to objection 3. This gloss speaks of the inordinate concupiscence for anything whatever. For it is easy to understand that if it is forbidden to covet another's possessions, it is also forbidden to covet those things that can be obtained by means of those possessions. Third article. Whether covetousness is opposed to liberality. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is not opposed to liberality. For Chrysostom, commenting on the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 6, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," says that there are two kinds of justice, one general and the other special, to which covetousness is opposed, and the philosopher says the same in Ethics 5:2. Therefore, covetousness is not opposed to liberality. Objection 2 further. The sin of covetousness consists in a man's exceeding the measure in the things he possesses. But this measure is appointed by justice. Therefore, covetousness is directly opposed to justice, and not to liberality. Objection 3 further. Liberality is a virtue that observes the means between two contrary vices, as the philosopher states in Ethics 1:7 and in Ethics 4:1. But covetousness has no contrary and opposite sin, according to the philosopher in Ethics 5:1 and 2. Therefore, covetousness is not opposed to liberality. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiastes 5:9, "A covetous man shall not be satisfied with money, and he that loveth riches shall have no fruits from them." Now, not to be satisfied with money and to love it inordinately are opposed to liberality, which observes the mean in the desire of riches. Therefore, covetousness is opposed to liberality. I answer that covetousness denotes immoderation with regard to riches in two ways. First, immediately in respect of the acquisition and keeping of riches. In this way a man obtains money beyond his due by stealing or retaining another's property. This is opposed to justice, and in this sense covetousness is mentioned in Ezekiel 22:27. "Her princes in the midst of her are like wolves ravening the prey to shed blood, and to run after gains through covetousness." Secondly, it denotes immoderation in the interior affections for riches. For instance, when a man loves or desires riches too much, or takes too much pleasure in them, even if he be unwilling to steal. In this way, covetousness is opposed to liberality, which moderates these affections as stated above, in question 117, Article 2, third reply, in Article 3, third reply, and in Article 6. In this sense, covetousness is spoken of in 2 Corinthians 9:5, "They that would prepare this blessing before promised, to be ready, so as a blessing, not as covetousness," where a gloss observes, "lest they should regret what they had given, and give but little." Reply to Objection 1. Chrysostom and the philosopher are speaking of covetousness in the first sense. Covetousness in the second sense is called illiberality, aneleutheria, by the philosopher. Reply to Objection 2. It belongs properly to justice to appoint the measure in the acquisition and keeping of riches from the point of view of legal due, so that a man should neither take nor retain another's property. But liberality appoints the measure of reason, principally in the interior affections, and consequently in the exterior taking and keeping of money, and in the spending of the same, insofar as these proceed from the interior affection, looking at the matter from the point of view not of the legal but of the moral debt, which latter depends on the rule of reason. Reply to Objection 3. Covetousness, as opposed to justice, has no opposite vice, since it consists in having more than one ought according to justice, the contrary of which is to have less than one ought, and this is not a sin, but a punishment. But covetousness, as opposed to liberality, has the vice of prodigality opposed to it. Fourth article. Whether covetousness is always a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is always a mortal sin. For no one is worthy of death save for a mortal sin. But men are worthy of death on account of covetousness. For the Apostle, after saying in Romans 1:29, "Being filled with all iniquity, fornication, covetousness, etc., adds, at verse 32, "They who do such things are worthy of death." Therefore, covetousness is a mortal sin. Objection 2 further. The least degree of covetousness is to hold to one's own inordinately. But this seemingly is a mortal sin. For Basil says in a homily on the Gospel of Luke, "It is the hungry man's bread that thou keepest back, the naked man's cloak that thou hoardest, the needy man's money that thou possessest. Hence thou despoilest as many as thou mightest succor." Now it is a mortal sin to do an injustice to another, since it is contrary to the love of our neighbor. Much more, therefore, is all covetousness a mortal sin. Objection 3 further. No one is struck with spiritual blindness save through a mortal sin, for this deprives a man of the light of grace. But according to Chrysostom, lust for money brings darkness on the soul. Therefore, covetousness, which is lust for money, is a mortal sin. On the contrary, a gloss on 1 Corinthians 3:12, "If any man build upon this foundation," says that "he builds wood, hay, stubble, who thinks in the things of the world, how he may please the world," which pertains to the sin of covetousness. Now he that builds wood, hay, stubble, sins not mortally but venially, for it is said of him that "he shall be saved, yet so as by fire." Therefore covetousness is sometimes a venial sin. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, covetousness is twofold. In one way it is opposed to justice, and thus it is a mortal sin in respect of its genus. For in this sense, covetousness consists in the unjust taking or retaining of another's property, and this belongs to theft or robbery, which are mortal sins as stated above in question 66, articles 6 and 8. Yet venial sin may occur in this kind of covetousness by reason of imperfection of the act, as stated above in question 66, article 6, third reply, when we were treating of theft. In another way, covetousness may be taken as opposed to liberality, in which sense it denotes inordinate love of riches. Accordingly, if the love of riches becomes so great as to be preferred to charity, in such wise that a man, through love of riches, fear not to act counter to the love of God and his neighbor, covetousness will then be a mortal sin. If, on the other hand, the inordinate nature of his love stops short of this, so that, although he love riches too much, yet he does not prefer the love of them to the love of God, and is unwilling for the sake of riches to do anything in opposition to God or his neighbor, then covetousness is a venial sin. Reply to objection 1. Covetousness is numbered together with mortal sins by reason of the aspect under which it is a mortal sin. Reply to objection 2. Basil is speaking of a case wherein a man is bound by a legal debt to give of his goods to the poor, either through fear of their want or on account of his having too much. Reply to objection 3. Lust for riches, properly speaking, brings darkness on the soul, when it puts out the light of charity by preferring the love of riches to the love of God. Fifth article: whether covetousness is the greatest of sins. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is the greatest of sins. For it is written in Ecclesiasticus 10:9, "Nothing is more wicked than a covetous man." And the text continues, "There is not a more wicked thing than to love money, for such a one setteth even his own soul to sale." Tully also says, under the heading, "True magnanimity is based chiefly on two things. Nothing is so narrow or little-minded as to love money." But this pertains to covetousness. Therefore, covetousness is the most grievous of sins. Objection 2 further: the more a sin is opposed to charity, the more grievous it is. Now covetousness is most opposed to charity, for Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 36, that greed is the bane of charity. Therefore, covetousness is the greatest of sins. Objection 3 further: the gravity of a sin is indicated by its being incurable. Wherefore, the sin against the Holy Ghost is said to be most grievous, because it is irremissible. But covetousness is an incurable sin. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that old age and helplessness of any kind make men illiberal. Therefore, covetousness is the most grievous of sins. Objection 4. Further, the Apostle says in Ephesians 5:5 that covetousness is a serving of idols. Now idolatry is reckoned among the most grievous sins. Therefore, covetousness is also. On the contrary, adultery is a more grievous sin than theft, according to Proverbs 6:30. But theft pertains to covetousness. Therefore, covetousness is not the most grievous of sins. I answer that every sin, from the very fact that it is an evil, consists in the corruption or privation of some good, while, in so far as it is voluntary, it consists in the desire of some good. Consequently, the order of sins may be considered in two ways. First, on the part of the good that is despised or corrupted by sin, and then the greater the good, the graver the sin. From this point of view, a sin that is against God is most grievous. After this comes a sin that is committed against a man's person, and after this comes a sin against external things which are deputed to man's use, and this seems to belong to covetousness. Secondly, the degrees of sin may be considered on the part of the good to which the human appetite is inordinately subjected, and then the lesser the good, the more deformed is the sin, for it is more shameful to be subject to a lower than to a higher good. Now the good of external things is the lowest of human goods, since it is less than the good of the body, and this is less than the good of the soul, which is less than the divine good. From this point of view, the sin of covetousness, whereby the human appetite is subjected even to external things, has in a way a greater deformity. Since, however, corruption or privation of good is the formal element in sin, while conversion to a mutable good is the material element, the gravity of this sin is to be judged from the point of view of the good corrupted, rather than from that of the good to which the appetite is subjected. Hence we must assert that covetousness is not simply the most grievous of sins. Reply to Objection 1. These authorities speak of covetousness on the part of the good to which the appetite is subjected. Hence, in Ecclesiasticus 10:10, it is given as a reason that the covetous man setteth his own soul to sale, because, to wit, he exposes his soul, that is, his life, to danger for the sake of money. Hence the text continues, because while he liveth he hath cast away, that is, despised, his bowels, in order to make money. Tully also adds that it is the mark of a narrow mind, namely, that one be willing to be subject to money. Reply to Objection 2. Augustine is taking greed generally, in reference to any temporal good, not in its special acceptation for covetousness, because greed for any temporal good is the bane of charity, inasmuch as a man turns away from the divine good through cleaving to a temporal good. Reply to Objection 3. The sin against the Holy Ghost is incurable in one way, covetousness in another. For the sin against the Holy Ghost is incurable by reason of contempt, for instance, because a man contemns God's mercy or his justice, or some one of those things whereby man's sins are healed. Wherefore, incurability of this kind points to the greater gravity of the sin. On the other hand, covetousness is incurable on the part of a human defect, a thing which human nature ever seeks to remedy, since the more deficient one is, the more one seeks relief from external things, and consequently, the more one gives way to covetousness. Hence, incurability of this kind is an indication not of the sin being more grievous, but of its being somewhat more dangerous. Reply to Objection 4. Covetousness is compared to idolatry on account of a certain likeness that it bears to it, because the covetous man, like the idolater, subjects himself to an external creature, though not in the same way. For the idolater subjects himself to an external creature by paying it divine honor, whereas the covetous man subjects himself to an external creature by desiring it immoderately for use, not for worship. Hence it does not follow that covetousness is as grievous a sin as idolatry. Sixth Article. Whether covetousness is a spiritual sin. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is not a spiritual sin. For spiritual sins seem to regard spiritual goods. But the matter of covetousness is bodily goods, namely, external riches. Therefore, covetousness is not a spiritual sin. Objection 2 further. Spiritual sin is condivided with sin of the flesh. Now, covetousness is seemingly a sin of the flesh, for it results from the corruption of the flesh, as instanced in old people who, through corruption of carnal nature, fall into covetousness. Therefore, covetousness is not a spiritual sin. Objection 3 further. A sin of the flesh is one by which man's body is disordered, according to the saying of the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 6:18, "He that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body." Now covetousness disturbs man even in his body, wherefore Chrysostom, in a homily on the Gospel of Matthew, compares the covetous man to the man who was possessed by the devil, cf. Mark 5, and was troubled in body. Therefore, covetousness seems not to be a spiritual sin. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31, numbers covetousness among spiritual vices. I answer that sins are seated chiefly in the affections, and all the affections or passions of the soul have their term in pleasure and sorrow, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 2:5. Now some pleasures are carnal and some spiritual. Carnal pleasures are those which are consummated in the carnal senses, for instance, the pleasures of the table and sexual pleasures, while spiritual pleasures are those which are consummated in the mere apprehension of the soul. Accordingly, sins of the flesh are those which are consummated in carnal pleasures, while spiritual sins are consummated in pleasures of the spirit without pleasures of the flesh. Such is covetousness. For the covetous man takes pleasure in the consideration of himself as a possessor of riches. Therefore, covetousness is a spiritual sin. Reply to Objection 1. Covetousness with regard to a bodily object seeks the pleasure, not of the body, but only of the soul, forasmuch as a man takes pleasure in the fact that he possesses riches. Wherefore it is not a sin of the flesh. Nevertheless, by reason of its object, it is a mean between purely spiritual sins, which seek spiritual pleasure in respect of spiritual objects, thus pride is about excellence, and purely carnal sins, which seek a purely bodily pleasure in respect of a bodily object. Reply to Objection 2. Movement takes its species from the term whereto, and not from the term wherefrom. Hence a vice of the flesh is so called from its tending to a pleasure of the flesh, and not from its originating in some defect of the flesh. Reply to Objection 3. Chrysostom compares a covetous man to the man who is possessed by the devil, not that the former is troubled in the flesh in the same way as the latter, but by way of contrast, since while the possessed man, of whom we read in Mark 5, stripped himself, the covetous man loads himself with an excess of riches. Seventh Article. Whether covetousness is a capital vice. Objection 1. It seems that covetousness is not a capital vice. For covetousness is opposed to liberality as the mean, and to prodigality as extreme. But neither is liberality a principal virtue, nor prodigality a capital vice. Therefore, covetousness also should not be reckoned a capital vice. Objection 2 further. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84, articles 3 and 4, those vices are called capital, which have principal ends, to which the ends of other vices are directed. But this does not apply to covetousness, since riches have the aspect not of an end, but rather of something directed to an end, as stated in Ethics 1:5. Therefore, covetousness is not a capital vice. Objection 3. Further, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 15 that covetousness arises sometimes from pride, sometimes from fear. For there are those who, when they think that they lack the needful for their expenses, allow the mind to give way to covetousness. And there are others who, wishing to be thought more of, are incited to greed for other people's property. Therefore, covetousness arises from other vices instead of being a capital vice in respect of other vices. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31, reckons covetousness among the capital vices. I answer that, as stated in the second objection, a capital vice is one which, under the aspect of end, gives rise to other vices. Because when an end is very desirable, the result is that, through desire thereof, man sets about doing many things either good or evil. Now the most desirable end is happiness or felicity, which is the last end of human life, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae question 1, Articles 4, 7, and 8. Wherefore, the more a thing is furnished with the conditions of happiness, the more desirable it is. Also, one of the conditions of happiness is that it be self-sufficing, else it would not set man's appetite at rest, as the last end does. Now riches give great promise of self-sufficiency, as Boethius says in On the Consolation of Philosophy 3. The reason of which, according to the philosopher in Ethics 5:5, is that we use money in token of taking possession of something. And again it is written in Ecclesiastes 10:19, all things obey money. Therefore, covetousness, which is desire for money, is a capital vice. Reply to Objection 1. Virtue is perfected in accordance with reason, but vice is perfected in accordance with the inclination of the sensitive appetite. Now reason and sensitive appetite do not belong chiefly to the same genus, and consequently, it does not follow that principal vice is opposed to principal virtue. Wherefore, although liberality is not a principal virtue, since it does not regard the principal good of the reason, yet covetousness is a principal vice, because it regards money, which occupies a principal place among sensible goods, for the reason given in the article. On the other hand, prodigality is not directed to an end that is desirable principally. Indeed, it seems rather to result from a lack of reason. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that a prodigal man is a fool rather than a knave. Reply to Objection 2. It is true that money is directed to something else as its end. Yet, insofar as it is useful for obtaining all sensible things, it contains, in a way, all things virtually. Hence it has a certain likeness to happiness, as stated in the article. Reply to Objection 3. Nothing prevents a capital vice from arising sometimes out of other vices, as stated above in question 36, Article 4, first reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84, Article 4, provided that itself be frequently the source of others. Eighth Article. Whether treachery, fraud, falsehood, perjury, restlessness, violence, and insensibility to mercy are daughters of covetousness. Objection 1. It seems that the daughters of covetousness are not as commonly stated, namely, treachery, fraud, falsehood, perjury, restlessness, violence, and insensibility to mercy. For covetousness is opposed to liberality, as stated above in Article 3. Now treachery, fraud, and falsehood are opposed to prudence, perjury to religion, restlessness to hope, or to charity which rests in the beloved object, violence to justice, insensibility to mercy. Therefore, these vices have no connection with covetousness. Objection 2 further. Treachery, fraud, and falsehood seem to pertain to the same thing, namely, the deceiving of one's neighbor. Therefore, they should not be reckoned as different daughters of covetousness. Objection 3 further. Isidore, in his commentary on Deuteronomy, enumerates 9 daughters of covetousness, which are lying, fraud, theft, perjury, greed of filthy lucre, false witnessing, violence, inhumanity, rapacity. Therefore, the former reckoning of daughters is insufficient. Objection 4 further. The philosopher in Ethics 4:1 mentions many kinds of vices as belonging to covetousness, which he calls illiberality, for he speaks of those who are sparing, tight-fisted, skinflints, misers, who do illiberal deeds, and of those who batten on whoredom, usurers, gamblers, despoilers of the dead, and robbers. Therefore, it seems that the aforesaid enumeration is insufficient. Objection 5 further. Tyrants use much violence against their subjects. But the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that tyrants who destroy cities and despoil sacred places are not to be called illiberal, that is, covetous. Therefore, violence should not be reckoned as a daughter of covetousness. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31, assigns to covetousness the daughters mentioned above. I answer that the daughters of covetousness are the vices which arise therefrom, especially in respect of the desire of an end. Now, since covetousness is excessive love of possessing riches, it exceeds in 2 things. For in the first place, it exceeds in retaining, and in this respect, covetousness gives rise to insensibility to mercy, because, to wit, a man's heart is not softened by mercy to assist the needy with his riches. Confer Question 30, Article 1. In the second place, it belongs to covetousness to exceed in receiving, and in this respect, covetousness may be considered in 2 ways. First, as in the thought, affectu. In this way it gives rise to restlessness, by hindering man with excessive anxiety and care, for a covetous man shall not be satisfied with money, as is stated in Ecclesiastes 5:9. Secondly, it may be considered in the execution, effectu. In this way the covetous man, in acquiring other people's goods, sometimes employs force, which pertains to violence, sometimes deceit, and then, if he has recourse to words, it is falsehood, if it be mere words; perjury, if he confirm his statement by oath. If he has recourse to deeds, and the deceit affects things, we have fraud. If persons, then we have treachery, as in the case of Judas, who betrayed Christ through covetousness. Reply to Objection 1. There is no need for the daughters of a capital sin to belong to that same kind of vice, because a sin of one kind allows of sins even of a different kind being directed to its end, seeing that it is one thing for a sin to have daughters, and another for it to have species. Reply to Objection 2. These 3 are distinguished as stated in the article. Reply to Objection 3. These 9 are reducible to the 7 aforesaid. For lying and false witnessing are comprised under falsehood. Since false witnessing is a special kind of lie, just as theft is a special kind of fraud. Wherefore it is comprised under fraud. And greed of filthy lucre belongs to restlessness. Rapacity is comprised under violence, since it is a species thereof. And inhumanity is the same as insensibility to mercy. Reply to Objection 4. The vices mentioned by Aristotle are species rather than daughters of illiberality or covetousness. For a man may be said to be illiberal or covetous through a defect in giving. If he gives but little, he is said to be sparing; if nothing, he is tight-fisted. If he gives with great reluctance, he is said to be skinflint, chiminopristes, a cumin seller, as it were, because he makes a great fuss about things of little value. Sometimes a man is said to be illiberal or covetous, through an excess in receiving, and this in two ways. In one way, through making money by disgraceful means, whether in performing shameful and servile works by means of illiberal practices, or by acquiring more through sinful deeds, such as whoredom or the like, or by making profit where one ought to have given gratis, as in the case of usury, or by laboring much to make little profit. In another way, in making money by unjust means, whether by using violence on the living, as robbers do, or by despoiling the dead, or by preying on one's friends, as gamblers do. Reply to Objection 5. Just as liberality is about moderate sums of money, so is illiberality. Wherefore tyrants who take great things by violence are said to be not illiberal, but unjust. End of question 118. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 119 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 119 of Prodigality, in 3 articles. We must now consider prodigality, under which head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether prodigality is opposite to covetousness. Second, whether prodigality is a sin. Third, whether it is a graver sin than covetousness. First article, whether prodigality is opposite to covetousness. Objection 1. It seems that prodigality is not opposite to covetousness, for opposites cannot be together in the same subject. But some are at the same time prodigal and covetous. Therefore, prodigality is not opposite to covetousness. Objection 2 further. Opposites relate to one same thing. But covetousness, as opposed to liberality, relates to certain passions whereby man is affected towards money, whereas prodigality does not seem to relate to any passions of the soul, since it is not affected towards money or to anything else of the kind. Therefore, prodigality is not opposite to covetousness. Objection 3 further. Sin takes its species chiefly from its end, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 62, article 3. Now prodigality seems always to be directed to some unlawful end, for the sake of which the prodigal squanders his goods. Especially is it directed to pleasures, wherefore it is stated in Luke 15:13 of the prodigal son that he wasted his substance living riotously, Therefore, it seems that prodigality is opposed to temperance and insensibility rather than to covetousness and liberality. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 2:7, and again in Ethics 4:1, that prodigality is opposed to liberality and illiberality, to which we give here the name of covetousness. I answer that, in morals, vices are opposed to one another and to virtue in respect of excess and deficiency. Now, covetousness and prodigality differ variously in respect of excess and deficiency. Thus, as regards affection for riches, the covetous man exceeds by loving them more than he ought, while the prodigal is deficient by being less careful of them than he ought. And as regards external action, prodigality implies excess in giving, but deficiency in retaining and acquiring, while covetousness, on the contrary, denotes deficiency in giving, but excess in acquiring and retaining. Hence it is evident that prodigality is opposed to covetousness. Reply to Objection 1. Nothing prevents opposites from being in the same subject in different respects. For a thing is denominated more from what is in it principally. Now, just as in liberality, which observes the mean, the principal thing is giving, to which receiving and retaining are subordinate, so too covetousness and prodigality regard principally giving. Wherefore he who exceeds in giving is said to be prodigal, while he who is deficient in giving is said to be covetous. Now it happens sometimes that a man is deficient in giving without exceeding in receiving, as the philosopher observes in Ethics 4:1. And in like manner, it happens sometimes that a man exceeds in giving, and therefore is prodigal, and yet at the same time exceeds in receiving. This may be due either to some kind of necessity, since while exceeding in giving he is lacking in goods of his own, so that he is driven to acquire unduly, and this pertains to covetousness. Or it may be due to inordinateness of the mind, for he gives not for a good purpose, but as though despising virtue, cares not whence or how he receives. Wherefore he is prodigal and covetous in different respects. Reply to Objection 2. Prodigality regards passions in respect of money, not as exceeding, but as deficient in them. Reply to Objection 3. The prodigal does not always exceed in giving for the sake of pleasures which are the matter of temperance, but sometimes through being so disposed as to not care about riches, and sometimes on account of something else. More frequently, however, he inclines to intemperance, both because through spending too much on other things he becomes fearless of spending on objects of pleasure, to which the concupiscence of the flesh is more prone, and because through taking no pleasure in virtuous goods, he seeks for himself pleasures of the body. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:1, that many a prodigal ends in becoming intemperate. Second article, whether prodigality is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that prodigality is not a sin. For the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6:10, "Covetousness is the root of all evils." But it is not the root of prodigality, since this is opposed to it. Therefore, prodigality is not a sin. Objection 2 further. The Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6, verses 17 and 18, "Charge the rich of this world to give easily, to communicate to others." Now this is especially what prodigal persons do. Therefore, prodigality is not a sin. Objection 3 further. It belongs to prodigality to exceed in giving and to be deficient in solicitude about riches. But this is most becoming to the perfect, who fulfilled the words of our Lord in Matthew 6:34, "Be not solicitous for tomorrow," and in Matthew 19:21, "Sell all thou hast and give to the poor." Therefore, prodigality is not a sin. On the contrary, the prodigal son is held to blame for his prodigality. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the opposition between prodigality and covetousness is one of excess and deficiency, either of which destroys the mean of virtue. Now a thing is vicious and sinful through corrupting the good of virtue. Hence it follows that prodigality is a sin. Reply to Objection 1. Some expound this saying of the Apostle as referring not to actual covetousness, but to a kind of habitual covetousness, which is the concupiscence of the fomes. Confer the pars prima Secundae, question 81, article 3, second reply. Whence all sins arise. Others say that he is speaking of a general covetousness with regard to any kind of good. And in this sense also it is evident that prodigality arises from covetousness, since the prodigal seeks to acquire some temporal good inordinately, namely, to give pleasure to others, or at least to satisfy his own will in giving. But to one that receives the passage correctly, it is evident that the Apostle is speaking literally of the desire of riches, for he had said previously, in 1 Timothy 6:9, "They that will become rich," etc. In this sense, covetousness is said to be the root of all evils. Not that all evils arise from covetousness, but because there is no evil that does not at some time arise from covetousness. Wherefore prodigality is sometimes born of covetousness, as when a man is prodigal in going to great expense in order to curry favor with certain persons from whom he may receive riches. Reply to Objection 2. The Apostle bids the rich to be ready to give and communicate their riches according as they ought. The prodigal does not do this, since, as the Philosopher remarks in Ethics 4:1, his giving is neither good, nor for a good end, nor according as it ought to be. For sometimes they give much to those who ought to be poor, namely to buffoons and flatterers, whereas to the good they give nothing. Reply to Objection 3. The excess in prodigality consists chiefly not in the total amount given, but in the amount over and above what ought to be given. Hence sometimes the liberal man gives more than the prodigal man, if it be necessary. Accordingly, we must reply that those who give all their possessions with the intention of following Christ, and banish from their minds all solicitude for temporal things, are not prodigal, but perfectly liberal. Third article. Whether prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. Objection 1. It seems that prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. For by covetousness a man injures his neighbor by not communicating his goods to him, whereas by prodigality a man injures himself, because the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:1 that the wasting of riches, which are the means whereby a man lives, is an undoing of his very being. Now he that injures himself sins more grievously, according to Ecclesiasticus 14:5. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? Therefore, prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. Objection 2 further. A disorder that is accompanied by a laudable circumstance is less sinful. Now the disorder of covetousness is sometimes accompanied by a laudable circumstance, as in the case of those who are unwilling to spend their own, lest they be driven to accept from others, whereas the disorder of prodigality is accompanied by a circumstance that calls for blame, inasmuch as we ascribe to prodigality to those who are intemperate, as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 4:1. Therefore, prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. Objection 3 further. Prudence is chief among the moral virtues, as stated above, in question 56, Article 1, first reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 2, first reply. Now, prodigality is more opposed to prudence than covetousness is, for it is written in Proverbs 21:20, "There is a treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the just, and the foolish man shall spend it." And the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:6 that "it is the mark of a fool to give much and to receive nothing." Therefore, prodigality is a more grievous sin than covetousness. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:6 that "the prodigal seems to be much better than the illiberal man." I answer that prodigality considered in itself is a less grievous sin than covetousness, and this for 3 reasons. First, because covetousness differs more from the opposite virtue, since giving, wherein the prodigal exceeds, belongs to liberality more than receiving or retaining, wherein the covetous man exceeds. Secondly, because the prodigal man is of use to the many to whom he gives, while the covetous man is of use to no one, not even to himself, as stated in Ethics 4:6. Thirdly, because prodigality is easily cured. For not only is the prodigal on the way to old age, which is opposed to prodigality, but he is easily reduced to a state of want, since much useless spending impoverishes him and makes him unable to exceed in giving. Moreover, prodigality is easily turned into virtue on account of its likeness thereto. On the other hand, the covetous man is not easily cured, for the reason given above in question 118, Article 5, third reply. Reply to Objection 1. The difference between the prodigal and the covetous man is not that the former sins against himself and the latter against another. For the prodigal sins against himself by spending that which is his and his means of support, and against others by spending the wherewithal to help others. This applies chiefly to the clergy, who are the dispensers of the Church's goods that belong to the poor whom they defraud by their prodigal expenditure. In like manner, the covetous man sins against others by being deficient in giving, and he sins against himself through deficiency in spending. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiastes 6:2, "A man to whom God hath given riches, yet doth not give him the power to eat thereof." Nevertheless, the prodigal man exceeds in this, that he injures both himself and others, yet so as to profit some, whereas the covetous man profits neither others nor himself, since he does not even use his own goods for his own profit. Reply to Objection 2. In speaking of vices in general, we judge of them according to their respective natures. Thus, with regard to prodigality, we note that it consumes riches to excess, and with regard to covetousness, that it retains them to excess. That one spend too much for the sake of intemperance points already to several additional sins, wherefore the prodigal of this kind is worse, as stated in Ethics 4:1. That an illiberal or covetous man refrain from taking what belongs to others, although this appears in itself to call for praise, yet on account of the motive for which he does so, it calls for blame, since he is unwilling to accept from others lest he be forced to give to others. Reply to Objection 3. All vices are opposed to prudence, even as all virtues are directed by prudence. Wherefore, if a vice be opposed to prudence alone, for this very reason it is deemed less grievous. End of question 119. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 120 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 120. Of epikeia, or equity, in 2 articles. We must now consider epikeia, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether epikeia is a virtue. Second, whether it is a part of justice. First article, whether epikeia is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that epikeia is not a virtue. For no virtue does away with another virtue. Yet epikeia does away with another virtue, since it sets aside that which is just according to law, and seemingly is opposed to severity. Therefore, epikeia is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. Augustine says in On True Religion 31, with regard to these earthly laws, although men pass judgment on them when they make them, yet once they are made and established, the judge must pronounce judgment, not on them, but according to them. But seemingly, epikeia pronounces judgment on the law, when it deems that the law should not be observed in some particular case. Therefore, epikeia is a vice rather than a virtue. Objection 3 further. Apparently, it belongs to epikeia to consider the intention of the lawgiver, as the philosopher states in Ethics 5:10. But it belongs to the sovereign alone to interpret the intention of the lawgiver. Wherefore the emperor says in the Codex of Laws and Constitutions, under Law 1, "It is fitting and lawful that we alone should interpret between equity and law." Therefore, the act of epikeia is unlawful, and consequently, epikeia is not a virtue. On the contrary, the philosopher in Ethics 5:10 states it to be a virtue. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 96, Article 6, when we were treating of laws, since human actions with which laws are concerned are composed of contingent singulars and are innumerable in their diversity, it was not possible to lay down rules of law that would apply to every single case. Legislators, in framing laws, attend to what commonly happens, although if the law be applied to certain cases, it will frustrate the equality of justice and be injurious to the common good, which the law has in view. Thus the law requires deposits to be restored, because in the majority of cases this is just. Yet it happens sometimes to be injurious. For instance, if a madman were to put his sword in deposit and demand its delivery while in a state of madness, or if a man were to seek the return of his deposit in order to fight against his country. In these and like cases, it is bad to follow the law, and it is good to set aside the letter of the law and to follow the dictates of justice and the common good. This is the object of epikeia, which we call equity. Therefore, it is evident that epikeia is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Epikeia does not set aside that which is just in itself, but that which is just as by law established. Nor is it opposed to severity, which follows the letter of the law when it ought to be followed. To follow the letter of the law when it ought not to be followed is sinful. Hence it is written in the Codex of Laws and Constitutions under Law 5, "Without doubt he transgresses the law, who by adhering to the letter of the law strives to defeat the intention of the lawgiver. Reply to Objection 2. It would be passing judgment on a law to say that it was not well made. But to say that the letter of the law is not to be observed in some particular case is passing judgment not on the law, but on some particular contingency. Reply to Objection 3. Interpretation is admissible in doubtful cases where it is not allowed to set aside the letter of the law without the interpretation of the sovereign. But when the case is manifest, there is need, not of interpretation, but of execution. Second article. Whether epikeia is a part of justice. Objection 1. It seems that epikeia is not a part of justice. For, as stated above in question 58, Article 7, justice is twofold, particular and legal. Now, epikeia is not part of particular justice, since it extends to all virtues, even as legal justice does. In like manner, neither is it a part of legal justice, since its operation is beside that which is established by law. Therefore, it seems that epikeia is not a part of justice. Objection 2 further. A more principal virtue is not assigned as the part of a less principal virtue. For it is to the cardinal virtue, as being principal, that secondary virtues are assigned as parts. Now epikeia seems to be a more principal virtue than justice, as implied by its name, for it is derived from epi, that is, above, and dikaion, that is, just. Therefore, epikeia is not a part of justice. Objection 3 further. It seems that epikeia is the same as modesty. For where the Apostle says in Philippians 4:5, "Let your modesty be known to all men," the Greek has epikeia. Now, according to Tully in his Rhetoric 2, modesty is a part of temperance. Therefore, epikeia is not a part of justice. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 5:10 that epikeia is a kind of justice. I answer that, as stated above in question 48, a virtue has three kinds of parts: subjective, integral, and potential. A subjective part is one of which the whole is predicated essentially, and it is less than the whole. This may happen in two ways. For sometimes one thing is predicated of many in one common ratio, as animal of horse and ox. And sometimes one thing is predicated of many according to priority and posteriority, as being of substance and accident. Accordingly, epikeia is a part of justice taken in a general sense, for it is a kind of justice, as the philosopher states in Ethics 5:10. Wherefore it is evident that epikeia is a subjective part of justice, and justice is predicated of it with priority to being predicated of legal justice, since legal justice is subject to the direction of epikeia. Hence, epikeia is by way of being a higher rule of human actions. Reply to Objection 1. Epikeia corresponds properly to legal justice, and in one way is contained under it, and in another way exceeds it. For if legal justice denotes that which complies with the law, whether as regards the letter of the law, or as regards the intention of the lawgiver, which is of more account, then epikeia is the more important part of legal justice. But if legal justice denote merely that which complies with the law with regard to the letter, then epikeia is not part of legal justice, but of justice in its general acceptation, and is condivided with legal justice as exceeding it. Reply to Objection 2. As the philosopher states in Ethics 5:10, epikeia is better than a certain, namely legal, justice, which observes the letter of the law. Yet since it is itself a kind of justice, it is not better than all justice. Reply to Objection 3. It belongs to epikeia to moderate something, namely, the observance of the letter of the law. But modesty, which is reckoned a part of temperance, moderates man's outward life, for instance, in his deportment, dress, or the like. Possibly also the term epikeia is applied in Greek by a similitude to all kinds of moderation. End of question 120. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 121 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 121 of the Gift of Piety, in 2 articles. We must now consider the gift that corresponds to justice, namely piety. Under this head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Second, which of the Beatitudes and fruits corresponds to it. First article, whether piety is a gift. Objection 1. It seems that piety is not a gift. For the gifts differ from the virtues as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, article 1. But piety is a virtue, as stated above in question 101, article 3. Therefore, piety is not a gift. Objection 2 further. The gifts are more excellent than the virtues, above all the moral virtues, as above stated in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, article 8. Now among the parts of justice, religion is greater than piety. Therefore, if any part of justice is to be accounted a gift, it seems that religion should be a gift rather than piety. Objection 3. Further, the gifts and their acts remain in heaven, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, article 6. But the act of piety cannot remain in heaven. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 1 that piety fills the inmost recesses of the heart with works of mercy. And so there will be no piety in heaven, since there will be no unhappiness. Therefore, piety is not a gift. On the contrary, it is reckoned among the gifts in the 11th chapter of Isaiah, verse 2. Translator's note: the word in Latin is pietas, whence our English word pity, which is the same as mercy. End of note. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, article 1, as well as in question 69, articles 1 and 3, the gifts of the Holy Ghost are habitual dispositions of the soul, rendering it amenable to the motion of the Holy Ghost. Now the Holy Ghost moves us to this effect, among others, of having a filial affection towards God, according to Romans 8:15. You have received the spirit of adoption of sons, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. And since it belongs properly to piety to pay duty and worship to one's father, it follows that piety, whereby, at the Holy Ghost's instigation, we pay worship and duty to God as our Father, is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Reply to Objection 1. The piety that pays duty and worship to a Father in the flesh is a virtue, but the piety that is a gift pays this to God as Father. Reply to Objection 2. To pay worship to God as Creator, as religion does, is more excellent than to pay worship to one's Father in the flesh, as the piety that is a virtue does. But to pay worship to God as Father is yet more excellent than to pay worship to God as Creator and Lord. Wherefore religion is greater than the virtue of piety, while the gift of piety is greater than religion. Reply to Objection 3. As by the virtue of piety, man pays duty and worship not only to his Father in the flesh, but also to all his kindred on account of their being related to his Father, so by the gift of piety he pays worship and duty not only to God, but also to all men on account of the relationship to God. Hence it belongs to piety to honor the saints, and not to contradict the Scriptures, whether one understands them or not, as Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2. Consequently, it also assists those who are in a state of unhappiness. And although this act has no place in heaven, especially after the day of judgment, yet piety will exercise its principal act, which is to revere God with filial affection. For it is then above all that this act will be fulfilled, according to Wisdom 5:5. Behold how they are numbered among the children of God. The saints will also mutually honor one another. Now, however, before the judgment day, the saints have pity on those also who are living in this unhappy state. Second Article. Whether the second beatitude, "Blessed are the meek," corresponds to the gift of piety. Objection 1. It seems that the second beatitude, "Blessed are the meek," does not correspond to the gift of piety. For piety is the gift corresponding to justice, to which rather belongs the fourth beatitude, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," or the fifth beatitude, "Blessed are the merciful," since, as stated above in Article 1, third objection, the works of mercy belong to piety. Therefore, the second beatitude does not pertain to the gift of piety. Objection 2 further. The gift of piety is directed by the gift of knowledge, which is united to it in the enumeration of the gifts in Isaiah chapter 11. Now direction and execution extend to the same matter. Since then the third beatitude, "Blessed are they that mourn," corresponds to the gift of knowledge, it seems that the second beatitude corresponds to piety. Objection 3 further. The fruits correspond to the beatitudes and gifts, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 70, Article 2. Now among the fruits, goodness and benignity seem to agree with piety rather than mildness, which pertains to meekness. Therefore, the second beatitude does not correspond to the gift of piety. On the contrary, Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 1, "Piety is becoming to the meek." I answer that, in adapting the beatitudes to the gifts, a twofold congruity may be observed. One is according to the order in which they are given, and Augustine seems to have followed this. Wherefore he assigns the first beatitude to the lowest gift, namely fear, and the second beatitude, "Blessed are the meek," to piety, and so on. Another congruity may be observed in keeping with the special nature of each gift and beatitude. In this way, one must adapt the beatitudes to the gifts according to their objects and acts. And thus the fourth and fifth beatitudes would correspond to piety rather than the second. Yet the second beatitude has a certain congruity with piety, inasmuch as meekness removes the obstacles to acts of piety. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. Taking the beatitudes and gifts according to their proper natures, the same beatitude must needs correspond to knowledge and piety. But taking them according to their order, different beatitudes correspond to them, although a certain congruity may be observed as stated above. Reply to objection 3. In the fruits, goodness and benignity may be directly ascribed to piety, and mildness indirectly insofar as it removes obstacles to acts of piety as stated above. End of question 121. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 122 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 122. Of the Precepts of Justice in 6 Articles. We must now consider the precepts of justice, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether the precepts of the Decalogue are precepts of justice. Second, of the first precept of the Decalogue. Third, of the second. Fourth, of the third. Fifth, of the fourth. Sixth, of the other 6. First article, whether the precepts of the Decalogue are precepts of justice. Objection 1. It seems that the precepts of the Decalogue are not precepts of justice. For the intention of a lawgiver is to make the citizens virtuous in respect of every virtue, as stated in Ethics 2:1. Wherefore, according to Ethics 5:1, the law prescribes about all acts of all virtues. Now the precepts of the Decalogue are the first principles of the whole divine law. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue do not pertain to justice alone. Objection 2. Further, it would seem that to justice belong especially the judicial precepts, which are condivided with the moral precepts as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 99, Article 4. But the precepts of the Decalogue are moral precepts, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 100, Article 3. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue are not precepts of justice. Objection 3. Further, the law contains chiefly precepts about acts of justice regarding the common good, for instance, about public officers and the like. But there is no mention of these in the precepts of the Decalogue. Therefore, it seems that the precepts of the Decalogue do not properly belong to justice. Objection 4. Further, the precepts of the Decalogue are divided into 2 tables, corresponding to the love of God and the love of our neighbor, both of which regard the virtue of charity. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue belong to charity rather than to justice. On the contrary, seemingly, justice is the sole virtue whereby we are directed to another. Now we are directed to another by all the precepts of the Decalogue, as is evident if one consider each of them. Therefore, all the precepts of the Decalogue pertain to justice. I answer that the precepts of the Decalogue are the first principles of the law, and the natural reason assents to them at once as to principles that are most evident. Now it is altogether evident that the notion of duty, which is essential to a precept, appears in justice, which is of one towards another. Because in those matters that relate to himself, it would seem at a glance that man is master of himself, and that he may do as he likes. Whereas in matters that refer to another, it appears manifestly that a man is under obligation to render to another that which is his due. Hence the precepts of the Decalogue must needs pertain to justice. Wherefore the first three precepts are about acts of religion, which is the chief part of justice. The fourth precept is about acts of piety, which is the second part of justice. And the six remaining are about justice commonly so called, which is observed among equals. Reply to Obj. 1. The intention of the law is to make all men virtuous, but in a certain order, namely, by first of all giving them precepts about those things where the notion of duty is most manifest, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2. The judicial precepts are determinations of the moral precepts, insofar as these are directed to one's neighbor, just as the ceremonial precepts are determinations of the moral precepts, insofar as these are directed to God. Hence neither precepts are contained in the Decalogue, and yet they are determinations of the precepts of the Decalogue, and therefore pertain to justice. Reply to Obj. 3. Things that concern the common good must needs be administered in different ways according to the difference of men. Hence they were to be given a place not among the precepts of the Decalogue, but among the judicial precepts. Reply to Obj. 4. The precepts of the Decalogue pertain to charity as their end, according to 1 Timothy 1:5. The end of the commandment is charity. But they belong to justice inasmuch as they refer immediately to acts of justice. Second article. Whether the first precept of the Decalogue is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the first precept of the Decalogue is unfittingly expressed. For man is more bound to God than to his father in the flesh, according to Hebrews 12:9. How much more shall we obey the Father of spirits and live? Now the precept of piety, whereby man honors his father, is expressed affirmatively in these words, "Honor thy father and thy mother." Much more, therefore, should the first precept of religion, whereby all honor God, be expressed affirmatively, especially as affirmation is naturally prior to negation. Objection 2, further. The first precept of the Decalogue pertains to religion, as stated above in Article 1. Now religion, since it is one virtue, has one act. Yet in the first precept 3 acts are forbidden, since we read first, "Thou shalt not have strange gods before me." Secondly, "Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven thing." And thirdly, "Thou shalt not adore them nor serve them." Therefore, the first precept is unfittingly expressed. Objection 3, further. Augustine says that the first precept forbids the sin of superstition. But there are many wicked superstitions besides idolatry, as stated above in question 92, Article 2. Therefore, it was insufficient to forbid idolatry alone. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, it pertains to law to make men good, wherefore it behooved the precepts of the law to be set in order according to the order of generation, the order, to wit, of man's becoming good. Now 2 things must be observed in the order of generation. The first is that the first part is the first thing to be established. Thus, in the generation of an animal, the first thing to be formed is the heart, and in building a home, the first thing to be set up is the foundation, and in the goodness of the soul, the first part is goodness of the will, the result of which is that a man makes good use of every other goodness. Now the goodness of the will depends on its object, which is its end. Wherefore, since man was to be directed to virtue by means of the law, the first thing necessary was, as it were, to lay the foundation of religion, whereby man is duly directed to God, who is the last end of man's will. The second thing to be observed in the order of generation is that, in the first place, contraries and obstacles have to be removed. Thus the farmer first purifies the soil, and afterwards sows his seed, according to Jeremiah 4:3. Break up anew your fallow ground, and sow not upon thorns. Hence it behooved man, first of all, to be instructed in religion, so as to remove the obstacles to true religion. Now the chief obstacle to religion is for man to adhere to a false god, according to Matthew 6:24. You cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore, in the first precept of the law, the worship of false gods is excluded. Reply to Obj. 1. In point of fact, there is one affirmative precept about religion, namely, remember that thou keep holy the Sabbath day. Still, the negative precepts had to be given first, so that by their means the obstacles to religion might be removed. For though affirmation naturally precedes negation, yet in the process of generation, negation, whereby obstacles are removed, comes first, as stated in the article. Especially is this true in matters concerning God, where negation is preferable to affirmation on account of our insufficiency, as Dionysius observes in On the Celestial Hierarchy 2. Reply to Obj. 2. People worshipped strange gods in 2 ways. For some served certain creatures as gods without having recourse to images. Hence Varro says that for a long time the ancient Romans worshipped gods without using images, and this worship is forbidden by the words, "Thou shalt not have strange gods." Among others, the worship of false gods was observed by using certain images, and so the very making of images was fittingly forbidden by the words, "Thou shalt not make to thyself any graven thing," as also the worship of those same images by the words, "Thou shalt not adore them," etc. Reply to Obj. 3. All other kinds of superstition proceed from some compact, tacit or explicit, with the demons. Hence all are understood to be forbidden by the words, "Thou shalt not have strange gods." Third article. Whether the second precept of the Decalogue is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the second precept of the Decalogue is unfittingly expressed. For this precept, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," is thus explained by a gloss on Exodus 27, "Thou shalt not deem the Son of God to be a creature," so that it forbids an error against faith. Again, a gloss on the words of Deuteronomy 5:11, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," adds, that is, by giving the name of God to wood or stone. as though they forbade a false confession of faith which, like error, is an act of unbelief. Now unbelief precedes superstition, as faith precedes religion. Therefore, this precept should have preceded the first, whereby superstition is forbidden. Objection 2, further. The name of God is taken for many purposes, for instance, those of praise, of working miracles, and generally speaking in conjunction with all we say or do, according to Colossians 3:17. All whatsoever you do in word or in work, do ye in the name of the Lord. Therefore, the precept forbidding the taking of God's name in vain seems to be more universal than the precept forbidding superstition, and thus should have preceded it. Objection 3. Further, a gloss on Exodus 20, verse 7 expounds the precept, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," namely, by swearing to nothing. Hence this precept would seem to forbid useless swearing, that is to say, swearing without judgment. But false swearing, which is without truth, and unjust swearing, which is without justice, are much more grievous. Therefore, this precept should rather have forbidden them. Objection 4. Further, blasphemy, or any word or deed that is an insult to God, is much more grievous than perjury. Therefore, blasphemy and other like sins should rather have been forbidden by this precept. Objection 5. Further, God's names are many. Therefore, it should not have been said indefinitely, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain." On the contrary, stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, in one who is being instructed in virtue, it is necessary to remove obstacles to true religion before establishing him in true religion. Now a thing is opposed to true religion in two ways. First, by excess, when, to wit, that which belongs to religion is given to others than to whom it is due, and this pertains to superstition. Secondly, by lack, as it were, of reverence, when, to wit, God is contemned, and this pertains to the vice of irreligion, as stated above in question 97, in the preamble and in the article that follows. Now superstition hinders religion by preventing man from acknowledging God so as to worship him. And when a man's mind is engrossed in some undue worship, he cannot at the same time give due worship to God, according to Isaiah 28:20. "The bed is straightened, so that one must fall out." That is, either the true God or a false god must fall out from man's heart. And a short covering cannot cover both. On the other hand, irreligion hinders religion by preventing man from honoring God after he has acknowledged him. Now one must first of all acknowledge God with a view to worship, before honoring him we have acknowledged. For this reason, the precept forbidding superstition is placed before the second precept, which forbids perjury that pertains to irreligion. Reply to Objection 1. These expositions are mystical. The literal explanation is that which is given in Deuteronomy 5:11, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," namely, by swearing on that which is not. Reply to Objection 2. This precept does not forbid all taking of the name of God, but properly the taking of God's name in confirmation of a man's word by way of an oath, because men are wont to take God's name more frequently in this way. Nevertheless, we may understand that in consequence, all inordinate taking of the divine name is forbidden by this precept. and it is in this sense that we are to take the explanation quoted in the first objection. Reply to objection 3. To swear to nothing means to swear to that which is not. This pertains to false swearing, which is chiefly called perjury, as stated above, in question 98, Article 1, third reply. For when a man swears to that which is false, his swearing is vain in itself, since it is not supported by the truth. On the other hand, when a man swears without judgment, through levity, if he swear to the truth, there is no vanity on the part of the oath itself, but only on the part of the swearer. Reply to objection 4. Just as when we instruct a man in some science, we begin by putting before him certain general maxims, even so the law, which forms man to virtue by instructing him in the precepts of the Decalogue, which are the first of all precepts, gave expression, by prohibition or by command, to those things which are of most common occurrence in the course of human life. Hence the precepts of the Decalogue include the prohibition of perjury, which is of more frequent occurrence than blasphemy, since man does not fall so often into the latter sin. Reply to objection 5. Reverence is due to the divine names on the part of the thing signified, which is one, and not on the part of the signifying words, which are many. Hence it is expressed in the singular, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain," since it matters not in which of God's names perjury is committed. Fourth article. Whether the third precept of the Decalogue, concerning the hallowing of the Sabbath, is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the third precept of the Decalogue concerning the hallowing of the Sabbath is unfittingly expressed. For this, understood spiritually, is a general precept, since Bede, in commenting on Luke 13:14, "The ruler of the synagogue, being angry that he had healed on the Sabbath," says, "The law forbids not to heal man on the Sabbath, but to do servile works, that is, to burden oneself with sin." Taken literally, it is a ceremonial precept, for it is written in Exodus 31:13, "See that you keep my Sabbath, because it is a sign between me and you in your generations." Now the precepts of the Decalogue are both spiritual and moral. Therefore, it is unfittingly placed among the precepts of the Decalogue. Objection 2. Further, the ceremonial precepts of the law contain sacred things, sacrifices, sacraments, and observances, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 101, Article 4. Now sacred things comprised not only sacred days, but also sacred places and sacred vessels, and so on. Moreover, there were many sacred days other than the Sabbath. Therefore, it was unfitting to omit all other ceremonial observances and to mention only that of the Sabbath. Objection 3. Further, whoever breaks a precept of the Decalogue sins. But in the Old Law, some who broke the observances of the Sabbath did not sin. For instance, those who circumcised their sons on the 8th day, and the priests who worked in the temple on the Sabbath. Also Elias in 3 Kings 19, who journeyed for 40 days unto the mount of God, Horeb, must have traveled on a Sabbath. The priests also who carried the Ark of the Covenant for 7 days, as related in Joshua 7, must be understood to have carried it on the Sabbath. Again it is written in Luke 13:15, "Doth not every one of you on the Sabbath day loose his ox or his ass, and lead them to water?" Therefore, it is unfittingly placed among the precepts of the Decalogue. Objection 4. Further, The precepts of the Decalogue have to be observed also under the New Law. Yet in the New Law this precept is not observed, neither in the point of the Sabbath day, nor as to the Lord's Day, on which men cook their food, travel, fish, and do many like things. Therefore, the precept of the observance of the Sabbath is unfittingly expressed. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, the obstacles to true religion being removed by the first and second precepts of the Decalogue, as stated above in Articles 2 and 3, it remained for the third precept to be given, whereby man is established in true religion. Now it belongs to religion to give worship to God, and just as the divine Scriptures teach the interior worship under the guise of certain corporal similitudes, so is external worship given to God under the guise of sensible signs. And since for the most part man is induced to pay interior worship, consisting in prayer and devotion, by the interior prompting of the Holy Ghost, a precept of the law is necessary respecting the exterior worship that consists in sensible signs. Now the precepts of the Decalogue are, so to speak, first and common principles of the law, and consequently the third precept of the Decalogue describes the exterior worship of God as the sign of a universal boon that concerns all. This universal boon was the work of the creation of the world, from which work God is stated to have rested on the seventh day. And sign of this, we are commanded to keep holy the seventh day, that is, to set it aside as a day to be given to God. Hence, after the precept about the hallowing of the Sabbath, the reason for it is given. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and rested on the seventh day. Reply to Objection 1. The precept about hallowing the Sabbath, understood literally, is partly moral and partly ceremonial. It is a moral precept in the point of commanding man to set aside a certain time to be given to divine things. For there is in man a natural inclination to set aside a certain time for each necessary thing, such as refreshment of the body, sleep, and so forth. Hence, according to the dictate of reason, man sets aside a certain time for spiritual refreshment, by which man's mind is refreshed in God. And thus to have certain time set aside for occupying oneself with divine things is the matter of a moral precept. But insofar as this precept specializes the time as a sign representing the creation of the world, it is a ceremonial precept. Again, it is a ceremonial precept in its allegorical signification, as representative of Christ's rest in the tomb on the seventh day. Also in its moral signification, as representing cessation from all sinful acts, as minds rest in God, in which sense too it is a general precept. Again, it is a ceremonial precept in its analogical signification, as foreshadowing the enjoyment of God in heaven. Hence the precept about hallowing the Sabbath is placed among the precepts of the Decalogue as a moral, but not as a ceremonial precept. Reply to Objection 2. The other ceremonies of the law are signs of certain particular divine works, but the observance of the Sabbath is representative of a general boon, namely, the production of all creatures. Hence it was fitting that it should be placed among the general precepts of the Decalogue, rather than any other ceremonial precept of the law. Reply to Objection 3. 2 things are to be observed in the hallowing of the Sabbath. One of these is the end, and this is that man occupy himself with divine things, and is signified in the words, "Remember that thou keep holy the Sabbath day." For in the law, those things are said to be holy, which are applied to the divine worship. The other thing is cessation from work, and is signified in the words quoted in Exodus 20, verse 11, "On the seventh day thou shalt do no work." The kind of work meant appears from Leviticus 23:3, "You shall do no servile work on that day." Now servile work is so called from servitude, and servitude is threefold. 1. Whereby man is the servant of sin, according to John 8:34, "Whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin." And in this sense all sinful acts are servile. Another servitude is whereby one man serves another. Now one man serves another, not with his mind, but with his body, as stated above, in question 104, articles 5 and 6. Wherefore, in this respect, those works are called servile, whereby one man serves another. The third is the servitude of God, and in this way the work of worship, which pertains to the service of God, may be called servile work. In this sense, servile work is not forbidden on the Sabbath day, because that would be contrary to the end of the Sabbath observance, since man abstains from other works on the Sabbath day, in order that he may occupy himself with works connected with God's service. For this reason, according to John 23, a man receives circumcision on the Sabbath day, that the law of Moses may not be broken. And for this reason too we read in Matthew 12:5 that, "On the Sabbath days the priests in the temple break the Sabbath," that is, do corporal works on the Sabbath, "and are without blame." Accordingly, the priests, in carrying the ark on the Sabbath, did not break the precept of the Sabbath observance. In like manner, it is not contrary to the observance of the Sabbath to exercise any spiritual act, such as teaching by word or writing. Wherefore a gloss on Numbers 28 says that "smiths and like craftsmen rest on the Sabbath day, but the reader or teacher of the divine law does not cease from his work, yet he profanes not the Sabbath, even as the priests in the temple break the Sabbath, and are without blame." On the other hand, those works that are called servile in the first or second way are contrary to the observance of the Sabbath, insofar as they hinder man from applying himself to divine things. And since man is hindered from applying himself to divine things rather by sinful than by lawful, albeit corporal works, it follows that to sin on a feast day is more against this precept than to do some other but lawful bodily work. Hence Augustine says, "It would be better if the Jew did some useful work on his farm than spent his time seditiously in the theatre, and their womenfolk would do better to be making linen on the Sabbath than to be dancing lewdly all day in their feasts of the new moon." It is not, however, against this precept to sin venially on the Sabbath, because venial sin does not destroy holiness. Again, corporal works, not pertaining to the spiritual worship of God, are said to be servile insofar as they belong properly to servants, while they are not said to be servile insofar as they are common to those who serve and to those who are free. Moreover, everyone, be he servant or free, is bound to provide necessaries both for himself and for his neighbor, chiefly in respect of things pertaining to the well-being of the body, according to Proverbs 24:11. "Deliver them that are led to death." Secondarily, as regards avoiding damage to one's property, according to Deuteronomy 22:1. "Thou shalt not pass by, if thou seest thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, but thou shalt bring them back to thy brother." Hence a corporal work pertaining to the preservation of one's own bodily well-being does not profane the Sabbath, for it is not against the observance of the Sabbath to eat and to do such things as preserve the health of the body. For this reason, the Maccabees did not profane the Sabbath when they fought in self-defense on the Sabbath day, in 1 Maccabees 2. nor Elias when he fled from the face of Jezebel on the Sabbath. For the same reason our Lord, in Matthew 12:3, excused his disciples for plucking the ears of corn on account of the need which they suffered. In like manner, a bodily work that is directed to the bodily well-being of another is not contrary to the observance of the Sabbath. Wherefore it is written in John 7:23, "Are you angry at me because I have healed the whole man on the Sabbath day?" And again, a bodily work that is done to avoid an imminent damage to some external thing does not profane the Sabbath. Wherefore our Lord says in Matthew 12:11, "What man shall there be among you that hath one sheep, and if the same fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will he not take hold on it and lift it up?" Reply to Obj. 4. In the New Law, the observance of the Lord's Day took the place of the observance of the Sabbath, not by virtue of the precept, but by the institution of the Church and the custom of Christian people. For this observance is not figurative, as was the observance of the Sabbath in the Old Law. Hence the prohibition to work on the Lord's Day is not so strict as on the Sabbath, and certain works are permitted on the Lord's Day which were forbidden on the Sabbath, such as the cooking of food and so forth. And again, in the New Law, dispensation is more easily granted than in the Old, in the matter of certain forbidden works on account of their necessity, because the figure pertains to the protestation of truth, which it is unlawful to omit even in small things, while works, considered in themselves, are changeable in point of place and time. Fifth article. Whether the fourth precept about honoring one's parents is fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the fourth precept about honoring one's parents is unfittingly expressed. For this is the precept pertaining to piety. Now, just as piety is a part of justice, so are observance, gratitude, and others of which we have spoken in questions 101 and following. Therefore, it seems that there should not have been given a special precept of piety, as none is given regarding the others. Objection 2 further. Piety pays worship not only to one's parents, but also to one's country, and also to other blood kindred, and to the well-wishers of our country, as stated above, in question 101, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, it was unfitting for this precept to mention only the honoring of one's father and mother. Objection 3 further. We owe our parents not merely honor, but also support. Therefore, the mere honoring of one's parents is unfittingly prescribed. Objection 4 further. Sometimes those who honor their parents die young, and on the contrary, those who honor them not live a long time. Therefore, it was unfitting to supplement this precept with the promise that thou mayest be long-lived upon the earth. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that the precepts of the Decalogue are directed to the love of God and of our neighbor. Now to our parents, of all our neighbors, we are under the greatest obligation. Hence, immediately after the precepts directing us to God, a place is given to the precept directing us to our parents, who are the particular principle of our being, just as God is the universal principle, so that this precept has a certain affinity to the precepts of the first table. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in question 101, Article 2, piety directs us to pay the debt due to our parents, a debt which is common to all. Hence, since the precepts of the Decalogue are general precepts, they ought to contain some reference to piety rather than to the other parts of justice, which regard some special debt. Reply to Obj. 2. The debt to one's parents precedes the debt to one's kindred and country, since it is because we are born of our parents that our kindred and country belong to us. Hence, since the precepts of the Decalogue are the first precepts of the law, they direct man to his parents rather than to his country and other kindred. Nevertheless, this precept of honoring our parents is understood to command whatever concerns the payment of debt to any person as secondary matter included in the principal matter. Reply to Obj. 3. Reverential honor is due to one's parents as such, whereas support and so forth are due to them accidentally, for instance, because they are in want, in slavery, or the like, as stated above in question 101, Article 2. And since that which belongs to a thing by nature precedes that which is accidental, it follows that among the first precepts of the law, which are the precepts of the Decalogue, there is a special precept of honoring our parents. And this honor, as a kind of principle, is understood to comprise support and whatever else is due to our parents. Reply to Obj. 4. A long life is promised to those who honor their parents, not only as to the life to come, but also as to the present life, according to the saying of the Apostle in 1 Timothy 4:8, "Piety is profitable to all things, having promise of the life that now is, and of that which is to come." And with reason, because the man who is grateful for a favor deserves, with a certain congruity, that the favor should be continued to him, and he who is ungrateful for a favor deserves to lose it. Now we owe the favor of bodily life to our parents after God, wherefore he that honors his parents deserves the prolongation of his life, because he is grateful for that favor, while he that honors not his parents deserves to be deprived of life, because he is ungrateful for the favor. However, present goods or evils are not the subject of merit or demerit, except insofar as they are directed to a future reward, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 114, Article 12. Wherefore, sometimes in accordance with the hidden design of the divine judgments, which regard chiefly the future reward, some who are dutiful to their parents are sooner deprived of life, while others who are undutiful to their parents live longer. Sixth Article. Whether the other 6 precepts of the Decalogue are fittingly expressed. Objection 1. It seems that the other 6 precepts of the Decalogue are unfittingly expressed. For it is not sufficient for salvation that one refrain from injuring one's neighbor, but it is required that one pay one's debts, according to Romans 13:7, "Render to all men their dues." Now the last 6 precepts merely forbid one to injure one's neighbor. Therefore, these precepts are unfittingly expressed. Objection 2. Further, these precepts forbid murder, adultery, stealing, and bearing false witness. But many other injuries can be inflicted on one's neighbor, as appears from those which have been specified above in questions 72 and following. Therefore, it seems that the aforesaid precepts are unfittingly expressed. Objection 3. Further, concupiscence may be taken in 2 ways. First, as denoting an act of the will, as in Wisdom 6:21, "The desire, concupiscentia, of wisdom bringeth to the everlasting kingdom." Secondly, as denoting an act of the sensuality, as in James 4:1, "From whence are wars and contentions among you? Are they not from your concupiscences which war in your members?" Now the concupiscence of the sensuality is not forbidden by a precept of the Decalogue, Otherwise, first movements would be mortal sins, as they would be against a precept of the Decalogue. Nor is the concupiscence of the will forbidden, since it is included in every sin. Therefore, it is unfitting for the precepts of the Decalogue to include some that forbid concupiscence. Objection 4. Further, murder is a more grievous sin than adultery or theft. But there is no precept forbidding the desire of murder. Therefore, neither was it fitting to have precepts forbidding the desire of theft and of adultery. On the contrary stands the authority of Scripture. I answer that, just as by the parts of justice, a man pays that which is due to certain definite persons, to whom he is bound for some special reason, so too by justice properly so called, he pays that which is due to all in general. Hence, after the 3 precepts pertaining to religion, whereby man pays what is due to God, and after the 4th precept pertaining to piety, whereby he pays what is due to his parents, which duty includes the payment of all that is due for any special reason, it was necessary in due sequence to give certain precepts pertaining to justice properly so called, which pays to all indifferently what is due to them. Reply to Objection 1. Man is bound towards all persons in general to inflict injury on no one. Hence the negative precepts, which forbid the doing of those injuries that can be inflicted on one's neighbor, had to be given a place as general precepts among the precepts of the Decalogue. On the other hand, the duties we owe to our neighbor are paid in different ways to different people. Hence, it did not behoove to include affirmative precepts about those duties among the precepts of the Decalogue. Reply to Objection 2. All other injuries that are inflicted on our neighbor are reducible to those that are forbidden by these precepts, as taking precedence of others in point of generality and importance. For all injuries that are inflicted on the person of our neighbor are understood to be forbidden under the head of murder as being the principal of all. Those that are inflicted on a person connected with one's neighbor, especially by way of lust, are understood to be forbidden together with adultery. Those that come under the head of damage done to property are understood to be forbidden together with theft, and those that are comprised under speech, such as detractions, insults, and so forth, are understood to be forbidden together with the bearing of false witness, which is more directly opposed to justice. Reply to Objection 3. The precepts forbidding concupiscence do not include the prohibition of first movements of the concupiscence, that do not go farther than the bounds of sensuality. The direct object of their prohibition is the consent of the will, which is directed to deed or pleasure. Reply to Objection 4. Murder in itself is an object not of concupiscence, but of horror, since it has not in itself the aspect of good. On the other hand, adultery has the aspect of a certain kind of good, that is, of something pleasurable, and theft has an aspect of good, that is, of something useful, and good of its very nature has the aspect of something concupiscible. Hence the concupiscence of theft and adultery had to be forbidden by special precepts, but not the concupiscence of murder. End of question 122. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. End of Summa Theologica pars Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of justice. Question 123, Part 1, of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 123, of Fortitude, in 12 Articles, Part 1, Articles 1 through 6. After considering justice, we must, in due sequence, consider fortitude. We must, 1. Consider the virtue itself of fortitude. 2. Its parts. 3. The gift corresponding thereto. 4. The precepts that pertain to it. Concerning fortitude, 3 things have to be considered. 1. Fortitude itself. 2. Its principal act, notably martyrdom. 3. The vices opposed to fortitude. Under the first head there are 12 points of inquiry. First, whether fortitude is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether fortitude is only about fear and daring. Fourth, whether it is only about fear of death. Fifth, whether it is only in warlike matters. Sixth, whether endurance is its chief act. Seventh, whether its action is directed to its own good. Eighth, whether it takes pleasure in its own action. Ninth, whether fortitude deals chiefly with sudden occurrences. 10th, whether it makes use of anger in its action. 11th, whether it is a cardinal virtue. 12th, of its comparison with the other cardinal virtues. First article, whether fortitude is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not a virtue. For the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "Virtue is perfected in infirmity." But fortitude is contrary to infirmity. Therefore, fortitude is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, if it is a virtue, it is either theological, intellectual, or moral. Now fortitude is not contained among the theological virtues, nor among the intellectual virtues, as may be gathered from what we have said above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 57, Article 2, and question 62, Article 3. Neither, apparently, is it contained among the moral virtues, since according to the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 7, 8), some seem to be brave through ignorance or through experience, as soldiers, both of which cases seem to pertain to act rather than to moral virtue. And some are called brave on account of certain passions, for instance, on account of fear of threats or of dishonor, or again on account of sorrow, anger, or hope. But moral virtue does not act from passion, but from choice, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, Article 4. Therefore, fortitude is not a virtue. Objection 3. Further, human virtue resides chiefly in the soul, since it is a good quality of the mind, as stated above, from Ethic. iii, 7, and 8. But fortitude, seemingly, resides in the body, or at least results from the temperament of the body. Therefore, it seems that fortitude is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine in his Of the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 15:21, 22, numbers fortitude among the virtues. I answer that, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. ii, 6), virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and renders his work good. Hence human virtue, of which we are speaking now, is that which makes a man good, and renders his work good. Now man's good is to be in accordance with reason, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv, 22). Wherefore it belongs to human virtue to make man good, to make his work accord with reason. This happens in three ways. First, by rectifying reason itself, and this is done by the intellectual virtues. Secondly, by establishing the rectitude of reason in human affairs, and this belongs to justice. Thirdly, by removing the obstacles to the establishment of this rectitude in human affairs. Now the human will is hindered in two ways from following the rectitude of reason. First, through being drawn by some object of pleasure to something other than what the rectitude of reason requires. And this obstacle is removed by the virtue of temperance. Secondly, through the will being disinclined to follow that which is in accord with reason, on account of some difficulty that presents itself. In order to remove this obstacle, fortitude of the mind is requisite, whereby to resist the aforesaid difficulty, even as a man, by fortitude of body, overcomes and removes bodily obstacles. Hence it is evident that fortitude is a virtue, in so far as it conforms man to reason. Reply Obj. 1: The virtue of the soul is perfected, not in the infirmity of the soul, but in the infirmity of the body, of which the Apostle was speaking. Now it belongs to fortitude of the mind to bear bravely with infirmities of the flesh, and this belongs to the virtue of patience or fortitude, as also to acknowledge one's own infirmity, and this belongs to the perfection that is called humility. Reply Obj. 2: Sometimes a person performs the exterior act of a virtue without having the virtue, and from some other cause than virtue. Hence the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 8) mentions 5 ways in which people are said to be brave by way of resemblance, through performing acts of fortitude without having the virtue. This may be done in 3 ways. First, because they tend to that which is difficult, as though it were not difficult. And this again happens in 3 ways, for sometimes this is owing to ignorance, through not perceiving the greatness of the danger. Sometimes it is owing to the fact that one is hopeful of overcoming dangers, when, for instance, one has often experienced escape from danger. And sometimes this is owing to a certain science and art, as in the case of soldiers who, through skill in practice and the use of arms, think little of the dangers of battle, as they reckon themselves capable of defending themselves against them. Thus Vegetius says (On the Military Institutions of the Romans, 1): "No man fears to do what he is confident of having learned to do well." Secondly, a man performs an act of fortitude without having the virtue, through the impulse of a passion, whether of sorrow that he wishes to cast off, or again of anger. Thirdly, through choice, not indeed of a due end, but of some temporal advantage to be obtained, such as honor, pleasure, or gain, or of some disadvantage to be avoided, such as blame, pain, or loss. Reply Obj. 3: The fortitude of the soul, which is reckoned a virtue, as explained in the reply to the first objection, is so called from its likeness to fortitude of the body. Nor is it inconsistent with the notion of virtue that a man should have a natural inclination to virtue by reason of his natural temperament, as stated above (I. Secundae, Q. 63, A. 1). Second article, whether fortitude is a special virtue. Objection 1: It seems that fortitude is not a special virtue. For it is written (Wisdom 7:7): "She teacheth temperance, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude," where the text has "virtue" for fortitude. Since then the term virtue is common to all virtues, it seems that fortitude is a general virtue. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says (De Officiis i): "Fortitude is not lacking in courage, for alone she defends the honor of the virtues and guards their behests. She it is that wages an inexorable war on all vice, undeterred by toil, brave in face of dangers, steeled against pleasures, unyielding to lusts, avoiding covetousness as a deformity that weakens virtue." And he says the same further on in connection with other vices. Now this cannot apply to any special virtue. Therefore fortitude is not a special virtue. Obj. 3: Further, fortitude would seem to derive its name from firmness. But it belongs to every virtue to stand firm, as stated in Ethic. ii. Therefore fortitude is a general virtue. On the contrary, Gregory, in his Commentary on Job 22, numbers it among the other virtues. I answer that, as stated above (I II, Secundae, Q. 61, AA. 3, 4), the term fortitude can be taken in two ways. First, as simply denoting a certain firmness of mind, and in this sense it is a general virtue; or rather a condition of every virtue, since, as the Philosopher states (Ethic. ii), it is requisite for every virtue to act firmly and immovably. Secondly, fortitude may be taken to denote firmness only in bearing and withstanding those things wherein it is most difficult to be firm, namely, in certain grave dangers. Therefore Tully says (Rhet. ii) that "fortitude is deliberate facing of dangers and bearing of toils." In this sense fortitude is reckoned a special virtue, because it has a special matter. Reply Obj. 1: According to the Philosopher (De Coelo i, 116), the word virtue refers to the extreme limit of a power. Now a natural power is, in one sense, the power of resisting corruptions, and in another sense is a principle of action, as stated in Metaph. v, 17. And since this latter meaning is the more common, the term virtue, as denoting the extreme limit of such a power, is a common term, for virtue taken in a general sense is nothing else than a habit whereby one acts well. But as denoting the extreme limit of a power in the first sense, which sense is more specific, it is applied to a special virtue, namely fortitude, to which it belongs to stand firm against all kinds of assaults. Reply Obj. 2: Ambrose takes fortitude in a broad sense, as denoting firmness of mind in face of assaults of all kinds. Nevertheless, even as a special virtue with a determinate matter, it helps to resist the assaults of all vices. For he that can stand firm in things that are most difficult to bear is prepared, in consequence, to resist those which are less difficult. Reply to Obj. 3. This objection takes fortitude in the first sense. Third article. Whether fortitude is about fear and daring. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not about fear and daring. For Gregory says, in his commentary on Job 7, "The fortitude of the just man is to overcome the flesh, to withstand self-indulgence, to quench the lusts of the present life." Therefore, fortitude seems to be about pleasures rather than about fear and daring. Objection 2. Further, Tully says, in his On the Art of Rhetoric 2, that it belongs to fortitude to face dangers and to bear toil. But this seemingly has nothing to do with the passions of fear and daring, but rather with a man's toilsome deeds and external dangers. Therefore, fortitude is not about fear and daring. Obj. 3. Further, not only daring, but also hope is opposed to fear, as stated above. Pars Prima Secundae, question 25, Article 1, second reply. In the Treatise on Passions. Therefore, fortitude should not be about daring any more than about hope. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, in Ethics 2:7 and 3:9, that fortitude is about fear and daring. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, it belongs to the virtue of fortitude to remove any obstacle that withdraws the will from following the reason. Now, to be withdrawn from something difficult belongs to the notion of fear, which denotes withdrawal from an evil that entails difficulty, as stated above. Pars Prima Secundae, question 42, Articles 3 and 5. In the Treatise on Passions. Hence fortitude is chiefly about fear of difficult things, which can withdraw the will from following the reason. And it behooves one not only firmly to bear the assault of these difficulties by restraining fear, but also moderately to withstand them, when, to wit, it is necessary to dispel them altogether in order to free oneself therefrom for the future, which seems to come under the notion of daring. Therefore fortitude is about fear and daring, as curbing fear and moderating daring. Reply to Obj. 1. Gregory is speaking then of the fortitude of the just man, as to its common relation to all virtues. Hence he first of all mentions matters pertaining to temperance, as in the words quoted, and then adds that which pertains properly to fortitude as a special virtue by saying, "to love the trials of this life for the sake of an eternal reward." Reply to Obj. 2. Dangers and toils do not withdraw the will from the course of reason, except in so far as they are an object of fear. Hence fortitude needs to be immediately about fear and daring, but mediately about dangers and toils, these being the objects of those passions. Reply to Obj. 3. Hope is opposed to fear on the part of the object, for hope is of good, fear of evil, whereas daring is about the same object and is opposed to fear by way of approach and withdrawal, as stated above. Pars Prima Secundae, question 45, Article 1. And since fortitude properly regards those temporal evils
that withdraw one from virtue, as appears from Tully's definition quoted in the second objection, it follows that fortitude properly is about fear and daring, and not about hope, except insofar as it is connected with daring, as stated above (I II, Secundae, Q. 45, A. 2). Fourth article. Whether fortitude is only about dangers of death? Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not only about dangers of death. For Augustine says (De Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 15) that "fortitude is love bearing all things readily for the sake of the object beloved." And in Music (6) he says that fortitude is "the love which dreads no hardship, not even death." Therefore fortitude is not only about danger of death, but also about other afflictions. Obj. 2: Further, all the passions of the soul need to be reduced to a mean by some virtue. Now there is no other virtue reducing fears to a mean. Therefore fortitude is not only about fear and death, but also about other fears. Obj. 3: Further, no virtue is about extremes. But fear of death is about an extreme, since it is the greatest of fears, as stated in Ethic. iii. Therefore the virtue of fortitude is not about fear of death. On the contrary, Andronicus says that "fortitude is a virtue of the irascible faculty that is not easily deterred by the fear of death." I answer that, as stated above (A. 3), it belongs to the virtue of fortitude to guard the will against being withdrawn from the good of reason through fear of bodily evil. Now it behooves one to hold firmly the good of reason against every evil whatsoever, since no bodily good is equivalent to the good of reason. Hence fortitude of soul must be that which binds the will firmly to the good of reason in face of the greatest evils. Because he that stands firm against great things will in consequence stand firm against less things, but not conversely. Moreover, it belongs to the notion of virtue that it should regard something extreme, and the most fearful of all bodily evils is death, since it does away all bodily goods. Wherefore Augustine says (On the Morals of the Catholic Church and the Morals of the Manichaeans, 22) that "the soul is shaken by its fellow body, with fear of toil and pain, lest the body be stricken, and harassed with fear of death, lest it be done away with and destroyed." Therefore the virtue of fortitude is about the fear of dangers and death. Reply Obj. 1: Fortitude behaves well in bearing all manner of adversity. Yet a man is not reckoned brave simply through bearing any kind of adversity, but only through bearing well even the greatest evils; while through bearing others he is said to be brave in a restricted sense. Reply Obj. 2: Since fear is born of love, any virtue that moderates love of certain goods must in consequence moderate the fear of contrary evils. Thus liberality, which moderates the love of money, as a consequence moderates the fear of losing it; and the same is the case with temperance and other virtues. But to love one's own life is natural, and hence the necessity of a special virtue modifying the fear of death. Reply Obj. 3: In virtues the extreme consists in exceeding right reason, wherefore to undergo the greatest dangers in accordance with reason is not contrary to virtue. Fifth article. Whether fortitude is properly about dangers of death in battle? Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not properly about dangers of death in battle. For martyrs above all are commended for their fortitude. But martyrs are not commended in connection with battle. Therefore, fortitude is not properly about dangers of death in battle. Objection 2. Further, Ambrose says in his On the Duties of the Clergy (1) that fortitude is applicable both to warlike and to civil matters. And Tully, in his On the Duties of the Clergy (1), under the heading that it pertains to fortitude to excel in battle rather than in civil life, says, "Although not a few think that business of war is of greater importance than the affairs of civil life, this opinion must be qualified. And if we wish to judge the matter truly, there are many things in civil life that are more important and more glorious than those connected with war." Now greater fortitude is about greater things. Therefore, fortitude is not properly concerned with death in battle. Obj. 3. Further, war is directed to the preservation of a country's temporal peace. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei 19) that wars are waged in order to ensure peace. Now it does not seem that one ought to expose oneself to the danger of death for the temporal peace of one's country, since this same peace is the occasion of much license in morals. Therefore it seems that the virtue of fortitude is not about the danger of death in battle. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii) that fortitude is chiefly about death in battle. I answer that, as stated above (A. 4), fortitude strengthens a man's mind against the greatest danger, which is that of death. Now fortitude is a virtue, and it is essential to virtue ever to tend to good. Wherefore it is in order to pursue some good that man does not fly from the danger of death. But the dangers of death arising out of sickness, storms at sea, attacks from robbers, and the like, do not seem to come on a man through his pursuing some good. On the other hand, the dangers of death which occur in battle come to man directly on account of some good, because, to wit, he is defending the common good by a just fight. Now a just fight is of two kinds. First, there is the general combat, for instance, of those who fight in battle. Secondly, there is the private combat, as when a judge or even private individual does not refrain from giving a just judgment through fear of the impending sword, or any other danger, though it threaten death. Hence it belongs to fortitude to strengthen the mind against dangers of death, not only such as arise in a general battle, but also such as occur in singular combat, which may be called by the general name of battle. Accordingly, it must be granted that fortitude is properly about dangers of death occurring in battle. Moreover, a brave man behaves well in face of danger in any other kind of death, especially since man may be in danger of any kind of death on account of virtue. Thus may a man not fail to attend on a sick friend through fear of deadly infection, or not refuse to undertake a journey with some godly object in view through fear of shipwreck or robbers. Reply to Obj. 1. Martyrs face the fight that is waged against their own person, and this for the sake of the sovereign good which is God. Wherefore their fortitude is praised above all. Nor is it outside the genus of fortitude that regards warlike actions, for which reason they are said to have been valiant in battle. Cf. Office of the Martyrs, and also, for example, Hebrews 11:34. Reply to Obj. 2. Personal and civil business is differentiated from the business of war that regards general wars. However, personal and civil affairs admit of dangers of death arising out of certain conflicts, which are private wars, and so with regard to these also there may be fortitude properly so called. Reply to Obj. 3. The peace of the state is good in itself, nor does it become evil because certain persons make evil use of it. For there are many others who make good use of it, and many evils prevented by it, such as murders and sacrileges, are much greater than those which are occasioned by it, and which belong chiefly to the sins of the flesh. Sixth article. Whether endurance is the chief act of fortitude? Objection 1. It seems that endurance is not the chief act of fortitude. For virtue is about the difficult and the good. Ethics 2:3. Now it is more difficult to attack than to endure. Therefore endurance is not the chief act of fortitude. Objection 2. Further, to be able to act on another seems to argue greater power than not to be changed by another. Now to attack is to act on another, and to endure is to persevere unchangeably. Since then fortitude denotes perfection of power, it seems that it belongs to fortitude to attack rather than to endure. Objection 3. Further, one contrary is more distant from the other than its mere negation. Now to endure is merely not to fear, whereas to attack denotes a movement contrary to that of fear, since it implies pursuit. Since then fortitude above all withdraws the mind from fear, it seems that it regards attack rather than endurance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:9 that certain persons are said to be brave chiefly because they endure affliction. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, and according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:9, fortitude is more concerned to allay fear than to moderate daring. For it is more difficult to allay fear than to moderate daring, since the danger which is the object of daring and fear tends by its very nature to check daring, but to increase fear. Now to attack belongs to fortitude in so far as the latter moderates daring, whereas to endure follows the repression of fear. Therefore the principal act of fortitude is endurance, that is, to stand immovable in the midst of dangers rather than to attack them. Reply to Obj. 1. Endurance is more difficult than aggression for three reasons. First, because endurance seemingly implies that one is being attacked by a stronger person, whereas aggression denotes that one is attacking as though one were the stronger party. And it is more difficult to contend with a stronger than with a weaker. Secondly, because he that endures already feels the presence of danger, whereas the aggressor looks upon danger as something to come. And it is more difficult to be unmoved by the present than by the future. Thirdly, because endurance implies length of time, whereas aggression is consistent with sudden movements. And it is more difficult to remain unmoved for a long time than to be moved suddenly to something arduous. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8 that Some hurry to meet danger, yet fly when the danger is present. This is not the behavior of brave men. Reply Obj. 2. Endurance denotes indeed a passion of the body, but an action of the soul cleaving most resolutely, fortissime, to the good, the result being that it does not yield to the threatening passion of the body. Now virtue concerns the soul rather than the body. Reply Obj. 3. He that endures fears not, though he is confronted with the cause of fear, whereas this cause is not present to the aggressor. End of question 123, Part 1. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 123, Part 2, of Summa Theologica, Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 123, of Fortitude, in 12 Articles, Part 2, Articles 7 through 12. Seventh Article. Whether the brave man acts for the sake of the good of his habit. Objection 1. It seems that the brave man does not act for the sake of the good of his habit. For in matters of action, the end, though first in intention, is last in execution. Now the act of fortitude in the order of execution follows the habit of fortitude. Therefore it is impossible for the brave man to act for the sake of the good of his habit. Obj. 2. Further, Augustine says (De Trin. xiii): "We love virtues for the sake of happiness, and yet some make bold to counsel us to be virtuous, namely by saying that we should desire virtue for its own sake, without loving happiness. If they succeed in their endeavor, we shall surely cease to love virtue itself, since we shall no longer love that for the sake of which alone we love virtue." But fortitude is a virtue. Therefore the act of fortitude is directed not to fortitude but to happiness. Obj. 3. Further, Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans (15) that "fortitude is love ready to bear all things for God's sake." Now God is not the habit of fortitude, but something better, since the end must needs be better than what is directed to the end. Therefore the brave man does not act for the sake of the good of his habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 7) that "to the brave man fortitude itself is a good, and such is his end." I answer that, An end is twofold, proximate and ultimate. Now the proximate end of every agent is to introduce a likeness of that agent's form into something else. Thus the end of fire in heating is to introduce the likeness of its heat into some passive matter, and the end of the builder is to introduce into matter the likeness of his art. Whatever good ensues from this, if it be intended, may be called the remote end of the agent. Now just as in things made, external matter is fashioned by art, so in things done, human deeds are fashioned by prudence. Accordingly, we must conclude that the brave man intends as his proximate end to reproduce in action a likeness of his habit, for he intends to act in accordance with his habit. But his remote end is happiness or God. This suffices for the replies to the objections. For the first objection proceeds as though the very essence of a habit were its end, instead of the likeness of a habit in act as stated. The other two objections consider the ultimate end. Eighth article. Whether the brave man delights in his act. Objection 1. It seems that the brave man delights in his act. For delight is the unhindered action of a connatural habit. Ethic. x, 4, 6, 8. Now the brave deed proceeds from a habit which acts after the manner of nature. Therefore the brave man takes pleasure in his act. Objection 2. Further, Ambrose, commenting on Galatians 5:22, "But the fruit of the Spirit is charity, joy, peace," says that deeds of virtue are called "fruits because they refresh man's mind with a holy and pure delight." Now the brave man performs actions of virtue. Therefore he takes pleasure in his act. Obj. 3. Further, the weaker is overcome by the stronger. Now the brave man has a stronger love for the good of virtue than for his own body, which he exposes to the danger of death. Therefore the delight in the good of virtue banishes the pain of the body, and consequently the brave man does all things with pleasure. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:9 that "the brave man seems to have no delight in his act." I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 31, articles 3, 4, and 5, where we were treating of the passions, pleasure is twofold. One is bodily, resulting from bodily contact. The other is spiritual, resulting from an apprehension of the soul. It is the latter which properly results from deeds of virtue, since in them we consider the good of reason. Now the principal act of fortitude is to endure, not only certain things that are unpleasant as apprehended by the soul, for instance, the loss of bodily life, which the virtuous man loves not only as a natural good, but also as being necessary for acts of virtue and things connected with them, but also to endure things unpleasant in respect of bodily contact, such as wounds and blows. Hence the brave man, on one side, has something that affords him delight, namely as regards spiritual pleasure, in the act itself of virtue and the end thereof, while on the other hand he has cause for both spiritual sorrow in the thought of losing his life and for bodily pain. Hence we read in 2 Maccabees 6:30 that Eleazar said, "I suffer grievous pains in body, but in soul am well content to suffer these things because I fear thee." Now the sensible pain of the body makes one insensible to the spiritual delight of virtue, without the copious assistance of God's grace, which has more strength to raise the soul to divine things in which it delights than bodily pains have to afflict it. Thus the blessed Tiburtius, while walking barefoot on the burning coal, said that he felt as though he were walking on roses. Yet the virtue of fortitude prevents the reason from being entirely overcome by bodily pain, and the delight of virtue overcomes spiritual sorrow, inasmuch as a man prefers the good of virtue to the life of the body and to whatever appertains thereto. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethic. 2:3 and 3:9 that It is not necessary for a brave man to delight so as to perceive his delight, but it suffices for him not to be sad. Reply Obj. 1. The vehemence of the action or passion of the one power hinders the action of another power. Wherefore the pain in his senses hinders the mind of the brave man from feeling delight in its proper operation. Reply Obj. 2. Deeds of virtue are delightful chiefly on account of their end. Yet they can be painful by their nature, and this is principally the case with fortitude. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 9) that "to perform deeds with pleasure does not happen in all virtues, except in so far as one attains the end." Reply Obj. 3. In the brave man, spiritual sorrow is overcome by the delight of virtue. Yet since bodily pain is more sensible, and the sensitive apprehension is more in evidence to man, it follows that spiritual pleasure in the end of virtue fades away, so to speak, in the presence of great bodily pain. Ninth Article. Whether fortitude deals chiefly with sudden occurrences? Objection 1. It seems that fortitude does not deal chiefly with sudden occurrences. For it would seem that things occur suddenly when they are foreseen. But Tully says (On the Art of Rhetoric ii) that "fortitude is the deliberate facing of danger and bearing of toil." Therefore fortitude does not deal chiefly with sudden happenings. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says (De Officiis i) that "the brave man is not unmindful of what may be likely to happen. He takes measures beforehand, and looks out as from the conning tower of his mind, so as to encounter the future by his forethought, lest he should say afterwards, 'This befell me, because I did not think it could possibly happen.'" But it is not possible to be prepared for the future in the case of sudden occurrences. Therefore the operation of fortitude is not concerned with sudden happenings. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that "the brave man is of good hope." But hope looks forward to the future, which is inconsistent with sudden occurrences. Therefore the operation of fortitude is not concerned with sudden happenings. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that "fortitude is chiefly about sudden dangers of death." I answer that, two things must be considered in the operation of fortitude. One is in regard to its choice, and thus fortitude is not about sudden occurrences, because the brave man chooses to think beforehand of the dangers that may arise, in order to be able to withstand them, or to bear them more easily. Since according to Gregory (Hom. xxv on the Gospel), "the blow that is foreseen strikes with less force, and we are able more easily to bear earthly wrongs, if we are forearmed with the shield of foreknowledge." The other thing to be considered in the operation of fortitude regards the display of the virtuous habit, and in this way fortitude is chiefly about sudden occurrences, because according to the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 8), the habit of fortitude is displayed chiefly in sudden dangers, since a habit works by way of nature. Wherefore if a person without forethought does that which pertains to virtue, when necessity urges on account of some sudden danger, this is a very strong proof that habitual fortitude is firmly seated in his mind. Yet it is possible for a person, even without the habit of fortitude, to prepare his mind against danger by long forethought, in the same way as a brave man prepares himself when necessary. This suffices for the replies to the objections. 10th Article. Whether the brave man makes use of anger in his action. Objection 1. It seems that the brave man does not use anger in his action. For no one should employ as an instrument of his action that which he cannot use at will. Now man cannot use anger at will, so as to take it up and lay it aside when he will. For as the Philosopher says On Memory ii, when a bodily passion is in movement, it does not rest at once just as one wishes. Therefore, a brave man should not employ anger for his action. Objection 2. Further, if a man is competent to do a thing by himself, he should not seek the assistance of something weaker and more imperfect. Now the reason is competent to achieve by itself deeds of fortitude, wherein anger is impotent. Wherefore Seneca says On Anger (1), "Reason by itself suffices not only to make us prepared for action, but also to accomplish it. In fact, is there greater folly than for reason to seek help from anger? The steadfast from the unstayed, the trusty from the untrustworthy, the healthy from the sick." Therefore, a brave man should not make use of anger. Obj. 3. Further, just as people are more earnest in doing deeds of fortitude on account of anger, so are they on account of sorrow or desire. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that wild beasts are incited to face danger through sorrow or pain, and adulterous persons dare many things for the sake of desire. Now fortitude employs neither sorrow nor desire for its action. Therefore, in like manner, it should not employ anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that anger helps the brave. I answer that, as stated above (I II, Q. 24, A. 2), concerning anger and the other passions, there was a difference of opinion between the Peripatetics and the Stoics. For the Stoics excluded anger and all other passions of the soul from the mind of a wise or good man, whereas the Peripatetics, of whom Aristotle was the chief, ascribed to virtuous men both anger and the other passions of the soul, albeit modified by reason. And possibly they differed not in reality, but in their way of speaking. For the Peripatetics, as stated above (I II, Q. 24, A. 2), gave the name of passions to all movements of the sensitive appetite, however they may comport themselves. And since the sensitive appetite is moved by the command of reason, so that it may cooperate by rendering action more prompt, they held that virtuous persons should employ both anger and the other passions of the soul, modified according to the dictate of reason. On the other hand, the Stoics gave the name of passions to certain immoderate emotions of the sensitive appetite, wherefore they called them sicknesses or diseases, and for this reason severed them altogether from virtue. Accordingly, the brave man employs moderate anger for his action, but not immoderate action. Reply to Obj. 1. Anger, that is moderated in accordance with reason, is subject to the command of reason, so that man uses it at his will, which would not be the case were it immoderate. Reply to Obj. 2. reason employs anger for its action, not as seeking its assistance, but because it uses the sensitive appetite as an instrument, just as it uses the members of the body. Nor is it unbecoming for the instrument to be more imperfect than the principal agent, even as the hammer is more imperfect than the smith. Moreover, Seneca was a follower of the Stoics, and the above words were aimed by him directly at Aristotle. Reply Obj. 3. Whereas fortitude, as stated above in Article 6, has two acts, namely endurance and aggression, it employs anger not for the act of endurance, because the reason by itself performs this act, but for the act of aggression, for which it employs anger rather than the other passions, since it belongs to anger to strike at the cause of sorrow, so that it directly cooperates with fortitude in attacking. On the other hand, sorrow by its very nature gives way to the thing that hurts, though accidentally it helps in aggression, either as being the cause of anger, as stated above (I Secundae, question 47, Article 3), or as making a person expose himself to danger in order to escape from sorrow. In like manner, desire, by its very nature, tends to a pleasurable good, to which it is directly contrary to withstand danger. Yet accidentally, sometimes it helps one to attack, in so far as one prefers to risk dangers rather than lack pleasure. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 5), "Of all the cases in which fortitude arises from a passion, the most natural is when a man is brave through anger, making his choice and acting for a purpose, that is, for a due end. This is true fortitude." 11th Article. Whether fortitude is a cardinal virtue? Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not a cardinal virtue. For as stated above (Article 10), anger is closely allied with fortitude. Now anger is not accounted a principal passion, nor is daring, which belongs to fortitude. Neither should fortitude be reckoned a cardinal virtue. Obj. 2: Further, the object of virtue is good. But the direct object of fortitude is not good, but evil, for it is endurance of evil and toil, as Tully says (De Art. Rhet. ii). Therefore fortitude is not a cardinal virtue. Obj. 3: Further, the cardinal virtues are about those things upon which human life is chiefly occupied, just as a door turns upon a hinge (Cardine). But fortitude is about dangers of death, which are of rare occurrence in human life. Therefore fortitude should not be reckoned a cardinal or principal virtue. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 22, Ambrose, in his commentary on Luke 6:20, and Augustine, in his Of the Morals of the Catholic Church and the Morals of the Manichaeans 15, number fortitude among the four cardinal or principal virtues. I answer that, as stated above (I Secundae, question 21, Articles 3 and 4), those virtues are said to be cardinal or principal, which have a foremost claim to that which belongs to the virtues in common. And among other conditions of virtue in general, one is that it is stated to act steadfastly, according to Ethic. ii, 4. Now fortitude above all lays claim to praise for steadfastness, because he that stands firm is so much the more praised, as he is more strongly impelled to fall or recede. Now man is impelled to recede from that which is in accordance with reason, both by the pleasing good and the displeasing evil. But bodily pain impels him more strongly than pleasure. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 36, "There is none that does not shun pain more than he desires pleasure. For we perceive that even the most untamed beasts are deterred from the greatest pleasures by the fear of pain." And among the pains of the mind and dangers, those are mostly feared which lead to death, and it is against them that the brave man stands firm. Therefore fortitude is a cardinal virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Daring and anger do not cooperate with fortitude in its act of endurance, wherein its steadfastness is chiefly commended. For it is by that act that the brave man curbs fear, which is a principal passion, as stated above (I II, Secundae, question 25, A. 4). Reply Obj. 2: Virtue is directed to the good of reason which it behooves to safeguard against the onslaught of evils; and fortitude is directed to evils of the body as contraries which it withstands, and to the good of reason as the end which it intends to safeguard. Reply Obj. 3: Though dangers of death are of rare occurrence, yet the occasions of those dangers occur frequently, since on account of justice which he pursues, and also on account of other good deeds, man encounters mortal adversaries. _______________________ TWELFTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 12] Whether Fortitude Excels Among All Other Virtues? Objection 1: It seems that fortitude excels among all other virtues. For Ambrose says (De Officiis et Clergy i): "Fortitude is higher, so to speak, than the rest." Obj. 2: Further, virtue is about that which is difficult and good. But fortitude is about most difficult things. Therefore it is the greatest of the virtues. Obj. 3: Further, the person of a man is more excellent than his possessions. But fortitude is about a man's person, for it is this that a man exposes to the danger of death for the good of virtue; whereas justice and the other moral virtues are about other and external things. Therefore fortitude is the chief of the moral virtues. Obj. 4: On the contrary, Tully says (De Officiis et Clergy i): "Justice is the most resplendent of the virtues and gives its name to a good man." Obj. 5: Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. i, 19): "Those virtues must needs be greatest which are most profitable to others." Now liberality seems to be more useful than fortitude. Therefore it is a greater virtue. I answer that, As Augustine says (De Trin. vi), "in things that are great, but not in bulk, to be great is to be good." Wherefore the better a virtue, the greater it is. Now reason's good is man's good, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv). Prudence, since it is a perfection of reason, has the good essentially; while justice effects this good, since it belongs to justice to establish the order of reason in all human affairs; whereas the other virtues safeguard this good, inasmuch as they moderate the passions, lest they lead man away from reason's good. As to the order of the latter, fortitude holds the first place, because fear of dangers of death has the greatest power to make man recede from the good of reason; and after fortitude comes temperance, since also pleasures of touch excel all others in hindering the good of reason. Now to be a thing essentially ranks before effecting it, and the latter ranks before safeguarding it by removing obstacles thereto. Wherefore among the cardinal virtues prudence ranks first, justice second, fortitude third, temperance fourth, and after these the other virtues. Reply to Obj. 1. Ambrose places fortitude before the other virtues in respect of a certain general utility, inasmuch as it is useful both in warfare and in matters relating to civil or home life. Hence he begins by saying On the Duties of the Clergy (1): "Now we come to treat of fortitude, which being higher, so to speak, than the others, is applicable both to warlike and to civil matters." Reply to Obj. 2. Virtue essentially regards the good rather than the difficult. Hence the greatness of a virtue is measured according to its goodness rather than its difficulty. Reply to Obj. 3. A man does not expose his person to dangers of death except in order to safeguard justice. Wherefore the praise awarded to fortitude depends somewhat on justice. Hence Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy (1) that "fortitude without justice is an occasion of injustice, since the stronger a man is, the more ready is he to oppress the weaker." The fourth argument is granted. Reply to Obj. 5. Liberality is useful in conferring certain particular favors, whereas a certain general utility attaches to fortitude, since it safeguards the whole order of justice. Hence the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. I, 9) that "just and brave men are most beloved, because they are most useful in war and peace." End of question 123. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 124 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 124. Of Martyrdom, in 5 articles. We must now consider martyrdom, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether martyrdom is an act of virtue. Second, of what virtue is it the act? Third, concerning the perfection of this act. Fourth, the pain of martyrdom. Fifth, its cause. First article: whether martyrdom is an act of virtue. Objection 1. It seems that martyrdom is not an act of virtue. For all acts of virtue are voluntary. But martyrdom is sometimes not voluntary, as in the case of the innocents who were slain for Christ's sake, and of whom Hilary says On the Gospel of Matthew 1 that "they attained the ripe age of eternity through the glory of martyrdom." Therefore martyrdom is not an act of virtue. Obj. 2. Further, nothing unlawful is an act of virtue. Now it is unlawful to kill oneself, as stated above (Q. 64, A. 5), And yet martyrdom is achieved by doing so. For Augustine says On the City of God 1 that during persecution certain holy women, in order to escape from those who threatened their chastity, threw themselves into a river, and so ended their lives, and their martyrdom is honored in the Catholic Church with most solemn veneration. Therefore, martyrdom is not an act of virtue. Obj. 3. Further, it is praiseworthy to offer oneself to do an act of virtue, but it is not praiseworthy to court martyrdom. Rather, it would seem to be presumptuous and rash. Therefore, martyrdom is not an act of virtue. On the contrary, the reward of beatitude is not due save to acts of virtue. Now, it is due to martyrdom, since it is written in Matthew 5:10, "Blessed are they that suffer persecution for justice' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Therefore, martyrdom is an act of virtue. I answer that, as stated above, in question 123, Articles 1 and 3, it belongs to virtue to safeguard man in the good of reason. Now the good of reason consists in the truth as its proper object, and in justice as its proper effect, as shown above, question 109, Articles 1 and 2, question 123, Article 12. And martyrdom consists essentially in standing firmly to truth and justice against the assaults of persecution. Hence it is evident that martyrdom is an act of virtue. Reply to Obj. 1. Some have said that in the case of the innocents, the use of their free will was miraculously accelerated, so that they suffered martyrdom even voluntarily. Since, however, Scripture contains no proof of this, it is better to say that these babes, in being slain, obtained by God's grace the glory of martyrdom, which others acquire by their own will. For the shedding of one's blood for Christ's sake takes the place of baptism. Wherefore, just as in the case of baptized children, the merit of Christ is conducive to the acquisition of glory through the baptismal grace, so in those who were slain for Christ's sake, the merit of Christ's martyrdom is conducive to the acquisition of the martyr's palm. Hence Augustine says in a sermon on the Epiphany, number 46, as though he were addressing them, "A man that does not believe that children are benefited by the baptism of Christ will doubt of your being crowned in suffering for Christ. You are not old enough to believe in Christ's future sufferings, but you had a body wherein you could endure suffering of Christ who was to suffer." Reply to Obj. 2. Augustine says On the City of God 1 that possibly the Church was induced by certain credible witnesses of divine authority thus to honor the memory of those holy women. Confer question 64, Article 1, Second Reply. Reply to Obj. 3. The precepts of the law are about acts of virtue. Now it has been stated in Prima Secundae, question 108, Article 1, Fourth Reply, that some of the precepts of the divine law are to be understood in reference to the preparation of the mind, in the sense that man ought to be prepared to do such and such a thing, whenever expedient. In the same way, certain things belong to an act of virtue as regards the preparation of the mind, so that in such and such a case a man should act according to reason. And this observation would seem very much to the point in the case of martyrdom, which consists in the right endurance of sufferings unjustly inflicted. Nor ought a man to give another an occasion of acting unjustly, yet if anyone act unjustly, one ought to endure it in moderation. Second article: whether martyrdom is an act of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that martyrdom is not an act of fortitude. For the Greek martyr signifies a witness. Now witness is borne to the faith of Christ, according to Acts 1:8, "You shall be witnesses unto me," etc. And Maximus says in a sermon, "The mother of martyrs is the Catholic faith, which those glorious warriors have sealed with their blood." Therefore martyrdom is an act of faith rather than of fortitude. Objection 2: Further, a praiseworthy act belongs chiefly to the virtue which inclines thereto, is manifested thereby, and without which the act avails nothing. Now charity is the chief incentive to martyrdom. Thus Maximus says in a sermon, "The charity of Christ is victorious in his martyrs." Again, the greatest proof of charity lies in the act of martyrdom, according to John 15:13, "Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Moreover, without charity martyrdom avails nothing, according to 1 Corinthians 13:3, "If I should deliver my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing." Therefore martyrdom is an act of charity rather than of fortitude. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says in a sermon on Saint Cyprian, "It is easy to honor a martyr by singing his praises, but it is a great thing to imitate his faith and patience." Now that which calls chiefly for praise in a virtuous act is the virtue of which it is the act. Therefore martyrdom is an act of patience rather than of fortitude. On the contrary, Cyprian says in his letter to Martyrs and Confessors (2), "Blessed martyrs, with what praise shall I extol you? Most valiant warriors, how shall I find words to proclaim the strength of your courage?" Now a person is praised on account of the virtue whose act he performs. Therefore martyrdom is an act of fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 1 and following, it belongs to fortitude to strengthen man in the good of virtue, especially against dangers, and chiefly against dangers of death, and most of all against those that occur in battle. Now it is evident that in martyrdom man is firmly strengthened in the good of virtue, since he cleaves to faith and justice, notwithstanding the threatening danger of death, the imminence of which is moreover due to a kind of particular contest with his persecutors. Hence Cyprian says in a sermon, his letter to Martyrs and Confessors (2), "The crowd of onlookers wondered to see an unearthly battle, and Christ's servants fighting erect, undaunted in speech, with souls unmoved, and strength divine." Wherefore it is evident that martyrdom is an act of fortitude, for which reason the Church reads in the office of martyrs, "They became valiant in battle." Cf. Hebrews 11:34. Reply to Obj. 1: Two things must be considered in the act of fortitude. One is the good wherein the brave man is strengthened, and this is the end of fortitude. The other is the firmness itself, whereby a man does not yield to contraries that hinder him from achieving that good, and in this consists the essence of fortitude. Now just as civic fortitude strengthens a man's mind in human justice, for the safeguarding of which he braves the danger of death, so gratuitous fortitude strengthens man's soul in the good of divine justice, which is "through faith in Christ Jesus," according to Romans 3:22. Thus martyrdom is related to faith as the end in which one is strengthened, but to fortitude as the eliciting habit. Reply to Obj. 2. Charity inclines one to the act of martyrdom as its first and chief motive cause, being the virtue commanding it, whereas fortitude inclines thereto as being its proper motive cause, being the virtue that elicits it. Hence martyrdom is an act of charity as commanding, and of fortitude as eliciting. For this reason also it manifests both virtues. It is due to charity that it is meritorious, like any other act of virtue, and for this reason it avails not without charity. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above, in question 123, Article 6, the chief act of fortitude is endurance. To this, and not to its secondary act, which is aggression, martyrdom belongs. And since patience serves fortitude on the part of its chief act, notably endurance, hence it is that martyrs are also praised for their patience. Third article: whether martyrdom is an act of the greatest perfection. Objection 1. It seems that martyrdom is not an act of the greatest perfection. For seemingly, that which is a matter of counsel and not of precept pertains to perfection, because, to wit, it is not necessary for salvation. But it would seem that martyrdom is necessary for salvation, since the Apostle says in Romans 10:10, "With the heart we believe unto justice, but with the mouth confession is made unto salvation." And it is written in 1 John 3:16 that "we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren." Therefore martyrdom does not attain to perfection. Obj. 2. Further, it seems to point to greater perfection that a man give his soul to God, which is done by obedience, than that he give God his body, which is done by martyrdom. Wherefore Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that "obedience is preferable to all sacrifices." Therefore martyrdom is not an act of the greatest perfection. Obj. 3. Further, it would seem better to do good to others than to maintain oneself in good, since the good of the nation is better than the good of the individual, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:2. Now he that suffers martyrdom profits himself alone, whereas he that teaches does good to many. Therefore the act of teaching and guiding subjects is more perfect than the act of martyrdom. On the contrary, Augustine, in his On Holy Virginity 46, prefers martyrdom to virginity, which pertains to perfection. Therefore martyrdom seems to belong to perfection in the highest degree. I answer that we may speak of an act of virtue in two ways. First, with regard to the species of that act, as compared to the virtue proximately eliciting it. In this way martyrdom, which consists in the due endurance of death, cannot be the most perfect of virtuous acts, because endurance of death is not praiseworthy in itself, but only in so far as it is directed to some good consisting in an act of virtue, such as faith or the love of God, so that this act of virtue being the end is better. A virtuous act may be considered in another way, in comparison with its first motive cause, which is the love of charity, and it is in this respect that an act comes to belong to the perfection of life, since, as the Apostle says in Colossians 3:14 that "charity is the bond of perfection." Now, of all virtuous acts, martyrdom is the greatest proof of the perfection of charity, since a man's love for a thing is proved to be so much the greater, according as that which he despises for its sake is more dear to him, or that which he chooses to suffer for its sake is more odious. But it is evident that of all the goods of the present life, man loves life itself most, and on the other hand, he hates death more than anything, especially when it is accompanied by the pains of bodily torment. From fear of which even dumb animals refrain from the greatest pleasures, as Augustine observes in his 83 Questions, question 36. And from this point of view, it is clear that martyrdom is the most perfect of human acts in respect of its genus, as being the sign of the greatest charity, according to John 15:13. "Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Reply to Obj. 1: There is no act of perfection which is a matter of counsel, but what in certain cases is a matter of precept, as being necessary for salvation. Thus Augustine declares in his On Adulterous Marriages (13) that a man is under the obligation of observing continency through the absence or sickness of his wife. Hence it is not contrary to the perfection of martyrdom, if in certain cases it be necessary for salvation, since there are cases when it is not necessary for salvation to suffer martyrdom. Thus we read of many holy martyrs who through zeal for their faith or brotherly love gave themselves up to martyrdom of their own accord. As to these precepts, they are to be understood as referring to the preparation of the mind. Reply to Obj. 2: Martyrdom embraces the highest possible degree of obedience, namely, obedience unto death. Thus we read of Christ in Philippians 2:8 that he became "obedient unto death." Hence it is evident that martyrdom is of itself more perfect than obedience considered absolutely. Reply to Obj. 3: This argument considers martyrdom according to the proper species of its act, whence it derives no excellence over all the other virtuous acts. Thus neither is fortitude more excellent than all virtues. Fourth article: Whether death is essential to martyrdom? Objection 1: It seems that death is not essential to martyrdom. For Jerome says in a sermon on the Assumption, his letter to Paulina and Eustochium, "I should say rightly that the Mother of God was both virgin and martyr, although she ended her days in peace." And Gregory says in his third homily on the Gospel, "Although persecution has ceased to offer the opportunity, yet the peace we enjoy is not without its martyrdom, since even if we no longer yield the life of the body to the sword, yet do we slay fleshly desires in the soul with the sword of the Spirit." Therefore there can be martyrdom without suffering death. Objection 2: Further, we read of certain women as commended for despising life for the sake of safeguarding the integrity of the flesh. Wherefore seemingly the integrity of chastity is preferable to the life of the body. Now sometimes the integrity of the flesh has been forfeited or has been threatened in confession of the Christian faith, as in the case of Agnes and Lucy. Therefore it seems that the name of martyr should be accorded to a woman who forfeits the integrity of the flesh for the sake of Christ's faith, rather than if she were to forfeit even the life of the body. Wherefore also Lucy said, If thou causest me to be violated against my will, my chastity will gain me a twofold crown." Obj. 3: Further, martyrdom is an act of fortitude. But it belongs to fortitude to brave not only death but also other hardships, as Augustine declares (De Music vi). Now there are many other hardships besides death, which one may suffer for Christ's faith, namely imprisonment, exile, being stripped of one's goods, as mentioned in Hebrews 10:34, for which reason we celebrate the martyrdom of Pope Saint Marcellus, notwithstanding that he died in prison. Therefore it is not essential to martyrdom that one suffer the pain of death. Obj. 4: Further, martyrdom is a meritorious act, as stated above (A. 2, First Reply, and A. 3). Now it cannot be a meritorious act after death. Therefore it is before death, and consequently death is not essential to martyrdom. On the contrary, Maximus says in a sermon on the martyrs that "in dying for the faith he conquers who would have been vanquished in living without faith." I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), a martyr is so called as being a witness to the Christian faith, which teaches us to despise things visible for the sake of things invisible, as stated in Hebrews 11. Accordingly, it belongs to martyrdom that a man bear witness to the faith in showing by deed that he despises all things present, in order to obtain invisible goods to come. Now so long as a man retains the life of the body, he does not show by deed that he despises all things relating to the body. For men are wont to despise both their kindred and all they possess, and even to suffer bodily pain rather than lose life. Hence Satan testified against Job (Job 2:4), "Skin for skin, and all that a man hath he will give for his soul." Translator's note: the Douay version translates soul as life. That is, for the life of his body. Therefore the perfect notion of martyrdom requires that a man suffer death for Christ's sake. Reply Obj. 1: The authorities quoted, and the like that one may meet with, speak of martyrdom by way of similitude. Reply Obj. 2: When a woman forfeits the integrity of the flesh, or is condemned to forfeit it under pretext of the Christian faith, it is not evident to men whether she suffers this for love of the Christian faith, or rather through contempt of chastity. Wherefore, in the sight of men, her testimony is not held to be sufficient, and consequently this is not martyrdom properly speaking. In the sight of God, however, who searcheth the heart, this may be deemed worthy of a reward, as Lucy said. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above in Question 123, Articles 4 and 5, fortitude regards danger of death chiefly, and other dangers consequently. Wherefore a person is not called a martyr merely for suffering imprisonment, or exile, or forfeiture of his wealth, except in so far as these result in death. Reply Obj. 4: The merit of martyrdom is not after death, but in the voluntary endurance of death, namely in the fact that a person willingly suffers being put to death. It happens sometimes, however, that a man lives for some time after being mortally wounded for Christ's sake, or after suffering for the faith of Christ any other kind of hardship inflicted by persecution and continued until death ensues. The act of martyrdom is meritorious while a man is in this state, and at the very time that he is suffering these hardships. Fifth article: whether faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. Objection 1. It seems that faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. For it is written in 1 Peter 4:15 and 16, "Let none of you suffer as a murderer, or a thief, or a railer, or a coveter of other men's things. But if as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, let him glorify God in this name." Now a man is said to be a Christian because he holds the faith of Christ. Therefore only faith in Christ gives the glory of martyrdom to those who suffer. Objection 2. Further, a martyr is a kind of witness. But witness is borne to the truth alone. Now one is not called a martyr for bearing witness to any truth, but only for witnessing to the divine truth. Otherwise a man would be a martyr if he were to die for confessing a truth of geometry or some other speculative science, which seems ridiculous. Therefore, faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. Objection 3. Further, those virtuous deeds would seem to be of most account which are directed to the common good, since "the good of the nation is better than the good of the individual," according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:2. If, then, some other good were the cause of martyrdom, it would seem that, before all, those would be martyrs who die for the defense of their country. Yet this is not consistent with church observance, for we do not celebrate the martyrdom of those who die in a just war. Therefore, faith alone is the cause of martyrdom. On the contrary, it is written in Matthew 15:10, "Blessed are they that suffer persecution for justice' sake," which pertains to martyrdom, according to a gloss as well as Jerome's commentary on this passage. Now, not only faith, but also the other virtues pertain to justice. Therefore, other virtues can be the cause of martyrdom. I answer that, as stated above in Article 4, martyrs are so called as being witnesses, because by suffering in body unto death they bear witness to the truth. Not indeed to any truth, but to the truth which is in accordance with godliness, and was made known to us by Christ. Wherefore, Christ's martyrs are his witnesses. Now this truth is the truth of faith. Wherefore, the cause of all martyrdom is the truth of faith. But the truth of faith includes not only inward belief, but also outward profession, which is expressed not only by words, whereby one confesses the faith, but also by deeds, whereby a person shows that he has faith, according to James 2:18, "I will show thee by works my faith." Hence it is written of certain people, Titus 1:16, "They profess that they know God, but in their works they deny him." Thus all virtuous deeds, inasmuch as they are referred to God, are professions of the faith whereby we come to know that God requires these works of us, and rewards us for them. And in this way they can be the cause of martyrdom. For this reason the Church celebrates the martyrdom of Blessed John the Baptist, who suffered death not for refusing to deny the faith, but for reproving adultery. Reply to Obj. 1. A Christian is one who is Christ's. Now a person is said to be Christ's, not only through having faith in Christ, but also because he is actuated to virtuous deeds by the Spirit of Christ, according to Romans 8:9. "If any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. And again, because in imitation of Christ he is dead to sins, according to Galatians 5:24. They that are Christ's have crucified their flesh with the vices and concupiscences. Hence, to suffer as a Christian is not only to suffer in confession of the faith, which is done by words, but also to suffer for doing any good work, and for avoiding any sin, for Christ's sake, because this all comes under the head of witnessing to the faith. Reply to Obj. 2. The truth of other sciences has no connection with the worship of the Godhead. Hence it is not called truth according to godliness, and consequently the confession thereof cannot be said to be the direct cause of martyrdom. Yet, since every lie is a sin, as stated above, in question 110, articles 3 and 4, avoidance of a lie, to whatever truth it may be contrary, may be the cause of martyrdom, inasmuch as a lie is a sin against the divine law. Reply to Obj. 3. The good of one's country is paramount among human goods. Yet the divine good, which is the proper cause of martyrdom, is of more account than human good. Nevertheless, since human good may become divine, for instance when it is referred to God, it follows that any human good, in so far as it is referred to God, may be the cause of martyrdom.
End of question 124. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 125 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 125. Of Fear, in 4 articles. Translator's note. St. Thomas calls this vice indifferently fear and timidity. The translation requires one to adhere to these terms on account of the connection with the passion of fear. Otherwise, cowardice would be a better rendering. We must now consider the vices opposed to fortitude. 1. Fear. 2. Fearlessness. 3. Daring. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether fear is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to fortitude. Third, whether it is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether it excuses from sin or diminishes it. First article, whether fear is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a sin. For fear is a passion, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, article 4, and in question 42. Now we are neither praised nor blamed for passions, as stated in Ethics 2. Since, then, every sin is blameworthy, it seems that fear is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Nothing that is commanded in the divine law is a sin, since the law of the Lord is unspotted, according to Psalm 18:8. Yet fear is commanded in God's law, for it is written in Ephesians 6:5, Servants, be obedient to them that are your lords according to the flesh, with fear and trembling. Therefore, fear is not a sin. Objection 3 further, nothing that is naturally in man is a sin, for sin is contrary to nature according to Damascene in On the True Faith 3. Now fear is natural to man, wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 3:7 that a man would be insane or insensible to pain if nothing, not even earthquakes nor deluges, inspired him with fear. Therefore, fear is not a sin. On the contrary, our Lord said in Matthew 10:28, "Fear ye not them that kill the body." And it is written in Ezekiel 2:6, "Fear not, neither be thou afraid of their words." I answer that a human act is said to be a sin on account of its being inordinate, because the good of a human act consists in order, as stated above, in question 109, Article 2, and in question 114, Article 1. Now this due order requires that the appetite be subject to the ruling of reason. And reason dictates that certain things should be shunned, and some sought after. Among things to be shunned, it dictates that some are to be shunned more than others, and among things to be sought after, that some are to be sought after more than others. Moreover, the more a good is to be sought after, the more is the opposite evil to be shunned. The result is that the reason dictates that certain goods are to be sought after more than certain evils are to be avoided. Accordingly, when the appetite shuns what the reason dictates that we should endure rather than forfeit others that we should rather seek for, fear is inordinate and sinful. On the other hand, when the appetite fears so as to shun what reason requires to be shunned, the appetite is neither inordinate nor sinful. Reply to Objection 1. Fear, in its generic acception, denotes avoidance in general. Hence, in this way, it does not include the notion of good or evil. And the same applies to every other passion. Wherefore, the philosopher says that passions call for neither praise nor blame, because, to wit, we neither praise nor blame those who are angry or afraid, but only those who behave thus in an ordinate or inordinate manner. Reply to Objection 2. The fear which the Apostle inculcates is in accordance with reason, namely that servants should fear lest they be lacking in the service they owe their masters. Reply to Objection 3. Reason dictates that we should shun the evils that we cannot withstand, and the endurance of which profits us nothing. Hence there is no sin in fearing them. Second article. Whether the sin of fear is contrary to fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that the sin of fear is not contrary to fortitude, because fortitude is about dangers of death, as stated above in question 123, Articles 4 and 5. But the sin of fear is not always connected with dangers of death. For a gloss on Psalm 127, verse 1, "Blessed are they that fear the Lord," says that it is human fear whereby we dread to suffer carnal dangers or to lose worldly goods. Again, a gloss on Matthew 27:44, "He prayed the third time, saying the selfsame word," says that evil fear is threefold: fear of death, fear of pain, and fear of contempt. Therefore, the sin of fear is not contrary to fortitude. Objection 2 further. The chief reason why a man is commended for fortitude is that he exposes himself to the danger of death. Now, sometimes a man exposes himself to death through fear of slavery or shame. Thus Augustine relates in On the City of God 1 that Cato, in order not to be Caesar's slave, gave himself up to death. Therefore, the sin of fear bears a certain likeness to fortitude, instead of being opposed thereto. Objection 3. Further, all despair arises from fear. But despair is opposed not to fortitude, but to hope, as stated above in question 20, Article 1, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 4. Neither, therefore, is the sin of fear opposed to fortitude. On the contrary, the philosopher, in Ethics 2:7 and Ethics 3:7, states that timidity is opposed to fortitude. I answer that as stated above in question 19, Article 3, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 43, Article 1. All fear arises from love, since no one fears save what is contrary to something he loves. Now, love is not confined to any particular kind of virtue or vice, but ordinate love is included in every virtue, since every virtuous man loves the good proper to his virtue, while inordinate love is included in every sin, because inordinate love gives use to inordinate desire. Hence, in like manner, inordinate fear is included in every sin. Thus, the covetous man fears the loss of money, the intemperate man the loss of pleasure, and so on. But the greatest fear of all is that which has the danger of death for its object, as we find proved in Ethics 3:6. Wherefore the inordinateness of this fear is opposed to fortitude which regards dangers of death. For this reason, timidity is said to be antonomastically opposed to fortitude. Translator's note: antonomasia is the figure of speech whereby we substitute the general for the individual term. For example, the philosopher for Aristotle. And so timidity, which is inordinate fear of any evil, is employed to denote inordinate fear of the danger of death. End of note. Reply to Objection 1. The passages quoted refer to inordinate fear in its generic acception, which can be opposed to various virtues. Reply to Objection 2. Human acts are estimated chiefly with reference to the end, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, Article 3, as well as in question 18, Article 6. And it belongs to a brave man to expose himself to danger of death for the sake of a good. But a man who exposes himself to danger of death in order to escape from slavery or hardships is overcome by fear, which is contrary to fortitude. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 3:7 that to die in order to escape poverty, lust, or something disagreeable is an act not of fortitude but of cowardice. For to shun hardships is a mark of effeminacy. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 45, Article 2, fear is the beginning of despair, even as hope is the beginning of daring. Wherefore, just as fortitude, which employs daring in moderation, presupposes hope, so, on the other hand, despair proceeds from some kind of fear. It does not follow, however, that any kind of despair results from any kind of fear, but that only from fear of the same kind. Now the despair that is opposed to hope is referred to another kind, namely to divine things, whereas the fear that is opposed to fortitude regards dangers of death. Hence the argument does not prove. Third article: whether fear is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that fear is not a mortal sin. For, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, article 1, fear is in the irascible faculty, which is a part of the sensuality. Now, there is none but venial sin in the sensuality, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 74, article 4. Therefore, fear is not a mortal sin. Objection 2. Further, every mortal sin turns the heart wholly from God. But fear does not do this. For a gloss on Judges 7:3, whoever is fearful, etc., says that a man is fearful when he trembles at the very thought of conflict, yet he is not so wholly terrified at heart, but that he can rally and take courage. Therefore, fear is not a mortal sin. Objection 3. Further, mortal sin is a lapse not only from perfection, but also from a precept. But fear does not make one lapse from a precept, but only from perfection. For a gloss on Deuteronomy 20, verse 8, "What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted?" says, "We learn from this that no man can take up the profession of contemplation or spiritual warfare if he still fears to be despoiled of earthly riches." Therefore, fear is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, for mortal sin alone is the pain of hell due, and yet this is due to the fearful, according to Apocalypse 21, verse 8. But the fearful, and unbelieving, and the abominable, etc., shall have their portion in the pool burning with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Therefore, fear is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, fear is a sin through being inordinate, that is to say, through shunning what ought not to be shunned according to reason. Now sometimes this inordinateness of fear is confined to the sensitive appetites, without the accession of the rational appetite's consent, and then it cannot be a mortal but only a venial sin. But sometimes this inordinateness of fear reaches to the rational appetite, which is called the will, which deliberately shuns something against the dictate of reason. And this inordinateness of fear is sometimes a mortal, sometimes a venial sin. For if a man, through fear of the danger of death or of any other temporal evil, is so disposed as to do what is forbidden, or to omit what is commanded by the divine law, such fear is a mortal sin. Otherwise, it is a venial sin. Reply to Objection 1. This argument considers fear as confined to the sensuality. Reply to Objection 2. This gloss can also be understood as referring to the fear that is confined within the sensuality. Or better still, we may reply that a man is terrified with his whole heart when fear banishes his courage beyond remedy. Now, even when fear is a mortal sin, it may happen, nevertheless, that one is not so willfully terrified that one cannot be persuaded to put fear aside. Thus, sometimes a man sins mortally by consenting to concupiscence, and is turned aside from accomplishing what he purposed doing. Reply to Obj. 3. This gloss speaks of the fear that turns man aside from a good that is necessary, not for the fulfillment of a precept, but for the perfection of a counsel. Such like fear is not a mortal sin, but is sometimes venial. And sometimes it is not a sin, for instance, when one has a reasonable cause for fear. Fourth article: whether fear excuses from sin. Objection 1. It seems that fear does not excuse from sin. For fear is a sin, as stated above in Article 1. But sin does not excuse from sin, rather does it aggravate it. Therefore, fear does not excuse from sin. Objection 2. Further, if any fear excuses from sin, most of all would this be true of the fear of death, to which, as the saying is, a courageous man is subject. Yet this fear seemingly is no excuse, because, since death comes of necessity to all, it does not seem to be an object of fear. Therefore, fear does not excuse from sin. Objection 3 further. All fear is of evil, either temporal or spiritual. Now, fear of spiritual evil cannot excuse sin, because instead of inducing one to sin, it withdraws one from sin. And fear of temporal evil does not excuse from sin, because, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:6, one should not fear poverty, nor sickness, nor anything that is not a result of one's own wickedness. Therefore, it seems that in no sense does fear excuse from sin. On the contrary, it is stated in the Decretals, "A man who has been forcibly and unwillingly ordained by heretics has an ostensible excuse." I answer that, as stated above in Article 3. Fear is sinful insofar as it runs counter to the order of reason. Now, reason judges certain evils to be shunned rather than others. Wherefore, it is no sin not to shun what is less to be shunned, in order to avoid what reason judges to be more avoided. Thus, death of the body is more to be avoided than the loss of temporal goods. Hence, a man would be excused from sin if, through fear of death, he were to promise or give something to a robber, and yet he would be guilty of sin were he to give to sinners, rather than to the good to whom he should give in preference. On the other hand, if through fear a man were to avoid evils which according to reason are less to be avoided, and so incur evils which according to reason are more to be avoided, he could not be wholly excused from sin, because such like fear would be inordinate. Now, the evils of the soul are more to be feared than the evils of the body, and the evils of the body more than evils of external things. Wherefore, if one were to incur evils of the soul, namely sins, in order to avoid evils of the body, such as blows or death, or evils of external things, such as loss of money, or if one were to endure evils of the body in order to avoid loss of money, one would not be wholly excused from sin. Yet one sin would be extenuated somewhat, for what is done through fear is less voluntary, because when fear lays hold of a man, he is under a certain necessity of doing a certain thing. Hence the Philosopher, in Ethics 3:1, says that these things that are done through fear are not simply voluntary, but a mixture of voluntary and involuntary. Reply to objection 1. Fear excuses, not in the point of its sinfulness, but in the point of its involuntariness. Reply to objection 2. Although death comes of necessity to all, yet the shortening of temporal life is an evil and consequently an object of fear. Reply to objection 3. According to the opinion of Stoics, who held temporal goods not to be man's goods, it follows in consequence that temporal evils are not man's evils, and that therefore they are nowise to be feared. But according to Augustine, these temporal things are goods of the least account, and this was also the opinion of the Peripatetics. Hence their contraries are indeed to be feared, but not so much that one ought for their sake to renounce that which is good according to virtue. End of question 125. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 126 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 126, of fearlessness, in 2 articles. We must now consider the vice of fearlessness, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a sin to be fearless. Second, whether it is opposed to fortitude. First article, whether fearlessness is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that fearlessness is not a sin. For that which is reckoned to the praise of a just man is not a sin. Now, it is written in praise of the just man in Proverbs 21 verse 1, "The just, bold as a lion, shall be without dread." Therefore, it is not a sin to be without fear. Objection 2. Further, nothing is so fearful as death, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:6. Yet one ought not to fear even death, according to Matthew 10:28. "Fear ye not them that kill the body," etc. Nor anything that can be inflicted by man, according to Isaiah 51:12. "Who art thou, thou that shouldest be afraid of a mortal man?" Therefore, it is not a sin to be fearless. Objection 3. Further, fear is born of love, as stated above in question 125, Article 2. Now it belongs to the perfection of virtue to love nothing earthly, since according to Augustine, in On the City of God 14, "The love of God to the abasement of self makes us citizens of the heavenly city." Therefore, it is seemingly not a sin to fear nothing earthly. On the contrary, it is said of the unjust judge in Luke 18:2 that "he feared not God, nor regarded man." I answer that, since fear is born of love, we must seemingly judge alike of love and fear. Now, it is here a question of that fear whereby one dreads temporal evils, and which results from the love of temporal goods. And every man has it instilled in him by nature to love his own life and whatever is directed thereto, and to do so in due measure, that is, to love these things not as placing his end therein, but as things to be used for the sake of his last end. Hence it is contrary to the natural inclination, and therefore a sin, to fall short of loving them in due measure. Nevertheless, one never lapses entirely from this love, since what is natural cannot be wholly lost, for which reason the Apostle says in Ephesians 5:29, "No man ever hated his own flesh." Wherefore, even those that slay themselves do so from love of their own flesh, which they desire to free from present stress. Hence it may happen that a man fears death and other temporal evils less than he ought, for the reason that he loves them less than he ought. But that he fear none of these things cannot result from an entire lack of love, but only from the fact that he thinks it impossible for him to be afflicted by the evils contrary to the goods he loves. This is sometimes the result of pride of soul, presuming on self and despising others, according to the saying of Job 41, verses 24 and 25. "He was made to fear no one, he beholdeth every high thing." And sometimes it happens through a defect in the reason. Thus the philosopher says in Ethics 3:7 that "the Celts through lack of intelligence fear nothing." It is therefore evident that fearlessness is a vice, whether it result from lack of love, pride of soul, or dullness of understanding. Yet the latter is excused from sin if it be invincible. Reply to Objection 1. The just man is praised for being without fear that withdraws him from good. Not that he is altogether fearless, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 1:28, "He that is without fear cannot be justified." Reply to Objection 2. Death and whatever else can be afflicted by mortal man are not to be feared so that they make us forsake justice, but they are to be feared as hindering man in acts of virtue, either as regards himself or as regards the progress he may cause in others. Hence it is written in Proverbs 14:16, "A wise man feareth and declineth from evil." Reply to Objection 3. Temporal goods are to be despised as hindering us from loving and serving God, and on the same score they are not to be feared. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 34:16, "He that feareth the Lord shall tremble at nothing." But temporal goods are not to be despised, insofar as they are helping us instrumentally to attain to those things that pertain to divine fear and love. Second article: whether fearlessness is opposed to fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that fearlessness is not opposed to fortitude. For we judge of habits by their acts. Now, no act of fortitude is hindered by a man being fearless, since if fear be removed, one is both brave to endure and daring to attack. Therefore, fearlessness is not opposed to fortitude. Objection 2, further, fearlessness is a vice, either through lack of due love, or on account of pride, or by reason of folly. Now lack of due love is opposed to charity, pride is contrary to humility, and folly to prudence or wisdom. Therefore, the vice of fearlessness is not opposed to fortitude. Objection 3. Further, vices are opposed to virtue and extremes to the mean. But one mean has only one extreme on the other side. Since then fortitude has fear opposed to it on the one side and daring on the other, it seems that fearlessness is not opposed thereto. On the contrary, the philosopher, in Ethics 3, reckons fearlessness to be opposed to fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 3, fortitude is concerned about fear and daring. Now, every moral virtue observes the rational mean in the matter about which it is concerned. Hence it belongs to fortitude that man should moderate his fear according to reason, namely, that he should fear what he ought, and when he ought, and so forth. Now, this mode of reason may be corrupted either by excess or by deficiency. Wherefore, just as timidity is opposed to fortitude by excess of fear, insofar as a man fears what he ought not, and as he ought not, so too fearlessness is opposed thereto by deficiency of fear, insofar as a man fears not what he ought to fear. Reply to Objection 1. The act of fortitude is to endure death without fear, and to be aggressive, not anyhow, but according to reason. This the fearless man does not do. Reply to Objection 2. Fearlessness, by its specific nature, corrupts the mean of fortitude, wherefore it is opposed to fortitude directly. But in respect of its causes, nothing hinders it from being opposed to other virtues. Reply to Objection 3. The vice of daring is opposed to fortitude by excess of daring, and fearlessness by deficiency of fear. Fortitude imposes the mean on each passion. Hence there is nothing unreasonable in its having different extremes in different respects. End of question 126. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 127 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 127. Of daring. Translator's note: daring understood as excessive daring or foolhardiness. In 2 articles. We must now consider daring, and under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether daring is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to fortitude. First article, whether daring is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that daring is not a sin. For it is written in Job 39:21, concerning the horse by which, according to Gregory, the godly preacher is denoted, that he goeth forth boldly to meet armed men. But no vice redounds to a man's praise. Therefore, it is not a sin to be daring. Objection 2 further, according to the philosopher in Ethics 6:9, one should take counsel in thought, and do quickly what has been counselled. But daring helps this quickness in doing. Therefore, daring is not sinful, but praiseworthy. Objection 3. Further, daring is a passion caused by hope, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 45, Article 2, when we were treating of the passions. But hope is accounted not a sin, but a virtue. Neither, therefore, should daring be accounted a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 8:18, "Go not on the way with a bold man, lest he burden thee with his evils." Now no man's fellowship is to be avoided, save on account of sin. Therefore, daring is a sin. I answer that daring, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, Article 1, as well as in question 55, is a passion. Now a passion is sometimes moderated according to reason, and sometimes it lacks moderation, either by excess or by deficiency, and on this account the passion is sinful. Again, the names of the passions are sometimes employed in the sense of excess. Thus we speak of anger meaning not any, but excessive anger, in which case it is sinful. And in the same way, daring, as implying excess, is accounted a sin. Reply to Objection 1. The daring spoken of there is that which is moderated by reason, for in that sense it belongs to the virtue of fortitude. Reply to Objection 2. It is praiseworthy to act quickly after taking counsel, which is an act of reason. But to wish to act quickly before taking counsel is not praiseworthy, but sinful. For this would be to act rashly, which is a vice contrary to prudence, as stated above in question 58, Article 3. Wherefore daring which leads one to act quickly is so far praiseworthy as it is directed by reason. Reply to Objection 3. Some vices are unnamed, and so also are some virtues, as the Philosopher remarks in Ethics 2:7 and in Ethics 4:4, 5, and 6. Hence the names of certain passions have to be applied to certain vices and virtues, and in order to designate vices we employ especially the names of those passions, the object of which is an evil, as in the case of hatred, fear, anger, and daring. But hope and love have a good for this object, and so we use them rather to designate virtues. Second article: whether daring is opposed to fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that daring is not opposed to fortitude. For excess of daring seems to result from presumption of mind. But presumption pertains to pride, which is opposed to humility. Therefore, daring is opposed to humility rather than to fortitude. Objection 2. Further, daring does not seem to call for blame, except in so far as it results in harm either to the daring person who puts himself in danger inordinately, or to others whom he attacks with daring or exposes to danger. But this seemingly pertains to injustice. Therefore, daring, as designating a sin, is opposed not to fortitude, but to justice. Objection 3. Further, fortitude is concerned about fear and daring, as expressed above in question 123, Article 3. Now, since timidity is opposed to fortitude in respect of an excess of fear, there is another vice opposed to timidity in respect of a lack of fear. If, then, daring is opposed to fortitude in the point of excessive daring, there will likewise be a vice opposed to it in the point of deficient daring. But there is no such vice. Therefore, neither should daring be accounted a vice in opposition to fortitude. On the contrary, the philosopher, in both the second and third books of Ethics, accounts daring to be opposed to fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 126, Article 2, it belongs to a moral virtue to observe the rational mean in the matter about which it is concerned. Wherefore every vice that denotes lack of moderation in the matter of a moral virtue is opposed to that virtue as immoderate to moderate. Now daring, in so far as it denotes a vice, implies excess of passion, and this excess goes by the name of daring. Wherefore it is evident that it is opposed to the virtue of fortitude, which is concerned about fear and daring, as stated above, in question 122, Article 3. Reply to Objection 1. Opposition between vice and virtue does not depend chiefly on the cause of the vice, but on the vice's very species. Wherefore it is not necessary that daring be opposed to the same virtue as presumption, which is its cause. Reply to Objection 2. Just as the direct opposition of a vice does not depend on its cause, so neither does it depend on its effect. Now the harm done by daring is its effect. Wherefore neither does the opposition of daring depend on this. Reply to Objection 3. The movement of daring consists in a man taking the offensive against that which is in opposition to him, and nature inclines him to do this except in so far as such inclination is hindered by the fear of receiving harm from that source. Hence the vice which exceeds in daring has no contrary deficiency, save only timidity. Yet daring does not always accompany so great a lack of timidity, for as the philosopher says in Ethics 3:7, "The daring are precipitate, and eager to meet danger, yet fail when the danger is present," namely through fear. End of question 127. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 128 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 128 of the Parts of Fortitude. We must now consider the parts of fortitude. First we shall consider what are the parts of fortitude, and secondly we shall treat of each part. The article: whether the parts of fortitude are suitably assigned. Objection 1. It seems that the parts of fortitude are unsuitably assigned. For Tully, On the Art of Rhetoric 2, assigns 4 parts to fortitude, namely magnificence, confidence, patience, and perseverance. Now magnificence seems to pertain to liberality, since both are concerned about money, and a magnificent man must needs be liberal, as the philosopher observes in Ethics 4:2. But liberality is a part of justice, as stated above in question 117, Article 5. Therefore, magnificence should not be reckoned a part of fortitude. Objection 2, further, confidence is apparently the same as hope. But hope does not seem to pertain to fortitude, but is rather a virtue by itself. Therefore,
confidence should not be reckoned a part of fortitude. Objection 3. Further, fortitude makes a man behave aright in face of danger. But magnificence and confidence do not essentially imply any relation to danger. Therefore, they are not suitably reckoned as parts of fortitude. Objection 4. Further, according to Telly, On the Art of Rhetoric 2, patience denotes endurance of hardships, and he ascribes the same to fortitude. Therefore, patience is the same as fortitude, and not a part thereof. Objection 5. Further, that which is a requisite to every virtue should not be reckoned a part of a special virtue. But perseverance is required in every virtue, for it is written in Matthew 24:13, "He that shall persevere to the end, he shall be saved." Therefore, perseverance should not be accounted a part of fortitude. Objection 6. Further, Macrobius reckons 7 parts of fortitude, namely magnanimity, confidence, security, magnificence, constancy, forbearance, stability. Andronicus also reckons 7 virtues annexed to fortitude, and these are courage, strength of will, magnanimity, manliness, perseverance, magnificence. Therefore, it seems that Tully's reckoning of the parts of fortitude is incomplete. Objection 7. Further, Aristotle in Ethics 3 reckons 5 parts of fortitude. The first is civic fortitude, which produces brave deeds through fear of dishonor or punishment. The second is military fortitude, which produces brave deeds as a result of warlike art or experience. The third is the fortitude which produces brave deeds resulting from passion, especially anger. The fourth is the fortitude which makes a man act bravely through being accustomed to overcome. The fifth is the fortitude which makes a man act bravely through being unaccustomed to danger. Now, these kinds of fortitude are not comprised under any of the above enumerations. Therefore, these enumerations of the parts of fortitude are unfitting. I answer that, as stated above in question 48, a virtue can have 3 kinds of parts: subjective, integral, and potential. But fortitude, taken as a special virtue, cannot have subjective parts, since it is not divided into several specifically distinct virtues, for it is about a very special matter. However, there are quasi-integral and potential parts assigned to it. Integral parts with regard to those things the concurrence of which is requisite for an act of fortitude, and potential parts because what fortitude practices in face of the greatest hardships, namely dangers of death, certain other virtues practice in the matter of certain minor hardships, and these virtues are annexed to fortitude as secondary virtues to the principal virtue. As stated above in question 123, Articles 3 and 6, the act of fortitude is twofold: aggression and endurance. Now, 2 things are required for the act of aggression. The first regards preparation of the mind, and consists in one's having a mind ready for aggression. In this respect, Tully mentions confidence, of which he says in the Art of Rhetoric 2 that, "With this, the mind is much assured and firmly hopeful in great and honorable undertakings." The second regards the accomplishment of the deed, and consists in not failing to accomplish what one has confidently begun. In this respect, Tully mentions magnificence, which he describes as being the discussion and administration, that is, accomplishment of great and lofty undertakings, with a certain broad and noble purpose of mind, so as to combine execution with greatness of purpose. Accordingly, if these two be confined to the proper matter of fortitude, namely to dangers of death, they will be quasi-integral parts thereof, because without them there can be no fortitude, whereas if they be referred to other matters involving less hardship, they will be virtues specifically distinct from fortitude, but annexed thereto as secondary virtues to principle. Thus, magnificence is referred by the philosopher in Ethics 4 to great expenses, and magnanimity, which seems to be the same as confidence, to great honors. Again, two things are requisite for the other act of fortitude, notably endurance. The first is that the mind be not broken by sorrow, and fall away from its greatness by reason of the stress of threatening evil. In this respect, he mentions patience, which he describes as the voluntary and prolonged endurance of arduous and difficult things for the sake of virtue or profit. The other is that, by the prolonged suffering of hardships, man be not wearied so as to lose courage, according to Hebrews 12:3, that you not be wearied, fainting in your minds. In this respect, he mentions perseverance, which accordingly he describes as the fixed and continued persistence in a well-considered purpose. If these two be confined to the proper matter of fortitude, they will be quasi-integral parts thereof, but if they be referred to any kind of hardship, they will be virtues distinct from fortitude, yet annexed thereto as secondary to principle. Reply to Objection 1. Magnificence in the matter of liberality adds a certain greatness. This is connected with the notion of difficulty, which is the object of the irascible faculty, that is perfected chiefly by fortitude, and to this virtue, in this respect, it belongs. Reply to Objection 2. Hope, whereby one confides in God, is accounted a theological virtue, as stated above, in question 17, Article 5, and in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 62, Article 3. But by confidence, which here is accounted a part of fortitude, man hopes in himself, yet under God withal. Reply to Objection 3. To venture on anything great seems to involve danger, since to fail in such things is very disastrous. Wherefore, although magnificence and confidence are referred to the accomplishment of or venturing on any other great things, they have a certain connection with fortitude by reason of the imminent danger. Reply to Objection 4. Patience endures not only dangers of death, with which fortitude is concerned, without excessive sorrow, but also any other hardships or dangers. In this respect, it is accounted a virtue annexed to fortitude. But as referred to dangers of death, it is an integral part thereof. Reply to Objection 5. Perseverance, as denoting persistence in a good deed unto the end, may be a circumstance of every virtue, but it is reckoned a part of fortitude in the sense stated in the body of the article. Reply to Objection 6. Macrobius reckons the four aforesaid mentioned by Tully, namely confidence, magnificence, forbearance, which he puts in the place of patience, and firmness, which he substitutes for perseverance. And he adds 3, 2 of which, namely magnanimity and security, are comprised by Tully under the head of confidence. But Macrobius is more specific in his enumeration. because confidence denotes a man's hope for great things, and hope for anything presupposes an appetite stretching forth to great things by desire, and this belongs to magnanimity. For it has been stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 2, that hope presupposes love and desire of the thing hoped for. A still better reply is that confidence pertains to the certitude of hope, while magnanimity refers to the magnitude of the thing hoped for. Now, hope has no firmness unless its contrary be removed, for sometimes one, for one's own part, would hope for something, but hope is avoided on account of the obstacle of fear, since fear is somewhat contrary to hope, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 4, first reply. Hence, Macrobius adds security, which banishes fear. He adds a third, namely constancy, which may be comprised under magnificence. For in performing deeds of magnificence, one needs to have a constant mind. For this reason, Tully says that magnificence consists not only in accomplishing great things, but also in discussing them generously in the mind. Constancy may also pertain to perseverance, so that one may be called persevering through not desisting on account of delays, and constant through not desisting on account of any other obstacles. Those that are mentioned by Andronicus seem to amount to the same as the above. For with Tully and Macrobius he mentions perseverance and magnificence, and with Macrobius magnanimity. Strength of will is the same as patience or forbearance, for he says that strength of will is a habit that makes one ready to attempt what ought to be attempted, and to endure what reason says should be endured. That is, good courage seems to be the same as assurance, for he defines it as strength of soul in the accomplishment of its purpose. Manliness is apparently the same as confidence, for he says that manliness is a habit of self-sufficiency in matters of virtue. Besides magnificence, he mentions andragathia, that is, manly goodness, which we may render strenuousness. For magnificence consists not only in being constant in the accomplishment of great deeds, which belongs to constancy, but also in bringing a certain manly prudence and solicitude to that accomplishment, and this belongs to andragathia, strenuousness. Wherefore he says that andragathia is the virtue of a man, whereby he thinks out profitable works. Accordingly, it is evident that all these parts may be reduced to the four principal parts mentioned by Tully. Reply to Objection 7. The five mentioned by Aristotle fall short of the true notion of virtue, for though they concur in the act of fortitude, they differ as to motive, as stated above in question 123, Article 1, second reply. Wherefore, they are not reckoned parts, but modes of fortitude. End of question 128. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 129 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 129 of Magnanimity.
in 8 articles. Translator's note: magnanimity is not used in the ordinary restricted sense, but as explained by the author. We must now consider each of the parts of fortitude, including, however, the other parts under those mentioned by Tully, with the exception of confidence, for which we shall substitute magnanimity, of which Aristotle treats. Accordingly, we shall consider 1. Magnanimity, 2. Magnificence, 3. Patience, 4. Perseverance. As regards the first, we shall treat of 1. Magnanimity, 2. Of its contrary vices. Under the first head, there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether magnanimity is about honors. Second, whether magnanimity is only about great honors. Third, whether it is a virtue. Fourth, whether it is a special virtue. Fifth, whether it is a part of fortitude. Sixth, of its relation to confidence. Seventh, of its relation to assurance. Eighth, of its relation to goods of fortune. First article: whether magnanimity is about honors. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not about honors. For magnanimity is in the irascible faculty, as its very name shows, since magnanimity signifies greatness of mind, and mind denotes the irascible part, as appears from De Anima 342, where the philosopher says that in the sensitive appetite are desire and mind, that is, the concupiscible and irascible parts. But honor is a concupiscible good, since it is the reward of virtue. Therefore, it seems that magnanimity is not about honors. Objection 2, further, since magnanimity is a moral virtue, it must needs be about either passions or operations. Now, it is not about operations, for then it would be a part of justice, whence it follows that it is about passions. But honor is not a passion. Therefore, magnanimity is not about honors. Objection 3, further, the nature of magnanimity seems to regard pursuit rather than avoidance. For a man is said to be magnanimous because he tends to great things. But the virtuous are praised not for desiring honors, but for shunning them. Therefore, magnanimity is not about honors. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that magnanimity is about honor and dishonor. I answer that magnanimity, by its very name, denotes stretching forth of the mind to great things. Now, virtue bears a relationship to 2 things. First, to the matter about which is the field of its activity. Secondly, to its proper act, which consists in the right use of such matter. And since a virtuous habit is denominated chiefly from its act, a man is said to be magnanimous chiefly because he is minded to do some great act. Now, an act may be called great in 2 ways. In one way, proportionately; in another, absolutely. An act may be called great proportionately, even if it consist in the use of some small or ordinary thing, if, for instance, one make a very good use of it. But an act is simply and absolutely great when it consists in the best use of the greatest thing. The things which come into man's use are external things, and among these honor is the greatest simply, both because it is the most akin to virtue, since it is an attestation to a person's virtue, as stated above, in question 103, Articles 1 and 2, and because it is offered to God and to the best, and again because, in order to obtain honor even as to avoid shame, men set aside all other things. Now a man is said to be magnanimous in respect of things that are great absolutely and simply, just as a man is said to be brave in respect of things that are difficult simply. It follows, therefore, that magnanimity is about honors. Reply to Objection 1. Good and evil absolutely considered regard the concupiscible faculty, but insofar as the aspect of difficult is added, they belong to the irascible. Thus it is that magnanimity regards honor, inasmuch, to wit, as honor has the aspect of something great or difficult. Reply to Objection 2. Although honor is neither a passion nor an operation, yet it is the object of a passion, namely hope, which tends to a difficult good. Wherefore magnanimity is immediately about the passions of hope, and mediately about honor as the object of hope. Even so, we have stated in question 123, Articles 4 and 5, with regard to fortitude, that it is about dangers of death insofar as they are the object of fear and daring. Reply to Objection 3. Those are worthy of praise who despise riches in such a way as to do nothing unbecoming in order to obtain them, nor have too great a desire for them. If, however, one were to despise honors so as not to care to do what is worthy of honor, this would be deserving of blame. Accordingly, magnanimity is about honors in the sense that a man strives to do what is deserving of honor, yet not so as to think much of the honor accorded by man. Second article: whether magnanimity is essentially about great honors. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not essentially about great honors. For the proper matter of magnanimity is honor, as stated above in Article 1. But great and little are accidental to honor. Therefore, it is not essential to magnanimity to be about great honors. Objection 2. Further, just as magnanimity is about honor, so is meekness about anger. But it is not essential to meekness to be about either great or little anger. Therefore, neither is it essential to magnanimity to be about great honor. Objection 3. Further, small honor is less aloof from great honor than is dishonor. But magnanimity is well ordered in relation to dishonor, and consequently in relation to small honors also. Therefore, it is not only about great honors. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 that magnanimity is about great honors. I answer that, according to the philosopher in Physics 7:17 and 18, virtue is a perfection, and by this we are to understand the perfection of a power, and that it regards the extreme limit of that power, as stated in On the Heavens 1:116. Now the perfection of a power is not perceived in every operation of that power, but in such operations as are great or difficult. For every power, however imperfect, can extend to ordinary and trifling operations. Hence, it is essential to a virtue to be about the difficult and the good, as stated in Ethics 2:3. Now the difficult and the good, which amount to the same, in an act of virtue may be considered from 2 points of view. First, from the point of view of reason, insofar as it is difficult to find and establish the rational means in some particular matter, and this difficulty is found only in the act of intellectual virtues and also of justice. The other difficulty is on the part of the matter, which may involve a certain opposition to the moderation of reason, which moderation has to be applied thereto. And this difficulty regards chiefly the other moral virtues, which are about the passions, because the passions resist reason, as Dionysius states in On the Divine Names 4:4. Now, as regards the passions, it is to be observed that the greatness of this power of resistance to reason arises chiefly in some cases from the passions themselves, and in others from the things that are the objects of the passions. The passions themselves have no great power of resistance, unless they be violent, because the sensitive appetite, which is the seat of the passions, is naturally subject to reason. Hence the resisting virtues that are about these passions regard only that which is great in such passions. Thus fortitude is about very great fear and daring, temperance about the concupiscence of the greatest pleasures, and likewise meekness about the greatest anger. On the other hand, some passions have great power of resistance to reason, arising from the external things themselves that are the objects of those passions. Such are the love or desire of money or of honor. And for these it is necessary to have a virtue not only regarding that which is greatest in those passions, but also about that which is ordinary or little, because things external, though they be little, are very desirable, as being necessary for human life. Hence, with regard to the desire of money, there are 2 virtues, one about ordinary or little sums of money, namely liberality, and another about large sums of money, namely magnificence. In like manner, there are 2 virtues about honors, one about ordinary honors. This virtue has no name, but is denominated by its extremes, which are philotimia, that is, love of honor, and aphilotimia, that is, without love of honor. For sometimes a man is commended for loving honor, and sometimes for not caring about it, insofar, to wit, as both these things may be done in moderation. But with regard to great honors there is magnanimity. Wherefore we must conclude that the proper matter of magnanimity is great honor, and that a magnanimous man tends to such things as are deserving of honor. Reply to Objection 1. Great and little are accidental to honor, considered in itself, but they make a great difference in their relation to reason, the mode of which has to be observed in the use of honor, for it is much more difficult to observe it in great than in little honors. Reply to Objection 2. In anger and other matters, only that which is greatest presents any notable difficulty, and about this alone is there any need of a virtue. It is different with riches and honors, which are things existing outside the soul. Reply to Objection 3. He that makes good use of great things is much more able to make good use of little things. Accordingly, the magnanimous man looks upon great honors as a thing of which he is worthy, or even little honors as something he deserves, because, to wit, man cannot sufficiently honor virtue which deserves to be honored by God. Hence he is not uplifted by great honors because he does not deem them above him. Rather does he despise them, and much more such as are ordinary or little. In like manner he is not cast down by dishonor, but despises it,
since he recognizes that he does not deserve it. Third article: whether magnanimity is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not a virtue. For every moral virtue observes the mean. But magnanimity observes not the mean, but the greater extreme, because the magnanimous man deems himself worthy of the greatest things, according to Ethics 4:3. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 2 further: he that has one virtue has them all, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. But one may have a virtue without having magnanimity, since the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that whosoever is worthy of little things and deems himself worthy of them is temperate, but he is not magnanimous. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 3 further: virtue is a good quality of the mind, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, Article 4. But magnanimity implies certain dispositions of the body, for the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 of a magnanimous man that his gait is slow, his voice deep, and his utterance calm. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 4. Further, no virtue is opposed to another virtue, but magnanimity is opposed to humility, since the magnanimous deems himself worthy of great things and despises others, according to Ethics 4:3. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. Objection 5. Further, the properties of every virtue are praiseworthy, but magnanimity has certain properties that call for blame. For in the first place, the magnanimous is unmindful of favors. Secondly, he is remiss and slow of action. Thirdly, he employs irony towards many. Fourthly, he is unable to associate with others. Fifthly, because he holds to the barren things rather than to those that are fruitful. Therefore, magnanimity is not a virtue. On the contrary, it is written in praise of certain men in 2 Maccabees 15:18. Nicanor, hearing of the valor of Judas' companions and the greatness of courage, animi magnitudinem, with which they fought for their country, was afraid to try the matter by the sword. Now only deeds of virtue are worthy of praise. Therefore, magnanimity, which consists in greatness of courage, is a virtue. I answer that the essence of human virtue consists in safeguarding the good of reason in human affairs, for this is man's proper good. Now among external human things, honors take precedence of all others, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, magnanimity, which observes the mode of reason in great honors, is a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. As the Philosopher again says in Ethics 4:3, the magnanimous, in point of quantity, goes to extremes, insofar as he tends to what is greatest. But in the matter of becomingness, he follows the mean, because he tends to the greatest things according to reason. For he deems himself worthy in accordance with his worth, as is stated in Ethics 4:3, since his aims do not surpass his deserts. Reply to Objection 2. The mutual connection of the virtues does not apply to their acts, as though every one were competent to practice the acts of all the virtues. Wherefore the act of magnanimity
is not becoming to every virtuous man, but only to great men. On the other hand, as regards the principles of virtue, namely prudence and grace, all virtues are connected together, since their habits reside together in the soul, either in act or by way of approximate disposition thereto. Thus it is possible for one to whom the act of magnanimity is not competent, to have the habit of magnanimity, whereby he is disposed to practice that act if it were competent to him according to his state. Reply to Obj. 3. The movements of the body are differentiated according to the different apprehensions and emotions of the soul. And so it happens that to magnanimity there accrue certain fixed accidents by way of bodily movements. For quickness of movement results from a man being intent on many things which he is in a hurry to accomplish, whereas the magnanimous is intent only on great things. These are few and require great attention, wherefore they call for slow movement. Likewise, shrill and rapid speaking is chiefly competent to those who are quick to quarrel about anything, and this becomes not the magnanimous, who are busy only about great things. And just as these dispositions of bodily movements are competent to magnanimous man according to the mode of his emotions, so too in those who are naturally disposed to magnanimity, these conditions are found naturally. Reply to Obj. 4. There is in man something great which he possesses through the gift of God, and something defective which accrues to him through the weakness of nature. Accordingly, magnanimity makes a man deem himself worthy of great things in consideration of the gifts he holds from God. Thus, if his soul is endowed with great virtue, magnanimity makes him tend to perfect works of virtue, and the same is to be said of the use of any other good, such as science or external fortune. On the other hand, humility makes a man think little of himself in consideration of his own deficiency, and magnanimity makes him despise others in so far as they fall away from God's gifts, since he does not think so much of others as to do anything wrong for their sake. Yet humility makes us honor others and esteem them better than ourselves, in so far as we see some of God's gifts in them. Hence it is written of the just man in Psalm 14, verse 4, "In his sight a vile person is contemned, which indicates the contempt of magnanimity. But he honoreth them that fear the Lord," which points to the reverential bearing of humility. It is therefore evident that magnanimity and humility are not contrary to one another, although they seem to tend in contrary directions, because they proceed according to different considerations. Reply to Obj. 5. These properties, in so far as they belong to a magnanimous man, call not for blame, but for very great praise. For in the first place, when it is said that the magnanimous is not mindful of those from whom he has received favors, this points to the fact that he takes no pleasure in accepting favors from others unless he repay them with yet greater favor. This belongs to the perfection of gratitude, in the act of which he wishes to excel, even as in the acts of other virtues. Again, in the second place, it is said that he is remiss and slow of action, not that he is lacking in doing what becomes him, but because he does not busy himself with all kinds of work, but only with great works, such are becoming to him. He is also said, in third place, to employ irony, not as opposed to truth, and so as either to say of himself vile things that are not true, or deny of himself great things that are true, but because he does not disclose all his greatness, especially to the large number of those who are beneath him, since, as also the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, "It belongs to a magnanimous man to be great towards persons of dignity and affluence, and unassuming towards the middle class." In the fourth place, it is said that he cannot associate with others. This means that he is not at home with others than his friends, because he altogether shuns flattery and hypocrisy, which belong to littleness of mind. But he associates with all, both great and little, according as he ought, as stated above in the first reply. It is also said, fifthly, that he prefers to have barren things, not indeed any, but good, that is, virtuous. For in all things he prefers the virtuous to the useful, as being greater, since the useful is sought in order to supply a defect which is inconsistent with magnanimity. Fourth article: whether magnanimity is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not a special virtue. For no special virtue is operative in every virtue. But the philosopher states in Ethics 4:3 that whatever is great in each virtue belongs to the magnanimous. Therefore, magnanimity is not a special virtue. Objection 2. Further, the acts of different virtues are not ascribed to any special virtue, but the acts of different virtues are ascribed to the magnanimous man, for it is stated in Ethics 4:3 that it belongs to the magnanimous not to avoid reproof, which is an act of prudence, nor to act unjustly, which is an act of justice, that he is ready to do favors, which is an act of charity, that he gives his services readily, which is an act of liberality, that he is truthful, which is an act of truthfulness, and that he is not given to complaining, which is an act of patience. Therefore, magnanimity is not a special virtue. Objection 3. Further, every virtue is a special ornament of the soul, according to the saying of Isaiah 61:10, "He hath clothed me with the garments of salvation." And afterwards he adds, "and as a bride adorned with her jewels." But magnanimity is the ornament of all the virtues, as stated in Ethics 4. Therefore, magnanimity is a general virtue. On the contrary, the philosopher in Ethics 2:7 distinguishes it from the other virtues. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, it belongs to a special virtue to establish the mode of reason in a determinate matter. Now, magnanimity establishes the mode of reason in a determinate matter, namely, honors, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. And honor, considered in itself, is a special good, and accordingly, magnanimity, considered in itself, is a special virtue. Since, however, honor is the reward of every virtue, as stated above in question 103, Article 1, second reply, it follows that by reason of its matter, it regards all the virtues. Reply to Objection 1. Magnanimity is not about any kind of honor, but great honor. Now, as honor is due to virtue, so great honor is due to a great deed of virtue. Hence it is that the magnanimous is intent on doing great deeds in every virtue, insofar to wit as he tends to what is worthy of great honors. Reply to Objection 2. Since the magnanimous
tends to great things, it follows that he tends chiefly to things that involve a certain excellence, and shuns those that imply defect. Now it savors of excellence that a man is beneficent, generous, and grateful. Wherefore he shows himself ready to perform actions of this kind, but not as acts of the other virtues. On the other hand, it is a proof of defect that a man thinks so much of certain external goods or evils that for their sake he abandons and gives up justice or any virtue whatever. Again, all concealment of the truth indicates a defect, since it seems to be the outcome of fear. Also, that a man be given to complaining denotes a defect, because by doing so, the mind seems to give way to external evils. Wherefore these and like things the magnanimous man avoids under a special aspect, inasmuch as they are contrary to his excellence or greatness. Reply to Obj. 3. Every virtue derives from its species a certain luster or adornment, which is proper to each virtue. But further adornment results from the very greatness of a virtuous deed, through magnanimity which makes all virtues greater, as stated in Ethics 4:3. Fifth article: whether magnanimity is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that magnanimity is not a part of fortitude. For a thing is not a part of itself. But magnanimity appears to be the same as fortitude. For Seneca says, "If magnanimity, which is also called fortitude, be in thy soul, thou shalt live in great assurance." And Tully says, "If a man is brave, we expect him to be magnanimous, truth-loving, and far removed from deception." Therefore, magnanimity is not a part of fortitude. Objection 2. Further, the philosopher in Ethics 4:3 says that a magnanimous man is not philokindinos, that is, a lover of danger. But it belongs to a brave man to expose himself to danger. Therefore, magnanimity has nothing in common with fortitude so as to be called a part thereof. Objection 3. Further, magnanimity regards the great in things to be hoped for, whereas fortitude regards the great in things to be feared or dared. But good is of more import than evil. Therefore, magnanimity is a more important virtue than fortitude. Therefore, it is not a part thereof. On the contrary, Macrobius and Andronicus reckon magnanimity as a part of fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 3, a principal virtue is one to which it belongs to establish a general mode of virtue in a principal matter. Now, one of the general modes of virtue is firmness of mind, because a firm standing is necessary in every virtue, according to Ethics 2. And this is chiefly commended in those virtues that tend to something difficult, in which it is most difficult to preserve firmness. Wherefore, the more difficult it is to stand firm in some matter of difficulty, the more principal is the virtue which makes the mind firm in that matter. Now, it is more difficult to stand firm in dangers of death, wherein fortitude confirms the mind, than in hoping for or obtaining the greatest goods, wherein the mind is confirmed by magnanimity. For, as a man loves his life above all things, so does he fly from dangers of death more than of any others. Accordingly, it is clear that magnanimity agrees with fortitude in confirming the mind about some difficult matter. But it falls short thereof,
in that it confirms the mind about a matter wherein it is easier to stand firm. Hence, magnanimity is reckoned a part of fortitude because it is annexed thereto as secondary to principle. Reply to Objection 1. As the Philosopher says in Ethics 5, 1 and 3, to lack evil is looked upon as a good. Wherefore, not to be overcome by a grievous evil, such as the danger of death, is looked upon as though it were the obtaining of a great good, the former belonging to fortitude, and the latter to magnanimity. In this sense, fortitude and magnanimity may be considered as identical. Since, however, there is a difference as regards the difficulty on the part of either of the aforesaid, it follows that, properly speaking, magnanimity, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 2:7, is a distinct virtue from fortitude. Reply to Objection 2. A man is said to love danger when he exposes himself to all kinds of dangers, which seems to be the mark of one who thinks many the same as great. This is contrary to the nature of a magnanimous man, for no one seemingly exposes himself to danger for the sake of a thing that he does not deem great. But for things that are truly great, a magnanimous man is most ready to expose himself to danger, since he does something great in the act of fortitude, even as in the acts of the other virtues. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 that the magnanimous man is not mikrokindinos, that is, endangering himself for small things, but megalokindinos, that is, endangering himself for great things. And Seneca says, "Thou wilt be magnanimous if thou neither seekest dangers like a rash man, nor fearest them like a coward. For nothing makes the soul a coward save the consciousness of a wicked life." Reply to Objection 3. Evil as such is to be avoided, and that one has to withstand it is accidental, insofar to wit as one has to suffer an evil in order to safeguard a good. But a good as such is to be desired, and that one avoids it is only accidental, insofar to wit as it is deemed to surpass the ability of the one who desires it. Now that which is so essentially is always of more account than that which is so accidentally. Wherefore the difficult in evil things is always more opposed to firmness of mind than the difficult in good things. Hence the virtue of fortitude takes precedence of the virtue of magnanimity. For though good is simply of more import than evil, evil is of more import in this particular respect. Sixth Article. Whether confidence belongs to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that confidence does not belong to magnanimity. For a man may have assurance not only in himself, but also in another, according to 2 Corinthians 3, verses 4 and 5. Such confidence we have through Christ towards God, not that we are sufficient to think anything of ourselves as of ourselves. But this seems inconsistent with the idea of magnanimity. Therefore, confidence does not belong to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, confidence seems to be opposed to fear, according to Isaiah 12:2, "I will deal confidently and will not fear." But to be without fear seems more akin to fortitude. Therefore, confidence also belongs to fortitude, rather than to magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, reward is not due except to virtue. But a reward is due to confidence, according to Hebrews 3:6, where it is said that we are the house of Christ, if we hold fast to the confidence and glory of hope unto the end. Therefore, confidence is a virtue distinct from magnanimity, and this is confirmed by the fact that Macrobius enumerates it with magnanimity. On the contrary, Tully seems to substitute confidence for magnanimity, as stated above in the preceding question, in the 6th reply, and in the prologue to this. I answer that confidence takes its name from fides, faith, and it belongs to faith to believe something and in somebody. But confidence belongs to hope, according to Job 11:18. Thou shalt have confidence, hope being set before thee. Wherefore confidence apparently denotes chiefly that a man derives hope through believing the word of one who promises to help him. Since, however, faith signifies also a strong opinion, and since one may come to have a strong opinion about something not only on account of another's statement, but also on account of something we observe in another, it follows that confidence may denote the hope of having something, which hope we conceive through observing something either in oneself, for instance, through observing that he is healthy, a man is confident that he will live long, or in another, for instance, through observing that another is friendly to him and powerful, a man is confident that he will receive help from him. Now, it has been stated above in Article 1, second reply, that magnanimity is chiefly about the hope of something difficult. Wherefore, since confidence denotes a certain strength of hope arising from some observation which gives one a strong opinion that one will obtain a certain good, it follows that confidence belongs to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. As the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, it belongs to the magnanimous to need nothing, for need is a mark of the deficient. But this is to be understood according to the mode of a man, hence he adds, or scarcely anything. For it surpasses man to need nothing at all. For every man needs, first, the divine assistance, secondly, even human assistance, since man is naturally a social animal, for he is not sufficient by himself to provide for his own life. Accordingly, insofar as he needs others, it belongs to a magnanimous man to have confidence in others, for it is also a point of excellence in a man that he should have at hand those who are able to be of service to him. And insofar as his own ability goes, it belongs to a magnanimous man to be confident in himself. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, Article 2, as well as in question 40, Article 4, when we were treating of the passions, hope is directly opposed to despair, because the latter is about the same object, namely good. But as regards contrariety of objects, it is opposed to fear, because the latter's object is evil. Now, confidence denotes a certain strength of hope, wherefore it is opposed to fear even as hope is. Since, however, fortitude properly strengthens a man in respect of evil, and magnanimity in respect of the obtaining of a good, it follows that confidence belongs more properly to magnanimity than to fortitude. Yet because hope causes daring, which belongs to fortitude, it follows in consequence that confidence pertains to fortitude. Reply to Objection 3. Confidence, as stated above, denotes a certain mode of hope. For confidence is hope strengthened by a strong opinion.
Now the mode applied to any affection may call for commendation of the act, so that it becomes meritorious. Yet it is not this that draws it to a species of virtue, but its matter. Hence, properly speaking, confidence cannot denote a virtue, though it may denote the conditions of a virtue. For this reason it is reckoned among the parts of fortitude, not as an annexed virtue, except as identified with magnanimity by Tully, but as an integral part, as stated in the preceding question. Seventh Article. Whether security belongs to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that security does not belong to magnanimity. For security, as stated above in question 128, sixth reply, denotes freedom from the disturbance of fear. But fortitude does this most effectively. Wherefore security is seemingly the same as fortitude. But fortitude does not belong to magnanimity. Rather, the reverse is the case. Neither, therefore, does security belong to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, Isidore says in his Etymologies 10 that a man is said to be secure because he is without care. But this seems to be contrary to virtue, which has a care for honorable things, according to 2 Timothy 2:15. Carefully studied to present thyself approved unto God. Therefore, security does not belong to magnanimity, which does great things in all the virtues. Objection 3. Further, virtue is not its own reward, but security is accounted the reward of virtue, according to Job 11, verses 14 and 18. If thou wilt put away from thee the iniquity that is in thy hand, being buried, thou shalt sleep secure. Therefore, security does not belong to magnanimity or to any other virtue, as a part thereof. On the contrary, Tully says, under the heading, magnanimity consists of two things: that it belongs to magnanimity to give way neither to a troubled mind, nor to a man, nor to fortune. But a man's security consists in this. Therefore, security belongs to magnanimity. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, fear makes a man take counsel, because, to wit, he takes care to avoid what he fears. Now security takes its name from the removal of this care, of which fear is the cause. Wherefore security denotes perfect freedom of the mind from fear, just as confidence denotes strength of hope. Now, as hope directly belongs to magnanimity, so fear directly regards fortitude. Wherefore, as confidence belongs immediately to magnanimity, so security belongs immediately to fortitude. It must be observed, however, that as hope is the cause of daring, so is fear the cause of despair, as stated above when we were treating of the Passion, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 45, Article 2. Wherefore, as confidence belongs indirectly to fortitude, insofar as it makes use of daring, so security belongs indirectly to magnanimity, insofar as it banishes despair. Reply to Objection 1. Fortitude is chiefly commended not because it banishes fear, which belongs to security, but because it denotes a firmness of mind in the matter of the passion. Wherefore security is not the same as fortitude, but is a condition thereof. Reply to Objection 2. Not all security is worthy of praise, but only when one puts care aside as one ought,
and in things when one should not fear. In this way, it is a condition of fortitude and of magnanimity. Reply to Obj. 3. There is in the virtues a certain likeness to, and participation of, future happiness, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 5, articles 3 and 7. Hence nothing hinders a certain security from being a condition of virtue, although perfect security belongs to virtue's reward. Eighth article: whether goods of fortune conduce to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that goods of fortune do not conduce to magnanimity. For according to Seneca, On Anger 1, virtue suffices for itself. Now magnanimity makes every virtue great, as stated above in Article 4, third reply. Therefore, goods of fortune do not conduce to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, no virtuous man despises what is helpful to him, but the magnanimous man despises whatever pertains to goods of fortune. For Tully says under the heading, "Magnanimity consists of two things: that a great soul is commended for despising external things." Therefore, a magnanimous man is not helped by goods of fortune. Objection 3. Further, Tully adds that it belongs to a great soul so to bear what seems troublesome, as no wise to depart from his natural estate, or from the dignity of a wise man. And Aristotle says in Ethics 4:3 that a magnanimous man does not grieve at misfortune. Now troubles and misfortunes are opposed to goods of fortune, for everyone grieves at the loss of what is helpful to him. Therefore, external goods of fortune do not conduce to magnanimity. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that good fortune seems to conduce to magnanimity. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, magnanimity regards two things: honor as its matter, and the accomplishment of something great as its end. Now goods of fortune conduce to both these things. For since honor is conferred on the virtuous, not only by the wise, but also by the multitude who hold these goods of fortune in the highest esteem, the result is that they show great honor to those who possess goods of fortune. Likewise, goods of fortune are useful organs or instruments of virtuous deeds, since we can easily accomplish things by means of riches, power, and friends. Hence it is evident that goods of fortune conduce to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. Virtue is said to be sufficient for itself because it can be without even these external goods, yet it needs them in order to act more expeditiously. Reply to Objection 2. The magnanimous man despises external goods, inasmuch as he does not think them so great as to be bound to do anything unbecoming for their sake. Yet he does not despise them, but that he esteems them useful for the accomplishment of virtuous deeds. Reply to Objection 3. If a man does not think much of a thing, he is neither very joyful at obtaining it, nor very grieved at losing it. Wherefore, since the magnanimous man does not think much of external goods, that is, goods of fortune, he is neither much uplifted by them if he has them, nor much cast down by their loss. End of question 129. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC.
Question 130 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 130 of Presumption, in 2 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to magnanimity, and in the first place those that are opposed thereto by excess. These are 3, namely, presumption, ambition, and vainglory. Secondly, we shall consider pusillanimity, which is opposed to it by way of deficiency. Under the first head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether presumption is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to magnanimity by excess. First article. Whether presumption is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that presumption is not a sin. For the Apostle says, "Forgetting the things that are behind, I stretch forth myself to those that are before." But it seems to savor of presumption that one should tend to what is above oneself. Therefore, presumption is not a sin. Objection 2, further, the philosopher says in Ethics 1:7, "We should not listen to those who would persuade us to relish human things because we are men, or mortal things because we are mortal, but we should relish those that make us immortal." And in Metaphysics 1 he says, "that man should pursue divine things as far as possible." Now divine and immortal things are seemingly far above man. Since then presumption consists essentially in tending to what is above oneself, it seems that presumption is something praiseworthy rather than a sin. Objection 3, further, the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 3:5, "Not that we are sufficient to think anything of ourselves as of ourselves." If then presumption, by which one strives at that for which one is not sufficient, be a sin, it seems that man cannot lawfully even think of anything good, which is absurd. Therefore, presumption is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 37:3, "O wicked presumption, whence camest thou?" And a gloss answers, "From a creature's evil will." Now all that comes of the root of an evil will is a sin. Therefore, presumption is a sin. I answer that, since whatever is according to nature is ordered by the divine reason, which human reason ought to imitate, whatever is done in accordance with human reason in opposition to the order established in general throughout natural things is vicious and sinful. Now it is established throughout all natural things that every action is commensurate with the power of the agent, nor does any natural agent strive to do what exceeds its ability. Hence, it is vicious and sinful, as being contrary to the natural order, that any one should assume to do what is above his power. And this is what is meant by presumption, as its very name shows. Wherefore it is evident that presumption is a sin. Reply to Objection 1. A thing may be above the active power of a natural thing, and yet not above the passive power of that same thing. Thus the air is possessed of a passive power
by reason of which it can be so changed as to obtain the action and movement of fire, which surpass the active power of air. Thus too it would be sinful and presumptuous for a man, while in a state of imperfect virtue, to attempt the immediate accomplishment of what belongs to perfect virtue. But it is not presumptuous or sinful for a man to endeavor to advance towards a perfect virtue. In this way, the apostle stretched himself forth to the things that were before him, namely, continually advancing forward. Reply to Objection 2. Divine and immortal things surpass man according to the order of nature. Yet man is possessed of a natural power, namely the intellect, whereby he can be united to immortal and divine things. In this respect, the philosopher says that man ought to pursue immortal and divine things, not that he should do what it becomes God to do, but that he should be united to him in intellect and will. Reply to Objection 3. As the philosopher says in Ethics 3:3, what we can do by the help of others, we can do by ourselves in a sense. Hence, since we can think and do good by the help of God, this is not altogether above our ability. Hence, it is not presumptuous for a man to attempt the accomplishment of a virtuous deed, but it would be presumptuous if one were to make the attempt without confidence in God's assistance. Second article. Whether presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Objection 1. It seems that presumption is not opposed to magnanimity by excess. For presumption is accounted a species of the sin against the Holy Ghost, as stated above in question 14, Article 2, and in question 21, Article 1. But the sin against the Holy Ghost is not opposed to magnanimity, but to charity. Neither, therefore, is presumption opposed to magnanimity. Objection 2. Further, it belongs to magnanimity that one should deem oneself worthy of great things. But a man is said to be presumptuous, even if he deem himself worthy of small things, if they surpass his ability. Therefore, presumption is not directly opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, the magnanimous man looks upon external goods as little things. Now, according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:3, on account of external fortune, the presumptuous disdain and wrong others, because they deem external goods as something great. Therefore, presumption is opposed to magnanimity, not by excess, but only by deficiency. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 and 4:3 that the vain man, that is, a vaporer or windbag, which with us denotes a presumptuous man, is opposed to the magnanimous man by excess. I answer that, as stated above in question 129, Article 3, first reply, magnanimity observes the means, not as regards the quantity of that to which it tends, but in proportion to our own ability, for it does not tend to anything greater than is becoming to us. Now the presumptuous man, as regards that to which he tends, does not exceed the magnanimous, but sometimes falls short of him. But he does exceed in proportion to his own ability, whereas the magnanimous man does not exceed his. It is in this way that presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Reply to Objection 1. It is not every presumption that is accounted a sin against the Holy Ghost, but that by which one contemns the divine justice
through inordinate confidence in the divine mercy. The latter kind of presumption, by reason of its matter, inasmuch to wit as it implies contempt of something divine, is opposed to charity, or rather to the gift of fear, whereby we revere God. Nevertheless, insofar as this contempt exceeds the proportion to one's own ability, it can be opposed to magnanimity. Reply to Obj. 2. Presumption, like magnanimity, seems to tend to something great. For we are not, as a rule, wont to call a man presumptuous for going beyond his powers in something small. If, however, such a man be called presumptuous, this kind of presumption is not opposed to magnanimity, but to that virtue which is about ordinary honor, as stated above in question 129, Article 2. Reply to Obj. 3. No one attempts what is above his ability, except insofar as he deems his ability greater than it is. In this one may err in two ways. First, only as regards quantity, as when a man thinks he has greater virtue or knowledge or the like than he has. Secondly, as regards the kind of thing, as when he thinks himself great and worthy of great things by reason of something that does not make him so, for instance by reason of riches or goods of fortune. For, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, those who have these things without virtue neither justly deem themselves worthy of great things, nor are rightly called magnanimous. Again, the thing to which a man sometimes tends in excess of his ability is sometimes in very truth something great, simply as in the case of Peter, whose intent was to suffer for Christ, which has exceeded his power. While sometimes it is something great, not simply, but only in the opinion of fools, such as wearing costly clothes, despising and wronging others. This savors of an excess of magnanimity, not in any truth, but in people's opinion. Hence Seneca says that, "Whence magnanimity exceeds its measure, it makes a man high-handed, proud, haughty, restless, and bent on excelling in all things, whether in words or in deeds, without any considerations of virtue." Thus it is evident that the presumptuous man sometimes falls short of the magnanimous in reality, although in appearance he surpasses him. End of question 130. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 131 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 131. Of ambition, in 2 articles. We must now consider ambition, and under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to magnanimity by excess. First article. Whether ambition is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that ambition is not a sin, for ambition denotes the desire of honor. Now, honor is in itself a good thing, and the greatest of external goods. Wherefore those who care not for honor are reproved. Therefore,
ambition is not a sin. Rather, it is something deserving of praise, insofar as a good is laudably desired. Objection 2, further. Anyone may, without sin, desire what is due to him as a reward. Now, honor is the reward of virtue, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 1:12, 4:3, and 8:14. Therefore, ambition of honor is not a sin. Objection 3, further. That which heartens a man to do good and disheartens him from doing evil is not a sin. Now, honor heartens men to do good and to avoid evil. Thus the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8 that, "With the bravest men, cowards are held in dishonor, and the brave in honor." And Tully says that, "Honor fosters the arts." Therefore, ambition is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Corinthians 13:5 that, "Charity is not ambitious, seeketh not her own." Now nothing is contrary to charity except sin. Therefore, ambition is a sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 103, Articles 1 and 2. Honor denotes reverence shown to a person in witness of his excellence. Now, two things have to be considered with regard to a man's honor. The first is that a man has not from himself the thing in which he excels, for this is, as it were, something divine in him. Wherefore, on this count, honor is due principally, not to him, but to God. The second point that calls for observation is that the thing in which man excels is given to him by God, that he may profit others thereby. Wherefore a man ought so far to be pleased that others bear witness to his excellence, and this enables him to profit others. Now, the desire of honor may be inordinate in three ways. First, when a man desires recognition of an excellence which he has not, this is to desire more than his share of honor. Secondly, when a man desires honor for himself without referring it to God. Thirdly, when a man's appetite rests in honor itself without referring it to the profit of others. Since then ambition denotes inordinate desire of honor, it is evident that it is always a sin. Reply to objection 1. The desire for good should be regulated according to reason, and if it exceed this rule, it will be sinful. In this way, it is sinful to desire honor in disaccord with the order of reason. Now those are reproved who care not for honor in accordance with reason's dictate that they should avoid what is contrary to honor. Reply to objection 2. Honor is not the reward of virtue as regards the virtuous man, in this sense that he should seek for it as his reward, since the reward he seeks is happiness, which is the end of virtue. But it is said to be the reward of virtue as regards others, who have nothing greater than honor whereby to reward the virtuous, which honor derives greatness from the very fact that it bears witness to virtue. Hence it is evident that it is not an adequate reward, as stated in Ethics 4:3. Reply to objection 3. Just as some are heartened to do good and disheartened from doing evil by the desire of honor, if this be desired in due measure, so if it be desired inordinately, it may become to man an occasion of doing many evil things, as when a man cares not by what means he obtains honor. Wherefore Sallust says that the good as well as the wicked covet honors for themselves, but the one, that is, the good, go about it in the right way, whereas the other, that is, the wicked, through lack of the good arts, make use of deceit and falsehood. Yet they who, merely for the sake of honor, either do good or avoid evil, are not virtuous, according to the philosopher in Ethics 3:8, where he says that they who do brave things for the sake of honor are not truly brave. Second article: whether ambition is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Objection 1. It seems that ambition is not opposed to magnanimity by excess. For one mean has only one extreme opposed to it on the other side. Now presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess, as stated above in question 130, Article 2. Therefore, ambition is not opposed to it by excess. Objection 2 further: magnanimity is about honors, whereas ambition seems to regard positions of dignity, for it is written in 2 Maccabees 4:7 that Jason ambitiously sought the high priesthood. Therefore, ambition is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3 further: ambition seems to regard outward show, for it is written in Acts 25:27 that Agrippa and Berenice, with great pomp, ambitione, had entered into the hall of audience. And in 2 Chronicles 16:14 that when Asa died, they burned spices and ointments over his body, with very great pomp, ambitione. But magnanimity is not about outward show. Therefore, ambition is not opposed to magnanimity. On the contrary, Tully says that the more a man exceeds in magnanimity, the more he desires himself alone to dominate others. But this pertains to ambition. Therefore, ambition denotes an excess of magnanimity. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, ambition signifies inordinate love of honor. Now magnanimity is about honors, and makes use of them in a becoming manner. Wherefore it is evident that ambition is opposed to magnanimity as the inordinate to that which is well ordered. Reply to Objection 1. Magnanimity regards two things. It regards one as its end, insofar as it is some great deed that the magnanimous man attempts in proportion to his ability. In this way, presumption is opposed to magnanimity by excess, because the presumptuous man attempts great deeds beyond his ability. The other thing that magnanimity regards is its matter, notably honor, of which it makes right use. And in this way ambition is opposed to magnanimity by excess. Nor is it impossible for one mean to be exceeded in various respects. Reply to Objection 2. Honor is due to those who are in a position of dignity, on account of a certain excellence of their estate, and accordingly, inordinate desire for positions of dignity pertains to ambition. For if a man were to have an inordinate desire for a position of dignity, not for the sake of honor, but for the sake of a right use of a dignity exceeding his ability, he would not be ambitious but presumptuous. Reply to Objection 3. The very solemnity of outward worship is a kind of honor, wherefore in such cases honor is wont to be shown. This is signified by the words of James 2, verses 2 and 3. If there shall come into your assembly a man having a golden ring, in fine apparel, and you shall say to him, Sit thou here well, etc. Wherefore ambition does not regard outward worship, except insofar as this is a kind of honor.
End of question 131. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 132 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 132. Of vainglory, in 5 articles. We must now consider vainglory, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether desire of glory is a sin. Second, whether it is opposed to magnanimity. Third, whether it is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether it is a capital vice. Fifth, of its daughters. First article, whether the desire of glory is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that the desire of glory is not a sin. For no one sins in being likened to God. In fact, we are commanded in Ephesians 5:1, Be ye followers of God as most dear children. Now by seeking glory, man seems to imitate God, who seeks glory from men. Wherefore it is written in Isaiah 43 verses 6 and 7, Bring my sons from afar, and my daughters from the ends of the earth. And every one that calleth on my name, I have created him for my glory. Therefore, the desire for glory is not a sin. Objection 2, further. That which incites a man to do good is apparently not a sin. Now the desire of glory incites men to do good. For Tully says that glory inflames every man to strive his utmost. And in Holy Writ, glory is promised for good works, according to Romans 2:7. To them indeed who according to patience in good work, glory and honor. Therefore, the desire for glory is not a sin. Objection 3, further. Tully says that glory is consistent good report about a person together with praise. And this comes to the same as what Augustine says, that glory is, as it were, clear knowledge with praise. Now, it is no sin to desire praiseworthy renown. Indeed, it seems itself to call for praise, according to Ecclesiasticus 41:15. Take care of a good name. And in Romans 12:17, providing good things not only in the sight of God, but also in the sight of all men. Therefore, the desire of vainglory is not a sin. On the contrary, Augustine says in On the City of God 5, He is better advised who acknowledges that even the love of praise is sinful. I answer that glory signifies a certain clarity, wherefore Augustine says that to be glorified is the same as to be clarified. Now clarity and comeliness imply a certain display, wherefore the word glory properly denotes the display of something as regards its seeming comely in the sight of men, whether it be a bodily or a spiritual good. Since, however, that which is clear simply can be seen by many, and by those who are far away,
it follows that the word glory properly denotes that somebody's good is known and approved by many, according to the saying of Sallust, "I must not boast while I am addressing one man." But if we take the word glory in a broader sense, it not only consists in the knowledge of many, but also in the knowledge of few, or of one, or of oneself alone, as when one considers one's own good as being worthy of praise. Now, it is not a sin to know and approve one's own good, for it is written in 1 Corinthians 2:12, "Now we have received not the spirit of this world, but the Spirit that is of God, that we may know the things that are given us from God." Likewise, it is not a sin to be willing to approve one's own good works, for it is written in Matthew 5:16, "Let your light shine before men." Hence, the desire for glory does not, of itself, denote a sin, but the desire for empty or vainglory denotes a sin. For it is sinful to desire anything vain, according to Psalm 4:3, "Why do you love vanity and seek after lying?" Now, glory may be called vain in three ways. First, on the part of the thing for which one seeks glory, as when a man seeks glory for that which is unworthy of glory, for instance, when he seeks it for something frail and perishable. Secondly, on the part of him from whom he seeks glory, for instance, a man whose judgment is uncertain. Thirdly, on the part of the man himself who seeks glory, for that he does not refer the desire of his own glory to a due end, such as God's honor, or the spiritual welfare of his neighbor. Reply to Obj. 1. As Augustine says on John 13:13, "You call me Master and Lord, and you say well," self-complacency is fraught with danger of one who has to beware of pride. But he who is above all, however much he may praise himself, does not uplift himself, for knowledge of God is our need, not his, nor does any man know him unless he be taught of him who knows. It is therefore evident that God seeks glory not for his own sake, but for ours. In like manner, a man may rightly seek his own glory for the good of others, according to Matthew 5:16, "that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven." Reply to Obj. 2. That which we receive from God is not vain, but true glory. It is this glory that is promised as a reward for good works, and of which it is written in 2 Corinthians 10:17 and 18, "He that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord, for not he who commendeth himself is approved, but he whom God commendeth." It is true that some are heartened to do works of virtue through desire for human glory, as though through the desire for other earthly goods. Yet he is not truly virtuous who does virtuous deeds for the sake of human glory, as Augustine proves in On the City of God 5. Reply to Obj. 3. It is requisite for a man's perfection that he should know himself, but not that he should be known by others, wherefore it is not to be desired in itself. It may, however, be desired as being useful for something, either in order that God may be glorified by men, or that men may become better by reason of the good they know to be in another man, or in order that man, knowing the testimony of others' praise, the good of which is in him, may himself strive to persevere therein and to become better. In this sense, it is praiseworthy that a man should take care of his good name, and that he should provide good things in the sight of God and men, but not that he should take an empty pleasure in human praise. Second article, whether vainglory is opposed to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that vainglory is not opposed to magnanimity. For as stated above in Article 1, Vainglory consists in glorying in things that are not, which pertains to falsehood, or in earthly and perishable things, which pertains to covetousness, or in the testimony of men, whose judgment is uncertain, which pertains to imprudence. Now these vices are not contrary to magnanimity. Therefore, vainglory is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 2 further. Vainglory is not, like pusillanimity, opposed to magnanimity by way of deficiency, for this seems inconsistent with vainglory. Nor is it opposed to it by way of excess, for in this way presumption and ambition are opposed to magnanimity, as stated above, in question 130, Article 2, and question 131, Article 2. And these differ from vainglory. Therefore, vainglory is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3. Further, a gloss on Philippians 2:3, "Let nothing be done through contention, neither by vainglory," says, "Some among them were given to dissension and restlessness, contending with one another for the sake of vainglory." But contention is not opposed to magnanimity. Neither, therefore, is vainglory. On the contrary, Tully says, under the heading, "Magnanimity consists in two things," "We should be aware of the desire for glory, since it enslaves the mind, which a magnanimous man should ever strive to keep untrammeled." Therefore, it is opposed to magnanimity. I answer that, as stated above in question 103, Article 1, third reply, glory is an effect of honor and praise, because from the fact that a man is praised, or shown any kind of reverence, he acquires charity in the knowledge of others. And since magnanimity is about honor, as stated above in question 129, Articles 1 and 2, it follows that it is also about glory, seeing that as a man uses honor moderately, so too does he use glory in moderation. Wherefore, inordinate desire of glory is directly opposed to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. To think so much of little things as to glory in them is itself opposed to magnanimity. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous man in Ethics 4 that honor is of little account to him. In like manner he thinks little of other things that are sought for honor's sake, such as power and wealth. Likewise is inconsistent with magnanimity to glory in things that are not. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous man that he cares more for truth than for opinion. Again, it is incompatible with magnanimity for a man to glory in the testimony of human praise, as though he deemed this something great. Wherefore it is said of the magnanimous man that he cares not to be praised. And so, when a man looks upon little things as though they were great, nothing hinders this from being contrary to magnanimity as well as to other virtues. Reply to Objection 2. He that is desirous of vainglory does in truth fall short of being magnanimous, because he glories in what the magnanimous man thinks little of, as stated in the preceding reply. But if we consider his estimate, he is opposed to the magnanimous man by way of excess, because the glory which he seeks is something great in his estimation, and he tends thereto in excess of his deserts. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above, in question 127, Article 2, second reply, the opposition of vices does not depend on their effects. Nevertheless, contention, if done intentionally, is opposed to magnanimity, since no one contends save for what he deems great. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3, that the magnanimous man is not contentious, because nothing is great in his estimation. Third article: whether vainglory is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that vainglory is a mortal sin, for nothing precludes the eternal reward except a mortal sin. Now vainglory precludes the eternal reward, for it is written in Matthew 6:1, "Take heed that you do not give justice before men, to be seen by them. Otherwise you shall not have a reward of your Father who is in heaven." Therefore, vainglory is a mortal sin. Objection 2 further: whoever appropriates to himself that which is proper to God sins mortally. Now, by desiring vainglory, a man appropriates to himself that which is proper to God. For it is written in Isaiah 42:8, "I will not give my glory to another." And in 1 Timothy 1:17, "To the only God be honor and glory." Therefore, vainglory is a mortal sin. Objection 3 further: apparently a sin is mortal if it be most dangerous and harmful. Now vainglory is a sin in this kind, because a gloss of Augustine on 1 Thessalonians 2:4, "God who proveth our hearts," says, "Unless a man war against the love of human glory, he does not perceive its baneful power. For though it be easy for anyone not to desire praise as long as one does not get it, it is difficult not to take pleasure in it when it is given." Chrysostom also says in his 19th homily on the Gospel of Matthew that vainglory enters secretly and robs us insensibly of all our inward possessions. Therefore, vainglory is a mortal sin. On the contrary, Chrysostom says that, while other vices find their abode in the servants of the devil, vainglory finds a place even in the servants of Christ. Yet in the latter there is no mortal sin. Therefore, vainglory is not a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 24, Article 12, question 110, Article 4, and question 112, Article 2, a sin is mortal through being contrary to charity. Now the sin of vainglory, considered in itself, does not seem to be contrary to charity as regards the love of one's neighbor, yet as regards the love of God, it may be contrary to charity in two ways. In one way, by reason of the matter about which one glories. For instance, when one glories in something false that is opposed to the reverence we owe to God, according to Ezekiel 28:2. "Thy heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God." And in 1 Corinthians 4:7, "What hast thou that thou hast not received? And if thou hast received, why dost thou glory, as if thou hadst not received it?" Or again, when a man prefers to God the temporal good in which he glories, for this is forbidden. For example, in Jeremiah 9, verses 23 and 24, "Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, and let not the strong man glory in his strength, and let not the rich man glory in his riches. But let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me." Or again, when a man prefers the testimony of man to God's. Thus it is written in reproval of certain people, in John 12:43, "For they love the glory of men more than the glory of God." In another way, vainglory may be contrary to charity on the part of the one who glories, in that he refers his intention to glory as his last end, so that he directs even virtuous deeds thereto, and in order to obtain it, forbears not from doing even that which is against God. In this way it is a mortal sin. Wherefore Augustine says, and on the City of God 5:14, that this vice, namely the love of human praise, is so hostile to a godly faith, if the heart desires glory more than it fears or loves God, that our Lord said, "How can you believe, you who receive glory from one another, and the glory which is from God alone you do not seek?" John 5:44. If, however, the love of human glory, though it be vain, be not inconsistent with charity, neither as regards the matter gloried in, nor as to the intention of him that seeks glory, it is not a mortal but a venial sin. Reply to Obj. 1. No man, by sinning, merits eternal life. Wherefore a virtuous deed loses its power to merit eternal life, even if it be done for the sake of vainglory, even though that vainglory be not a mortal sin. On the other hand, when a man loses the eternal reward simply through vainglory, and not merely in respect of one act, vainglory is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 2. Not every man that is desirous of vainglory desires the excellence which belongs to God alone. For the glory due to God alone differs from the glory due to a virtuous or rich man. Reply to Obj. 3. Vainglory is stated to be a dangerous sin, not only on account of its gravity, but also because it is a disposition to grave sins, in so far as it renders man presumptuous and too self-confident, and so it gradually disposes a man to lose his inward goods. Fourth article: whether vainglory is a capital vice. Objection 1. It seems that vainglory is not a capital vice. For a vice that always arises from another vice is seemingly not capital. But vainglory always arises from pride. Therefore, vainglory is not a capital vice. Objection 2 further. Honor would seem to take precedence of glory, for this is its effect. Now ambition, which is inordinate desire of honor, is not a capital vice. Neither, therefore, is the desire of vainglory. Objection 3 further. A capital vice has a certain prominence, but vainglory seems to have no prominence, neither as a sin, because it is not always a mortal sin, nor considered as an appetible good, since human glory is apparently a frail thing, and is something outside man himself. Therefore, vainglory is not a capital vice. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31, numbers vainglory among the 7 capital vices. I answer that the capital vices are enumerated in 2 ways. For some reckon pride as one of their number, and these do not place vainglory among the capital vices. Gregory, however, reckons pride to be the queen of all the vices, and vainglory, which is the immediate offspring of pride, he reckons to be a capital vice, and not without reason. For pride, as we shall state further on, in question 152, Articles 1 and 2, denotes inordinate desire of excellence. But whatever good one may desire, one desires a certain perfection and excellence therefrom, wherefore the end of every vice is directed to the end of pride, so that this vice seems to exercise a kind of causality over the other vices, and ought not to be reckoned among the special sources of vice known as the capital vices. Now among the goods that are the means whereby man acquires honor, glory seems to be the most conducive to that effect, inasmuch as it denotes the manifestation of a man's goodness, since good is naturally loved and honored by all. Wherefore, just as by the glory which is in God's sight, man acquires honor in divine things, so too by the glory which is in the sight of man, he acquires excellence in human things. Hence, on account of its close connection with excellence, which men desire above all, it follows that it is most desirable. And since many vices arise from the inordinate desire thereof, it follows that vainglory is a capital vice. Reply to Objection 1. It is not impossible for a capital vice to arise from pride, since, as stated above, in the body of the article and in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84, Article 2, pride is the queen and mother of all the vices. Reply to Objection 2. Praise and honor, as stated above in Article 2, stand in relation to glory as the causes from which it proceeds, so that glory is compared to them as their end. For the reason why a man loves to be honored and praised is that he thinks thereby to acquire a certain renown in the knowledge of others. Reply to Objection 3. Vainglory stands prominent under the aspect of desirability, for the reason given above, and this suffices for it to be reckoned a capital vice. Nor is it always necessary for a capital vice to be a mortal sin, for mortal sin can arise from venial sin, inasmuch as venial sin can dispose man thereto. Fifth Article. Whether the daughters of vainglory are suitably reckoned to be disobedience, boastfulness, hypocrisy, contention, obstinacy, discord, and love of novelties. Objection 1. It seems that the daughters of vainglory are unsuitably reckoned to be disobedience, boastfulness, hypocrisy, contention, obstinacy, discord, and eccentricity. Translator's note: Praesumptio novitatum, literally, presumption of novelties. For according to Gregory, in his commentary on Job 23, boastfulness is numbered among the species of pride. Now, pride does not arise from vainglory. Rather, it is the other way about, as Gregory says in his commentary on Job. Therefore, boastfulness should not be reckoned among the daughters of vainglory. Objection 2 further. Contention and discord seem to be the outcome chiefly of anger. But anger is a capital vice condivided with vainglory. Therefore, it seems that they are not daughters of vainglory. Objection 3 further. Chrysostom says in his 19th homily on the Gospel of Matthew that vainglory is always evil, but especially in philanthropy, that is, mercy. And yet this is nothing new, for it is an established custom among men. Therefore, eccentricity should not be specially reckoned as a daughter of vainglory. On the contrary stands the authority of Gregory, who there assigns, in his commentary on Job, the above daughters to vainglory. I answer that, as stated above in question 34 Article 5, question 35 Article 4, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 84 Articles 3 and 4, the vices, which by their very nature are such as to be directed to the end of a certain capital vice, are called its daughters. Now the end of vainglory is the manifestation of one's own excellence, as stated above in Articles 1 and 4. And to this end a man may tend in two ways. In one way, directly, either by words, and this is boasting, or by deeds. And then if they be true and call for astonishment, it is love of novelties which men are wont to wonder at most. But if they be false, it is hypocrisy. In another way, a man strives to make known his excellence by showing that he is not inferior to another, and this in 4 ways. First, as regards the intellect, and thus we have obstinacy, by which a man is too much attached to his own opinion, being unwilling to believe one that is better. Secondly, as regards the will, and then we have discord, whereby a man is unwilling to give up his own will and agree with others. Thirdly, as regards speech, and then we have contention, whereby a man quarrels noisily with another. Fourthly, as regards deeds, and this is disobedience, whereby a man refuses to carry out the command of his superiors. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above, boasting is reckoned a kind of pride as regards its interior cause, which is arrogance. But outward boasting, according to Ethics 4, is directed sometimes to gain, but more often to glory and honor, and thus it is the result of vainglory. Reply to Objection 2. Anger is not the cause of discord and contention, except in conjunction with vainglory, in that a man thinks it is a glorious thing for him not to yield to the will and words of others. Reply to Objection 3. Vainglory is reproved in connection with almsdeeds on account of the lack of charity apparent in one who prefers vainglory to the good of his neighbor, seeing that he does the latter for the sake of the former. But a man is not reproved for presuming to give alms as though this were something novel.
End of question 132. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 133 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 133 of pusillanimity in 2 articles. We must now consider pusillanimity. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether pusillanimity is a sin. Second, to what virtue is it opposed? First article, whether pusillanimity is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that pusillanimity is not a sin. For every sin makes a man evil, just as every virtue makes a man good. But a faint-hearted man is not evil, as the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3. Therefore, pusillanimity is not a sin. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that a faint-hearted man is especially one who is worthy of great goods, yet does not deem himself worthy of them. Now no one is worthy of great goods except the virtuous, since, as the philosopher again says, none but the virtuous are truly worthy of honor. Therefore, the faint-hearted are virtuous, and consequently pusillanimity is not a sin. Objection 3 further. Pride is the beginning of all sin, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:15. But pusillanimity does not proceed from pride, since the proud man sets himself above what he is, while the faint-hearted man withdraws from the things he is worthy of. Therefore, pusillanimity is not a sin. Objection 4 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that He who deems himself less worthy than he is said to be faint-hearted. Now sometimes holy men deem themselves less worthy than they are. For instance, Moses and Jeremiah, who were worthy of the office God chose them for, which they both humbly declined in Exodus 3:11 and Jeremiah 1:6. Therefore, pusillanimity is not a sin. On the contrary, nothing in human conduct is to be avoided save sin. Now, pusillanimity is to be avoided, for it is written in Colossians 3:21, "Fathers, provoke not your children to indignation, lest they be discouraged." Therefore, pusillanimity is a sin. I answer that, whatever is contrary to a natural inclination is a sin, because it is contrary to a law of nature. Now, everything has a natural inclination to accomplish an action that is commensurate with its power, as is evident in all natural things, whether animate or inanimate. Now, just as presumption makes a man exceed what is proportionate to his power by striving to do more than he can, so pusillanimity makes a man fall short of what is proportionate to his power, by refusing to tend to that which is commensurate thereto. Wherefore, as presumption is a sin, so is pusillanimity. Hence it is that the servant who buried in the earth money he had received from his master, and did not trade with it through faint-hearted fear, was punished by his master. Cf. Matthew 25 and Luke 19. Reply to Objection 1. The philosopher calls those evil who injure their neighbor, and accordingly, the faint-hearted is said not to be evil, because he injures no one save accidentally, by omitting to do what might be profitable to others. For Gregory says in his Pastoral Rule 1 that if they who demur to do good to their neighbor in preaching be judged strictly, without doubt their guilt is proportionate to the good they might have done had they been less retiring. Reply to Objection 2. Nothing hinders a person who has a virtuous habit from sinning venially and without losing the habit, or mortally and with loss of the habit of gratuitous virtue. Hence it is possible for a man, by reason of the virtue which he has, to be worthy of doing certain great things that are worthy of great honor, and yet, through not trying to make use of his virtue, he sins sometimes venially, sometimes mortally. Again, it may be replied that the faint-hearted is worthy of great things in proportion to his ability for virtue, ability which he derives either from a good natural disposition, or from science, or from external fortune, and if he fails to use those things for virtue, he becomes guilty of pusillanimity. Reply to Objection 3. Even pusillanimity may in some way be the result of pride, when, to wit, a man clings too much to his own opinion, whereby he thinks himself incompetent for those things for which he is competent. Hence it is written in Proverbs 26:16, "The sluggard is wiser in his own conceit than 7 men that speak sentences." For nothing hinders him from depreciating himself in some things, and having a high opinion of himself in others. Wherefore Gregory says of Moses that perchance he would have been proud had he undertaken the leadership of a numerous people without misgiving, and again he would have been proud had he refused to obey the command of his Creator. Reply to Objection 4. Moses and Jeremiah were worthy of the office to which they were appointed by God, but their worthiness was of divine grace. Yet they, considering the insufficiency of their own weakness, demurred, though not obstinately, lest they should fall into pride. Second article. Whether pusillanimity is opposed to magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. For the philosopher says in Ethics 3 that the faint-hearted man knows not himself, for he would desire the good things of which he is worthy, if he knew himself. Now, ignorance of self seems opposed to prudence. Therefore, pusillanimity is opposed to prudence. Objection 2 further. Our Lord calls the servant wicked and slothful who through pusillanimity refuse to make use of the money. Moreover, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:3 that the faint-hearted seem to be slothful. Now, sloth is opposed to solicitude, which is an act of prudence, as stated above in question 47, Article 9. Therefore, pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 3 further. Pusillanimity seems to proceed from inordinate fear. Hence it is written in Isaiah 35:4, "Say to the faint-hearted, take courage and fear not." It also seems to proceed from inordinate anger, according to Colossians 3:21. "Fathers, provoke not your children to indignation, lest they be discouraged." Now, inordinate fear is opposed to fortitude, and inordinate anger to meekness. Therefore, pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. Objection 4 further. The vice that is in opposition to a particular virtue is the most grievous according as it is more unlike that virtue. Now, pusillanimity is more unlike magnanimity than presumption is. Therefore, if pusillanimity is opposed to magnanimity, it follows that it is a more grievous sin than presumption. Yet this is contrary to the saying of Ecclesiasticus 37:3, "O wicked presumption, whence camest thou?" Therefore, pusillanimity is not opposed to magnanimity. On the contrary, pusillanimity and magnanimity differ as greatness and littleness of soul, as their very names denote. Now great and little are opposites. Therefore, pusillanimity is opposed to magnanimity. I answer that pusillanimity may be considered in 3 ways. First, in itself, and thus it is evident that by its very nature it is opposed to magnanimity, from which it differs as great and little differ in connection with the same subject. For just as the magnanimous man tends to great things out of greatness of soul, so the pusillanimous man shrinks from great things out of littleness of soul. Secondly, it may be considered in reference to its cause, which on the part of the intellect is ignorance of one's own qualification, and on the part of the appetite is the fear of failure in what one falsely deems to exceed one's ability. Thirdly, it may be considered in reference to its effect, which is to shrink from the great things of which one is worthy. But as stated above in question 132, Article 2, third reply, opposition between vice and virtue depends rather on their respective species than on their cause or effect. Hence, pusillanimity is directly opposed to magnanimity. Reply to Objection 1. This argument considers pusillanimity as proceeding from a cause in the intellect. Yet it cannot be said properly that it is opposed to prudence, even in respect of its cause, because ignorance of this kind does not proceed from indiscretion, but from laziness in considering one's own ability, according to Ethics 4:3, or in accomplishing what is within one's power. Reply to Objection 2. This argument considers pusillanimity from the point of view of its effect. Reply to Objection 3. This argument considers the point of view of cause, nor is the fear that causes pusillanimity always a fear of the danger of death. Wherefore it does not follow from this standpoint that pusillanimity is opposed to fortitude. As regards anger, if we consider it under the aspect of its proper movement, whereby a man is roused to take vengeance, it does not cause pusillanimity which disheartens the soul. On the contrary, it takes it away. If, however, we consider the causes of anger, which are injuries inflicted whereby the soul of the man who suffers them is disheartened, it conduces to pusillanimity. Reply to Objection 4. According to its proper species, pusillanimity is a graver sin than presumption, since thereby a man withdraws from good things, which is a very great evil according to Ethics 4. Presumption, however, is stated to be wicked on account of pride whence it proceeds.
End of question 133. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 134 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 134 of Magnificence in 4 articles. We must now consider magnificence and the vices opposed to it. With regard to magnificence, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether magnificence is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, what is its matter? Fourth, whether it is a part of fortitude. First article, whether magnificence is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnificence is not a virtue. For whoever has one virtue has all the virtues, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, article 1. But one may have the other virtues without having magnificence, because the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that not every liberal man is magnificent. Therefore, magnificence is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. Moral virtue observes the mean, according to Ethics 2:6. But magnificence does not seemingly observe the mean, for it exceeds liberality in greatness. Now great and little are opposed to one another as extremes, the mean of which is equal, as stated in Metaphysics 10. Hence magnificence observes not the mean, but the extreme. Therefore, it is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. No virtue is opposed to a natural inclination, but on the contrary perfects it, as stated above in question 108, article 2, and in question 117, article 1, first objection. Now, according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:2, the magnificent man is not lavish towards himself. And this is opposed to the natural inclination one has to look after oneself. Therefore, magnificence is not a virtue. Objection 4 further. According to the philosopher in Ethics 6:4, act is right reason about things to be made. Now, magnificence is about things to be made, as its very name denotes. Translator's note: magnificence is formed from magna facere, that is, to make great things. Therefore, it is an act rather than a virtue. On the contrary, human virtue is a participation of divine power. But magnificence, virtutis, belongs to the divine power, according to Psalm 47:35. His magnificence and his power is in the clouds. Therefore, magnificence is a virtue. I answer that, according to On the Heavens 1:16, we speak of virtue in relation to the extreme limit of a thing's power, not as regards the limit of deficiency, but as regards the limit of excess, the very nature of which denotes something great. Wherefore, to do something great, whence magnificence takes its name, belongs properly to the very notion of virtue. Hence, magnificence denotes a virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Not every liberal man is magnificent as regards his actions, because he lacks the wherewithal to perform magnificent deeds. Nevertheless, every liberal man has the habit of magnificence, either actually or in respect of approximate disposition thereto, as also in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1, when we were treating of the connection of virtues. Reply to Objection 2. It is true that magnificence observes the extreme if we consider the quantity of the thing done. Yet it observes the mean if we consider the rule of reason, which it neither falls short of nor exceeds, as we have also said of magnanimity, in question 129, Article 3, first reply. Reply to Objection 3. It belongs to magnificence to do something great, but that which regards a man's person is little in comparison with that which regards divine things, or even the affairs of the community at large. Wherefore the magnificent man does not intend principally to be lavish towards himself, not that he does not seek his own good, but because to do so is not something great. Yet if anything regarding himself admits of greatness, the magnificent man accomplishes it magnificently. For instance, things that are done once, such as a wedding or the like, or things that are of a lasting nature. Thus it belongs to a magnificent man to provide himself with a suitable dwelling, as stated in Ethics 4. Reply to Objection 4. As the philosopher says in Ethics 6:5, there must needs be a virtue of act, that is, a moral virtue, whereby the appetite is inclined to make good use of the rule of act. And this is what magnificence does. Hence, it is not an act, but a virtue. Second article. Whether magnificence is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that magnificence is not a special virtue, for magnificence would seem to consist in doing something great. But it may belong to any virtue to do something great, if the virtue be great, as in the case of one who has a great virtue of temperance, for he does a great work of temperance. Therefore, magnificence is not a special virtue, but denotes a perfect degree of any virtue. Objection 2, further. Seemingly, that which tends to a thing is the same as that which does it. But it belongs to magnanimity to tend to something great, as stated above in question 129, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, it belongs to magnanimity likewise to do something great. Therefore, magnificence is not a special virtue distinct from magnanimity. Objection 3, further. Magnificence seems to belong to holiness, for it is written in Exodus 15:11, magnificent in holiness, and in Psalm 95, verse 6, holiness and magnificence in his sanctuary. Now, holiness is the same as religion, as stated above in question 81, Article 8. Therefore, magnificence is apparently the same as religion.
Therefore, it is not a special virtue distinct from the others. On the contrary, the philosopher reckons it with the other special virtues, in Ethics 2:7 and in Ethics 4:2. I answer that it belongs to magnificence to do, facere, something great, as its name implies. Translators note, magnificence comes from magna facere, that is, to make great things. Now, facere may be taken in two ways, in a strict sense and in a broad sense. Strictly, facere means to work something in external matter, for instance, to make a house or something of the kind. In a broad sense, facere is employed to denote any action, whether it passes into external matter, as to burn or cut, or remain in the agent, as to understand or will. Accordingly, if magnificence be taken to denote the doing of something great, the doing, factio, being understood in the strict sense, it is then a special virtue. For the work done is produced by act, in the use of which it is possible to consider a special aspect of goodness, namely that the work produced, factum, by the act is something great, namely in quantity, value, or dignity, and this is what magnificence does. Hence this way magnificence is a special virtue. If on the other hand magnificence take its name from doing something great, the doing, facere, being understood in a broad sense, is not a special virtue. Reply to Objection 1. It belongs to every perfect virtue to do something great in the genus of that virtue, if doing, facere, be taken in the broad sense, but not if it be taken strictly, for this is proper to magnificence. Reply to Objection 2. It belongs to magnanimity not only to tend to something great, but also to do great works in all the virtues, either by making, faciendo, or by any kind of action, as stated in Ethics 4:3. Yet so that magnanimity in this respect regards the sole aspect of great, while the other virtues, which, if they be perfect, do something great, direct their principal intention, not to something great, but to that which is proper to each virtue. And the greatness of the thing done is sometimes consequent upon the greatness of the virtue. On the other hand, it belongs to magnificence not only to do something great, doing, facere, being taken in the strict sense, but also to tend with the mind to the doing of great things. Hence Tully says that magnificence is the discussing and administering of great and lofty undertakings, with a certain broad and noble purpose of mind. Discussion, referring to the inward intention, and administration to the outward accomplishment. Wherefore, just as magnanimity intends something great in every matter, it follows that magnificence does the same in every work that can be produced in external matter, factibili. Reply to Objection 3. The intention of magnificence is the production of a great work. Now, works done by men are directed to an end, and no end of human works is so great as the honor of God, wherefore magnificence does a great work especially in reference to the divine honor. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that the most commendable expenditure is that which is directed to divine sacrifices. And this is the chief object of magnificence. For this reason, magnificence is connected with holiness, since its chief effect is directed to religion or holiness. Third article. Whether the matter of magnificence is great expenditure.
Objection 1. It seems that the matter of magnificence is not great expenditure. For there are not two virtues about the same matter. But liberality is about expenditure, as stated above in question 117, Article 2. Therefore, magnificence is not about expenditure. Objection 2 further. Every magnificent man is liberal, according to Ethics 4:2. But liberality is about gifts rather than about expenditure. Therefore, magnificence also is not chiefly about expenditure, but about gifts. Objection 3 further. It belongs to magnificence to produce an external work. But not even great expenditure is always the means of producing an external work, for instance, when one spends much in sending presents. Therefore, expenditure is not the proper matter of magnificence. Objection 4 further. Only the rich are capable of great expenditure. But the poor are able to possess all the virtues, since the virtues do not necessarily require external fortune, but are sufficient for themselves, as Seneca says, in On Anger 1 and On the Blessed Life 16. Therefore, magnificence is not about great expenditure. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that magnificence does not extend, like liberality, to all transactions in money, but only to expensive ones, wherein it exceeds liberality in scale. Therefore, it is only about great expenditure. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, it belongs to magnificence to intend doing some great work. Now, for the doing of a great work, proportionate expenditure is necessary, for great works cannot be produced without great expenditure. Hence it belongs to magnificence to spend much in order that some great work may be accomplished in becoming manner. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that a magnificent man will produce a more magnificent work with equal, that is, proportionate, expenditure. Now, expenditure is the outlay of a sum of money, and a man may be hindered from making that outlay if he love money too much. Hence, the matter of magnificence may be said to be both this expenditure itself, which the magnificent man uses to produce a great work, and also the very money which he employs in going to great expense, and as well as the love of money, which love the magnificent man moderates, lest he be hindered from spending much. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in question 129, Article 2, those virtues that are about external things experience a certain difficulty arising from the genus itself of the thing about which the virtue is concerned, and another difficulty, besides, arising from the greatness of that same thing. Hence, the need for two virtues, concerned about money and its use, namely, liberality, which regards the use of money in general, and magnificence, which regards that which is great in the use of money. Reply to Objection 2. The use of money regards the liberal man in one way, and the magnificent man in another. For it regards the liberal man inasmuch as it proceeds from an ordinate affection in respect of money. Wherefore all due use of money, such as gifts and expenditure, the obstacles to which are removed by a moderate love of money, belongs to liberality. But the use of money regards the magnificent man in relation to some great work which has to be produced, and this use is impossible without expenditure or outlay. Reply to Objection 3. The magnificent man also makes gifts of presents, as stated in Ethics 4:2, but not under the aspect of gift, but rather under the aspect of expenditure directed to the production of some work, for instance, in order to honor someone, or in order to do something which will reflect honor on the whole state, as when he brings to effect what the whole state is striving for. Reply to Obj. 4. The chief act of virtue is the inward choice, and a virtue may have this without outward fortune, so that even a poor man may be magnificent. But goods of fortune are requisite as instruments to the external acts of virtue, and in this way a poor man cannot accomplish the outward act of magnificence in things that are great simply. Perhaps, however, he may be able to do so in things that are great by comparison to some particular work, which, though little in itself, can nevertheless be done magnificently in proportion to its genus, for little and great are relative terms, as the Philosopher says. Fourth article: whether magnificence is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that magnificence is not a part of fortitude, for magnificence agrees in matter with liberality, as stated above in Article 3. But liberality is a part not of fortitude, but of justice. Therefore, magnificence is not a part of fortitude. Objection 2 further: fortitude is about fear and darings. But magnificence seems to have nothing to do with fear, but only with expenditure, which is a kind of action. Therefore, magnificence seems to pertain to justice, which is about actions, rather than to fortitude. Objection 3 further: the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that the magnificent man is like the man of science. Now science has more in common with prudence than with fortitude. Therefore, magnificence should not be reckoned a part of fortitude. On the contrary, Tully and Macrobius and Andronicus reckon magnificence to be a part of fortitude. I answer that magnificence, insofar as it is a special virtue, cannot be reckoned a subjective part of fortitude, since it does not agree with this virtue in the point of matter, but it is reckoned a part thereof as being annexed to it as a secondary to principal virtue. In order for a virtue to be annexed to a principal virtue, two things are necessary, as stated above in question 80. The one is that the secondary virtue agree with the principal, and that the other is that in some respect it be exceeded thereby. Now, magnificence agrees with fortitude in the point that as fortitude tends to something arduous and difficult, so also does magnificence. Wherefore, seemingly, it is seated, like fortitude, in the irascible. Yet magnificence falls short of fortitude, in that the arduous thing to which fortitude tends derives its difficulty from a danger that threatens the person, whereas the arduous thing to which magnificence tends derives its difficulty from the dispossession of one's property, which is of much less account than danger to one's person. Wherefore magnificence is accounted a part of fortitude. Reply to Objection 1. Justice regards operations in themselves as viewed under the aspect of something due, but liberality and magnificence regard sumptuary operations as related to the passions of the soul, albeit in different ways. For liberality regards expenditure in reference to the love and desire of money, which are passions of the concupiscible faculty, and do not hinder the liberal man from giving and spending, so that this virtue is in the concupiscible. On the other hand, magnificence regards expenditure in reference to hope by attaining to the difficulty, not simply as magnanimity does, but in a determinate matter, namely expenditure. Wherefore magnificence, like magnanimity, is apparently in the irascible part. Reply to Obj. 2. Although magnificence does not agree with fortitude in matter, it agrees with it as the condition of its matter, since it tends to something difficult in the matter of expenditure, even as fortitude tends to something difficult in the matter of fear. Reply to Obj. 3. Magnificence directs the use of art to something great, as stated above and in the preceding article. Now art is in the reason, wherefore it belongs to the magnificent man to use his reason by observing proportion of expenditure to the work he has in hand. This is especially necessary on account of the greatness of both those things, since even if he did not take careful thought, he would incur the risk of great loss.
End of question 134. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 135 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 135, of meanness in 2 articles. Translator's note: parvificentia, or doing mean things, just as magnificentia is doing great things. We must now consider the vices opposed to magnificence, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether meanness is a vice. Second, of the vice opposed to it. First article, whether meanness is a vice. Objection 1. It seems that meanness is not a vice. For just as vice moderates great things, so does it moderate little things. Wherefore both the liberal and the magnificent do little things. But magnificence is a virtue. Therefore, likewise, meanness is a virtue rather than a vice. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that careful reckoning is a mean. But careful reckoning is apparently praiseworthy, since man's good is to be in accordance with reason, as Dionysius states in On the Divine Names 4:4. Therefore, meanness is not a vice. Objection 3 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that a mean man is loth to spend money. But this belongs to covetousness or illiberality. Therefore, meanness is not a distinct vice from the others. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, article 3, and question 18, article 6, moral acts take their species from their end, wherefore in many cases they are dominated from that end. Accordingly, a man is said to be mean, parvificus, because he intends to do something little, parvum. Now, according to the philosopher, great and little are relative terms, and when we say that a mean man intends to do something little, this must be understood in relation to the kind of work he does. This may be little or great in 2 ways. In one way as regards the work itself to be done, in another as regards the expense. Accordingly, the magnificent man intends principally the greatness of his work, and secondarily he intends the greatness of the expense, which he does not shirk, so that he may produce a great work. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:4 that the magnificent man with equal expenditure will produce a more magnificent result. On the other hand,
the mean man intends principally to spend little, wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that he seeks how he may spend least. As a result of this, he intends to produce a little work, that is, he does not shrink from producing a little work so long as he spends little. Wherefore the philosopher says that the mean man, after going to great expense, forfeits the good of the magnificent work, for the trifle that he is unwilling to spend. Therefore it is evident that the mean man fails to observe the proportion that reason demands between expenditure and work. Now the essence of vice is that it consists in failing to do what is in accordance with reason. Hence it is manifest that meanness is a vice. Reply to Objection 1. Virtue moderates little things according to the rule of reason, from which rule the mean man declines, as stated in the article. For he is called mean, not for moderating little things, but for declining from the rule of reason in moderating great or little things. Hence meanness is a vice. Reply to Objection 2. As the philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, fear makes us take counsel. Wherefore a mean man is careful in his reckonings, because he has an inordinate fear of spending his goods, even in things of the least account. Hence this is not praiseworthy, but sinful and reprehensible, because then a man does not regulate his affections according to reason, but on the contrary makes use of his reason in pursuance of his inordinate affections. Reply to Objection 3. Just as the magnificent man has this in common with the liberal man, that he spends his money readily and with pleasure, so too the mean man in common with the illiberal or covetous man is loth and slow to spend. Yet they differ in this, that illiberality regards ordinary expenditure, while meanness regards great expenditure, which is a more difficult accomplishment. Wherefore meanness is less sinful than illiberality. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:2 that, although meanness and its contrary vice are sinful, they do not bring shame on a man, since neither do they harm one's neighbor, nor are they very disgraceful. Second article. Whether there is a vice opposed to meanness. Objection 1. It seems that there is no vice opposed to meanness, for great is opposed to little. Now magnificence is not a vice, but a virtue. Therefore, no vice is opposed to meanness. Objection 2 further. Since meanness is a vice by deficiency, as stated above in Article 1, it seems that if any vice is opposed to meanness, it would merely consist in excessive spending. But those who spend much where they ought to spend little where they ought to spend much, according to Ethics 4:2, and thus they have something of meanness. Therefore, there is not a vice opposed to meanness. Objection 3 further. Moral acts take their species from their end, as stated above in Article 1. Now those who spend excessively do so in order to make a show of their wealth, as stated in Ethics 4:2. But this belongs to vainglory, which is opposed to magnanimity, as stated above in Question 131, Article 2. Therefore, no vice is opposed to meanness. On the contrary, stands the authority of the philosopher who, in Ethics 2:8 and 4:2, places magnificence as a mean between two opposite vices. I answer that great is opposed to little. Also little and great are relative terms, as stated above in Article 1. Now just as expenditure may be little in comparison with the work, so may it be great in comparison with the work, in that it exceeds the proportion which reason requires to exist between expenditure and work. Hence it is manifest that the vice of meanness, whereby a man intends to spend less than his work is worth, and thus fails to observe due proportion between his expenditure and his work, has a vice opposed to it, whereby a man exceeds the same proportion by spending more than is proportionate to his work. This vice is called in Greek banousia, so called from the Greek baunos, because, like the fire in the furnace, it consumes everything. It is also called apeirokalia, that is, lacking good fire, since like fire it consumes all, but not for a good purpose. Hence in Latin it may be called consumptio, waste. Reply to objection 1. Magnificence is so called from the great work done, but not from the expenditure being in excess of the work, for this belongs to the vice which is opposed to meanness. Reply to objection 2. To the one same vice there is opposed the virtue which observes the mean, and a contrary vice. Accordingly, then, the vice of waste is opposed to meanness in that it exceeds in expenditure the value of the work, by spending much where it behooved to spend little. But it is opposed to magnificence on the part of the great work, which the magnificent man intends principally, insofar as when it behooves to spend much, it spends little or nothing. Reply to objection 3. Wastefulness is opposed to meanness by the very species of its act, since it exceeds the rule of reason, whereas meanness falls short of it. Yet nothing hinders this from being directed to the end of another vice, such as vainglory or any other.
End of question 135. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 136 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 136 of Patience in 5 articles. We must now consider patience. Under this head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether patience is a virtue. Second, whether it is the greatest of the virtues. Third, whether it can be had without grace. Fourth, whether it is a part of fortitude. Fifth, whether it is the same as longanimity. First article, whether patience is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that patience is not a virtue, for the virtues are most perfect in heaven, as Augustine says in On the Trinity 14. Yet patience is not there, since no evils have to be borne there, according to Isaiah 49:10 and Apocalypse 7:16. They shall not hunger nor thirst, nor shall the heat nor the sun strike them. Therefore, patience is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. No virtue can be found in the wicked, since virtue it is that makes its possessor good. Yet patience is sometimes found in wicked men, for instance in the covetous, who bear many evils patiently that they may amass money, according to Ecclesiastes 5:16.
All the days of his life he eateth in darkness, and in many cares, and in misery, and in sorrow. Therefore, patience is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. The fruits differ from the virtues, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 70, Article 1, third reply. But patience is reckoned among the fruits, according to Galatians 5:22. Therefore, patience is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Patience 1, "The virtue of the soul that is called patience is so great a gift of God that we even preach the patience of him who bestows it upon us." I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 1, the moral virtues are directed to the good, inasmuch as they safeguard the good of reason against the impulse of the passions. Now among the passions, sorrow is strong to hinder the good of reason, according to 2 Corinthians 7:10. "The sorrow of the world worketh death." And Ecclesiasticus 30:25, "Sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it." Hence the necessity for a virtue to safeguard the good of reason against sorrow, lest reason give way to sorrow, and this patience does. Wherefore Augustine says in On Patience 2, "A man's patience it is whereby he bears evil with an equal mind, that is, without being disturbed by sorrow, lest he abandon with an unequal mind the goods whereby he may advance to better things." It is therefore evident that patience is a virtue. Reply to Obj. 1. The moral virtues do not remain in heaven as regards the same act that they have on the way, in relation, namely, to the goods of the present life, which will not remain in heaven. But they will remain in the relation to the end, which will be in heaven. Thus justice will not be in heaven in relation to buying and selling and other matters pertaining to the present life, but it will remain in the point of being subject to God. In like manner, the act of patience, in heaven, will not consist in bearing things, but in enjoying the goods to which we had aspired by suffering. Hence Augustine says, in On the City of God 14, that patience itself will not be in heaven, since there is no need for it except where evils have to be borne, yet that which we shall obtain by patience will be eternal. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says in On Patience 2 and 5, properly speaking, those are patient who would rather bear evils without inflicting them, than inflict them without bearing them. As for those who bear evils that they may inflict evil, their patience is neither marvelous nor praiseworthy, for it is no patience at all. We may marvel at their hardness of heart, but we must refuse to call them patient. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 11, Article 1, the very notion of fruit denotes pleasure, and works of virtue afford pleasure in themselves, as stated in Ethics 1:8. Now the names of the virtues are wont to be applied to their acts. Wherefore patience as a habit is a virtue, but as to the pleasure which its act affords, it is reckoned a fruit, especially in this, that patience safeguards the mind from being overcome by sorrow. Second article. Whether patience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 1. It seems that patience is the greatest of the virtues, for in every genus that which is perfect is the greatest. Now, patience hath a perfect work, according to James 1:4. Therefore, patience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 2 further. all the virtues are directed to the good of the soul. Now this seems to belong chiefly to patience, for it is written in Luke 21:19, "In your patience you shall possess your souls." Therefore, patience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 3 further. Seemingly, that which is the safeguard and cause of other things is greater than they are. But according to Gregory, in his homily 35 on the Gospel, patience is the root and safeguard of all the virtues. Therefore, patience is the greatest of the virtues. On the contrary, it is not reckoned among the 4 virtues which Gregory, in his commentary on Job 22, and Augustine, in Of the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans 15, call principal. I answer that virtues by their very nature are directed to good. For it is virtue that makes its possessor good and renders the latter's work good, according to Ethics 2:6. Hence it follows that a virtue's superiority and preponderance over other virtues is the greater according as it inclines man to good more effectively and directly. Now those virtues which are effective of good incline a man more directly to good than those which are a check on the things which lead man away from good. And just as among those that are effective of good, the greater is that which establishes man in a greater good. Thus faith, hope, and charity are greater than prudence and justice. So too among those that are a check on things that withdraw man from good, the greater virtue is the one which is a check on a greater obstacle to good. But dangers of death, about which is fortitude, and pleasures of touch, with which temperance is concerned, withdraw man from good more than fortitude, and pleasures of touch withdraw man from good more than any kind of hardship which is the object of patience. Therefore patience is not the greatest of the virtues, but falls short, not only of the theological virtues, and of prudence and justice, which directly establish man in good, but also of fortitude and temperance, which withdraw him from greater obstacles to good. Reply to Objection 1. Patience is said to have a perfect work in bearing hardships, for these give rise, first, to sorrow, which is moderated by patience; secondly, to anger, which is moderated by meekness; thirdly, to hatred, which charity removes; fourthly, to unjust injury, which justice forbids. Now that which removes the principle is the most perfect. Yet it does not follow, if patience be more perfect in this respect, that it is more perfect simply. Reply to Objection 2. Possession denotes undisturbed ownership, wherefore man is said to possess his soul by patience insofar as it removes by the root the passions that are evoked by hardships and disturb the soul. Reply to Objection 3. Patience is said to be the root and safeguard of all the virtues, not as though it caused and preserved them directly, but merely because it removes their obstacles. Third article. Whether it is possible to have patience without grace. Objection 1. It seems that it is possible to have patience without grace. For the more his reason inclines to a thing, the more is it possible for the rational creature to accomplish it. Now, it is more reasonable to suffer evil for the sake of good than for the sake of evil. Yet some suffer evil for evil's sake, by their own virtue, and without the help of grace. For Augustine says in On Patience 3 that men endure many toils and sorrows for the sake of the things they love sinfully. Much more, therefore, is it possible for man without the help of grace to bear evil for the sake of good, and this is to be truly patient. Objection 2 further. Some who are not in a state of grace have more abhorrence for sinful evils than for bodily evils. Hence, some heathens are related to have endured many hardships rather than betray their country or commit some other misdeed. Now, this is to be truly patient. Therefore, it seems that it is possible to have patience without the help of grace. Objection 3 further. It is quite evident that some go through much trouble and pain in order to regain health of the body. Now, the health of the soul is not less desirable than bodily health. Therefore, in like manner, one may, without the help of grace, endure many evils for the health of the soul, and this is to be truly patient. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 61 verse 6, "From him," that is, from God, "is my patience." I answer that, as Augustine says in On Patience 4, "The strength of desire helps a man to bear toil and pain, and no one willingly undertakes to bear what is painful, save for the sake of that which gives pleasure." The reason of this is because sorrow and pain are of themselves displeasing to the soul, wherefore it would never choose to suffer them for their own sake, but only for the sake of an end. Hence it follows that the good for the sake of which one is willing to endure evils is more desired and loved than the good the privation of which causes the sorrow that we bear patiently. Now the fact that a man prefers the good of grace to all natural goods, the loss of which may cause sorrow, is to be referred to charity, which loves God above all things. Hence it is evident that patience, as a virtue, is caused by charity, according to 1 Corinthians 13:4. Charity is patient. But it is manifest that it is impossible to have charity save through grace, according to Romans 5:5. "The charity of God is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost who is given to us." Therefore, it is clearly impossible to have patience without the help of grace. Reply to Obj. 1. The inclination of reason would prevail in human nature in the state of integrity. But in corrupt nature, the inclination of concupiscence prevails, because it is dominant in man. Hence man is more prone to bear evils for the sake of goods in which the concupiscence delights here and now, than to endure evils for the sake of goods to come, which are desired in accordance with reason. And yet it is this that pertains to true patience. Reply to Obj. 2. The good of a social virtue is commensurate with human nature, and consequently the human will can tend thereto without the help of sanctifying grace, yet not without the help of God's grace. On the other hand, the good of grace is supernatural, wherefore man cannot tend thereto by a natural virtue. Hence the comparison fails. Reply to Obj. 3. Even the endurance of those evils which a man bears for the sake of his body's health proceeds from the love a man naturally has for his own flesh. Hence there is no comparison between this endurance and patience which proceeds from a supernatural love. Fourth article. Whether patience is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that patience is not a part of fortitude. For a thing is not a part of itself. Now, patience is apparently the same as fortitude, because, as stated above in question 123, Article 6, the proper act of fortitude is to endure, and this belongs also to patience. For it is stated in St. Gregory, Homily 35, that patience consists in enduring evils inflicted by others. Therefore, patience is not a part of fortitude. Objection 2, further. Fortitude is about fear and daring, as stated above in question 123, Article 3, and thus it is in the irascible. But patience seems to be about sorrow, and consequently would seem to be in the concupiscible. Therefore, patience is not a part of fortitude, but of temperance. Objection 3, further. The whole cannot be without its part. Therefore, if patience is a part of fortitude, there can be no fortitude without patience. Yet sometimes a brave man does not endure evils patiently, but even attacks the person who inflicts the evil. Therefore, patience is not a part of fortitude. On the contrary, Tully, in On the Art of Rhetoric 2, reckons it a part of fortitude. I answer that patience is a quasi-potential part of fortitude, because it is annexed thereto as secondary to principal virtue. For it belongs to patience to suffer with an equal mind the evils inflicted by others, as Gregory says in a homily. Now, of those evils that are inflicted by others, foremost and most difficult to endure are those that are connected with the danger of death, and about these evils fortitude is concerned. Hence it is clear that in this matter fortitude has the principal place, and that it lays claim to that which is principal in this matter. Wherefore patience is annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue, for which reason Prosper calls patience brave in his Sentences 811. Reply to Objection 1. It belongs to fortitude to endure, not anything indeed, but that which is most difficult to endure, namely dangers of death, whereas it may pertain to patience to endure any kind of evil. Reply to Objection 2. The act of fortitude consists not only in holding fast to good against the fear of future dangers, but also in not failing through sorrow or pain occasioned by things present, and it is in the latter respect that patience is akin to fortitude. Yet fortitude is chiefly about fear, which of itself evokes flight, which fortitude avoids, while patience is chiefly about sorrow, for a man is said to be patient not because he does not fly, but because he behaves in a praiseworthy manner by suffering, patiendo, things which hurt him here and now, in such a way as not to be inordinately saddened by them. Hence fortitude is properly in the irascible, while patience is in the concupiscible faculty. Nor does this hinder patience from being part of fortitude, because the annexing of virtue to virtue does not regard the subject, but the matter or the form. Nevertheless, patience is not to be reckoned a part of temperance, although both are in the concupiscible, because temperance is only about those sorrows that are opposed to pleasures of touch, such as arise through abstinence from pleasures of food and sex, whereas patience is chiefly about sorrows inflicted by other persons. Moreover, it belongs to temperance to control these sorrows besides their contrary pleasures, whereas it belongs to patience that a man forsake not the good of virtue on account of such like sorrows, however great they be. Reply to Objection 3. It may be granted that patience in a certain respect is an integral part of justice, if we consider the fact that a man may patiently endure evils pertaining to dangers of death. And it is from this point of view that the objection argues.
Nor is it inconsistent with patience that a man should, when necessary, rise up against the man who inflicts evils on him. For Chrysostom says on Matthew 4:10, "Begone, Satan," that it is praiseworthy to be patient under our wrongs, but to endure God's wrongs patiently is most wicked. And Augustine says in a letter to Marcellinus, his letter 138, that the precepts of patience are not opposed to the good of the commonwealth, since in order to endure that good we fight against our enemies. But insofar as patience regards all kinds of evils, it is annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue. Fifth article: whether patience is the same as longanimity. Translator's note: long-suffering. It is necessary to preserve the Latin word on account of the comparison with magnanimity. Objection 1. It seems that patience is the same as longanimity. For Augustine says on Patience 1 that we speak of patience in God not as though any evil made him suffer, but because he awaits the wicked that they may be converted. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 5:4, "The Most High is a patient rewarder." Therefore it seems that patience is the same as longanimity. Objection 2 further: the same thing is not contrary to two things. But in patience is contrary to longanimity, whereby one awaits a delay, for one is said to be impatient of delay as of other evils. Therefore it seems that patience is the same as longanimity. Objection 3 further: just as time is a circumstance of wrongs endured, so is place. But no virtue is distinct from patience on the score of place. Therefore, in like manner, longanimity, which takes count of time, insofar as a person waits for a long time, is not distinct from patience. On the contrary, a gloss on Romans 2:4, "Or despisest thou the riches of his goodness and patience and long-suffering," says, "It seems that longanimity differs from patience, because those who offend from weakness rather than of set purpose are said to be born with longanimity, while those who take a deliberate delight in their crimes are said to be born patiently." I answer that, just as by magnanimity a man has a mind to tend to great things, so by longanimity a man has a mind to tend to something a long way off. Wherefore, as magnanimity regards hope, which tends to good, rather than daring, fear, or sorrow, which have evil as their object, so also does longanimity. Hence, longanimity has more in common with magnanimity than with patience. Nevertheless, it may have something in common with patience for two reasons. First, because patience, like fortitude, endures certain evils for the sake of good, and if this good is awaited shortly, endurance is easier, whereas if it be delayed a long time, it is more difficult. Secondly, because the very delay of the good we hope for is of a nature to cause sorrow, according to Proverbs 13:12, "Hope that is deferred afflicteth the soul." Hence, there may be patience in bearing this trial, as in enduring any other sorrows. Accordingly, longanimity and constancy are both comprised under patience, insofar as both the delay of the hoped-for good, which regards longanimity, and the toil which man endures in persistently accomplishing a good work, which regards constancy, may be considered under the one aspect of grievous evil. For this reason, Tully, in On the Art of Rhetoric 2, in defining patience, says that patience is the voluntary and prolonged endurance of arduous and difficult things for the sake of virtue or profit. By saying arduous, he refers to constancy in good. When he says difficult, he refers to the grievousness of evil, which is the proper object of patience. And by adding continued or long-lasting, he refers to longanimity, insofar as it has something in common with patience. This suffices for the replies to the first and second objections. Reply to objection 3. That which is a long way off as to place, though distant from us, is not simply distant from things in nature, as that which is a long way off in point of time. Hence the comparison fails. Moreover, what is remote as to place offers no difficulty save in the point of time, since what is placed a long way from us is a long time coming to us. We grant the fourth argument. We must observe, however, that the reason for the difference assigned by this gloss is that it is hard to bear with those who sin through weakness merely because they persist a long time in evil, wherefore it is said that they are born with longanimity, whereas the very fact of sinning through pride seems to be unendurable, for which reason those who sin through pride are stated to be born with patience.
End of question 136. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 137 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 137 of Perseverance in 4 articles. We must now consider perseverance and the vices opposed to it. Under the head of perseverance there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether perseverance is a virtue. Second, whether it is a part of fortitude. Third, of its relation to constancy. Fourth, whether it needs the help of grace. First article, whether perseverance is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that perseverance is not a virtue. For according to the philosopher in Ethics 7:7, continency is greater than perseverance. But continency is not a virtue, as stated in Ethics 4:9. Therefore, perseverance is not a virtue. Objection 2 further. By virtue man lives aright, according to Augustine in On Free Will 2:19. Now according to the same authority, when Augustine says in On Perseverance 1, no one can be said to have perseverance while living unless he persevere until death. Therefore, perseverance is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. It is requisite of every virtue that one should persist unchangeably in the work of that virtue, as stated in Ethics 2:4. But this is what we understand by perseverance, for Tully says in the Art of Rhetoric 2 that perseverance is the fixed and continued persistence in a well-considered purpose. Therefore, perseverance is not a special virtue, but a condition of every virtue. On the contrary, Andronicus says that perseverance is a habit regarding things to which we ought to stand, and those to which we ought not to stand, as well as those that are indifferent. Now, a habit that directs us to do something well, or to omit something, is a virtue. Therefore, perseverance is a virtue. I answer that, according to the philosopher in Ethics 2:3, virtue is about the difficult and the good. And so where there is any kind of difficulty or goodness, there is a special virtue. Now, a virtuous deed may involve goodness or difficulty on two counts. First, from the act's very species, which is considered in respect of the proper object of that act. Secondly, from the length of time, since to persist long in something difficult involves a special difficulty. Hence, to persist long in something good until it is accomplished belongs to a special virtue. Accordingly, just as temperance and fortitude are special virtues, for the reason that the one moderates pleasures of touch, which is of itself a difficult thing, while the other moderates fear and daring in connection with dangers of death, which is also something difficult in itself, so perseverance is a special virtue, since it consists in enduring delays in the above or other virtuous deeds, so far as necessity requires. Reply to Objection 1. The philosopher is taking perseverance there as it is found in one who bears those things which are most difficult to endure long. Now, it is difficult to endure not good, but evil. And evils that involve danger of death, for the most part, are not endured for a long time, because often they soon pass away. Wherefore, it is not on this account that perseverance has its chief title to praise. Among other evils, foremost are those which are opposed to pleasures of touch, because evils of this kind affect the necessities of life. Such are the lack of food and the like, which at times call for long endurance. Now, it is not difficult to endure these things for a long time for one who grieves not much at them, nor delights much in the contrary goods, as in the case of the temperate man, in whom these passions are not violent. But they are most difficult to bear for one who is strongly affected by such things, through lacking the perfect virtue that moderates these passions. Wherefore, if perseverance be taken in this sense, it is not a perfect virtue, but something imperfect in the genus of virtue. On the other hand, if we take perseverance as denoting long persistence in any kind of difficult good, it is consistent in one who has even perfect virtue, for even if it is less difficult for him to persist, yet he persists in the more perfect good. Wherefore, such like perseverance may be a virtue, because virtue derives perfection from the aspect of good rather than from the aspect of difficulty. Reply to Objection 2. Sometimes a virtue and its act go by the same name. Thus Augustine says in his commentary on John, number 74, "Faith is to believe without seeing." Yet it is possible to have a habit of virtue without performing the act. Thus a poor man has the habit of magnificence without exercising the act. Sometimes, however, a person who has the habit begins to perform the act, yet does not accomplish it. For instance, a builder begins to build a house, but does not complete it. Accordingly, we must reply that the term perseverance is sometimes used to denote the habit whereby one chooses to persevere, sometimes for the act of persevering. And sometimes one who has the habit of perseverance chooses to persevere and begins to carry out his choice by persisting for a time, yet completes not the act, through not persisting to the end. Now the end is twofold. One is the end of the work, the other is the end of human life. Properly speaking, it belongs to perseverance to persevere to the end of the virtuous work, for instance,
that a soldier persevered to the end of the fight, and the magnificent man until his work be accomplished. There are, however, some virtues whose acts must endure throughout the whole of life, such as faith, hope, and charity, since they regard the last end of the entire life of man. Wherefore, as regards these which are the principal virtues, the act of perseverance is not accomplished until the end of life. It is in this sense that Augustine speaks of perseverance as denoting the consummate act of perseverance. Reply to Obj. 3. Unchangeable persistence may belong to a virtue in two ways. First, on account of the intended end that is proper to that virtue, and thus to persist in good for a long time until the end belongs to a special virtue called perseverance, which intends this as its special end. Secondly, by reason of the relation of the habit to its subject, and thus unchangeable persistence is consequent upon every virtue, inasmuch as virtue is a quality difficult to change. Second article: whether perseverance is a part of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that perseverance is not a part of fortitude. For according to the Philosopher in Ethics 8:7, perseverance is about pains of touch. But these belong to temperance. Therefore, perseverance is a part of temperance rather than of fortitude. Objection 2. Further, every part of a moral virtue is about certain passions which that virtue moderates. Now, perseverance does not imply moderation of the passions, since the more violent the passions, the more praiseworthy it is to persevere in accordance with reason. Therefore, it seems that perseverance is a part not of a moral virtue, but rather of prudence, which perfects the reason. Objection 3. Further, Augustine says in On Perseverance 1 that no one can lose perseverance, whereas one can lose the other virtues. Therefore, perseverance is greater than all the other virtues. Now, a principal virtue is greater than its part. Therefore, perseverance is not a part of virtue, but is itself a principal virtue. On the contrary, Tully, in On the Art of Rhetoric 2, reckons perseverance as a part of fortitude. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Articles 3 and 4. A principal virtue is one to which is principally ascribed something that lays claim to the praise of virtue, inasmuch as it practices it in connection with its own matter, wherein it is most difficult of accomplishment. In accordance with this, it has been stated in question 123, Article 2, that fortitude is a principal virtue, because it observes firmness in matters wherein it is most difficult to stand firm, namely, in dangers of death. Wherefore it follows of necessity that every virtue which has a title to praise for the firm endurance of something difficult must be annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue. Now, the endurance of difficulty arising from delay in accomplishing a good work gives perseverance its claim to praise, nor is this so difficult as to endure dangers of death. Therefore, perseverance is annexed to fortitude as secondary to principal virtue. Reply to Objection 1. The annexing of secondary to principal virtues depends not only on the matter, but also on the mode, because in everything form is of more account than matter. Wherefore, although as to matter, perseverance seems to have much more in common with temperance than with fortitude, yet in mode it has more in common with fortitude, in the point of standing firm against the difficulty arising from length of time. Reply to Objection 2. The perseverance of which the philosopher speaks in Ethics 7, 4 and 7, does not moderate any passions, but consists merely in a certain firmness of reason and will. But perseverance, considered as a virtue, moderates certain passions, namely fear of weariness or failure on account of the delay. Hence this virtue, like fortitude, is in the irascible. Reply to Obj. 3. Augustine speaks there of perseverance as denoting not a virtuous habit, but a virtuous act sustained to the end, according to Matthew 24:13. He that shall persevere to the end, he shall be saved. Hence, it is incompatible with such like perseverance for it to be lost, since it would no longer endure to the end. Third article. Whether constancy pertains to perseverance. Objection 1. It seems that constancy does not pertain to perseverance. For constancy pertains to patience, as stated above in question 137, Article 5. And patience differs from perseverance. Therefore, constancy does not pertain to perseverance. Objection 2 further. Virtue is about the difficult and the good. Now it does not seem difficult to be constant in little works, but only in great deeds, which pertain to magnificence. Therefore, constancy pertains to magnificence rather than to perseverance. Objection 3. Further, if constancy pertained to perseverance, it would seem nowise to differ from it, since both denote a kind of unchangeableness. Yet they differ. For Macrobius condivides constancy with firmness by which he indicates perseverance, as stated above in question 128, Article 6. Therefore, constancy does not pertain to perseverance. On the contrary, one is said to be constant because one stands to a thing. Now it belongs to perseverance to stand to certain things, as appears from the definition given by Andronicus. Therefore, constancy belongs to perseverance. I answer that perseverance and constancy agree as to end, since it belongs to both to persist firmly in some good. But they differ as to those things which make it difficult to persist in good, because the virtue of perseverance properly makes man persist firmly in good against the difficulty that arises from the very continuance of the act, whereas constancy makes him persist firmly in good against difficulties arising from any other external hindrances. Hence perseverance takes precedence of constancy as a part of fortitude, because the difficulty arising from continuance of action is more intrinsic to the act of virtue than that which arises from external obstacles. Reply to Objection 1. External obstacles to persistence in good are especially those which cause sorrow. Now patience is about sorrow, as stated above in question 136, Article 1. Hence, constancy agrees with perseverance as to end, while it agrees with patience as to those things which occasion difficulty. Now the end is of most account, wherefore constancy pertains to perseverance rather than to patience. Reply to Objection 2. It is more difficult to persist in great deeds, yet in little or ordinary deeds it is difficult to persist for any length of time, if not on account of the greatness of the deed which magnificence considers, yet from its very continuance which perseverance regards. Hence constancy may pertain to both. Reply to Objection 3. Constancy pertains to perseverance insofar as it has something in common with it, but it is not the same thing in the point of their difference, as stated in the article. Fourth article. Whether perseverance needs the help of grace. Objection 1. It seems that perseverance does not need the help of grace. For perseverance is a virtue, as stated above in Article 1. Now, according to Tully, virtue acts after the manner of nature. Therefore, the sole inclination of virtue suffices for perseverance. Therefore, this does not need the help of grace. Objection 2 further. The gift of Christ's grace is greater than the harm brought upon us by Adam, as appears from Romans 5:15 and following. Now, before sin, man was so framed that he could persevere by means of what he had received, as Augustine says in On Rebuke and Grace 11. Much more, therefore, can man, after being repaired by the grace of Christ, persevere without the help of a further grace. Objection 3 further. Sinful deeds are sometimes more difficult than deeds of virtue. Hence it is said in the person of the wicked, in Wisdom 5:7, "We have walked through hard ways." Now some persevere in sinful deeds without the help of another. Therefore, man can also persevere in deeds of virtue without the help of grace. On the contrary, Augustine says, in On Perseverance 1, "We hold that perseverance is a gift of God, whereby we persevere unto the end, in Christ." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, second reply, and in Article 2, third reply, perseverance has a twofold signification. First, it denotes the habit of perseverance, considered as a virtue. In this way, it needs the gift of habitual grace, even as the other infused virtues. Secondly, it may be taken to denote the act of perseverance enduring until death, and in this sense it needs not only habitual grace, but also the gratuitous help of God sustaining man in good until the end of life, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 109, Article 10, when we were treating of grace. Because, since the free will is changeable by its very nature, which changeableness is not taken away from it by the habitual grace bestowed in the present life, it is not in the power of the free will, albeit repaired by grace, to abide unchangeably in good, though it is in its power to choose this, for it is often in our power to choose, yet not to accomplish. Reply to Objection 1. The virtue of perseverance, so far as it is concerned, inclines one to persevere. Yet since it is a habit, and a habit is a thing one uses at will, it does not follow that a person who has the habit of virtue uses it unchangeably until death. Reply to Objection 2. As Augustine says in On Rebuke and Grace 11, "It was given to the first man not to persevere, but to be able to persevere of his free will, because then no corruption was in human nature to make perseverance difficult. Now, however, by the grace of Christ, the predestined receive not only the possibility of persevering, but perseverance itself. Wherefore the first man, whom no man threatened, of his own free will, rebelling against a threatening God, forfeited so great a happiness and so great a facility of avoiding sin. Whereas these, although the world rage against their constancy, have persevered in faith." Reply to Objection 3. Man is able by himself to fall into sin, but he cannot by himself arise from sin without the help of grace. Hence, by falling into sin, so far as he is concerned, man makes himself to be persevering in sin, unless he be delivered by God's grace. On the other hand, by doing good, he does not make himself to be persevering in good, because he is able by himself to sin. wherefore he needs the help of grace for that end.
End of question 137. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 138 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 138. Of the vices opposed to perseverance, in 2 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to perseverance, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, of effeminacy. Second, of pertinacity. First article. Whether effeminacy is opposed to perseverance. Translator's note. Effeminacy is here translated from the Latin mollities, literally softness. Objection 1. It seems that effeminacy is not opposed to perseverance. For a gloss on 1 Corinthians 6, verses 9 and 10, nor adulterers, nor the effeminate, nor liars with mankind, expounds the text thus: effeminate, that is, obscene, given to unnatural vice. But this is opposed to chastity. Therefore, effeminacy is not a vice opposed to perseverance. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 7:7 that delicacy is a kind of effeminacy. But to be delicate seems akin to intemperance. Therefore, effeminacy is not opposed to perseverance, but to temperance. Objection 3 further. The philosopher says again in Ethics 7:7 that the man who is fond of amusement is effeminate. Now a moderate fondness of amusement is opposed to eutropelia, which is the virtue about pleasures of play, as stated in Ethics 4:8. Therefore, effeminacy is not opposed to perseverance. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 7:7 that the persevering man is opposed to the effeminate. I answer that, as stated above in question 137, articles 1 and 2, perseverance is deserving of praise because thereby a man does not forsake a good on account of long endurance of difficulties and toils, and it is directly opposed to this, seemingly, for a man to be ready to forsake a good on account of difficulties which he cannot endure. This is what we understand by effeminacy, because the thing is said to be soft if it readily yields to the touch. Now a thing is not declared to be soft through yielding to a heavy blow, for even walls yield to the battering ram. Wherefore a man is not said to be effeminate if he yields to heavy blows. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 7:7 that it is no wonder if a person is overcome by strong and overwhelming pleasures or sorrows, but he is to be pardoned if he struggles against them. Now it is evident that fear of danger is more impelling than the desire of pleasure, wherefore Tully says, under the heading, "True magnanimity consists of 2 things. It is inconsistent for one who is not cast down by fear to be defeated by lust, or who has proved himself unbeaten by toil, to yield to pleasure." Moreover, pleasure itself is a stronger motive of attraction than sorrow, for the lack of pleasure is a motive of withdrawal, since lack of pleasure is a pure privation. Wherefore, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 7:7, properly speaking, an effeminate man is one who withdraws from good on account of sorrow caused by lack of pleasure, yielding, as it were, to a weak motion. Reply to Obj. 1. This effeminacy is caused in two ways. In one, by custom. For where a man is accustomed to enjoy pleasures, it is more difficult for him to endure the lack of them. In another way, by natural disposition, because, to wit, his mind is less persevering through the frailty of his temperament. This is how women are compared to men, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 7:7. Wherefore those who are passively sodomitical are said to be effeminate, because womanish themselves, as it were. Reply to Obj. 2. Toil is opposed to bodily pleasure. Wherefore it is only toilsome things that are a hindrance to pleasures. Now the delicate are those who cannot endure toils, nor anything that diminishes pleasure. Hence it is written in Deuteronomy 28:56. The tender and delicate woman that could not go upon the ground, nor set down her foot for softness. Thus delicacy is a kind of effeminacy. But properly speaking, effeminacy regards lack of pleasures, while delicacy regards the cause that hinders pleasure, for instance, toil or the like. Reply to Obj. 3. In play, two things may be considered. In the first place, there is the pleasure, and thus inordinate fondness of play is opposed to eutropelia. Secondly, we may consider the relaxation or rest which is opposed to toil. Accordingly, just as it belongs to effeminacy to be unable to endure toilsome things, so too it belongs thereto to desire play or any other relaxation inordinately. Second article. Whether pertinacity is opposed to perseverance. Objection 1. It seems that pertinacity is not opposed to perseverance. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31 that pertinacity arises from vainglory. But vainglory is not opposed to perseverance, but to magnanimity, as stated above in question 132, Article 2. Therefore, pertinacity is not opposed to perseverance. Objection 2 further. If it is opposed to perseverance, this is so either by excess or by deficiency. Now, it is not opposed by excess, because the pertinacious also yield to certain pleasure and sorrow, since according to the Philosopher in Ethics 7:9, they rejoice when they prevail, and grieve when their opinions are rejected. And if it be opposed by deficiency, it will be the same as effeminacy, which is clearly false. Therefore, pertinacity is nowise opposed to perseverance. Objection 3 further. Just as the persevering man persists in good against sorrow, so too do the continent and the temperate against pleasures, the brave against fear, and the meek against anger. But pertinacity is over-persistence in something. Therefore, pertinacity is not opposed to perseverance more than to other virtues. On the contrary, Tully says that pertinacity is to perseverance as superstition is to religion. But superstition is opposed to religion, as stated above in question 92, Article 1. Therefore, pertinacity is opposed to perseverance. I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, a person is said to be pertinacious, who holds on impudently, as being utterly tenacious. Pervivacious has the same meaning, for it signifies that a man perseveres in his purpose until he is victorious, for the ancients called vitia what we call victory. These the philosopher, in Ethics 7:9, calls ischyrogonomones, that is, headstrong, or idiognomenes, that is, self-opinionated, because they abide by their opinions more than they should, whereas the effeminate man does so less than he ought, and the persevering man as he ought. Hence it is clear that perseverance is commended for observing the mean, while pertinacity is reproved for exceeding the mean, and effeminacy for falling short of it. Reply to Objection 1. The reason why a man is too persistent in his own opinion is that he wishes by this means to make a show of his own excellence, wherefore this is the result of vainglory as its cause. Now, it has been stated above, in question 127, Article 2, first reply, as well as in question 133, Article 2, that opposition of vices to virtues depends not on their cause, but on their species. Reply to Objection 2. The pertinacious man exceeds by persisting inordinately in something against many difficulties. Yet he takes a certain pleasure in the end, just as the brave and the persevering man. Since, however, this pleasure is sinful, seeing that he desires it too much, and shuns the contrary pain, he is like the incontinent or effeminate man. Reply to Objection 3. Although the other virtues persist against the onslaught of the passions, they are not commended for persisting in the same way as perseverance is. As to continence, its claim to praise seems to lie rather in overcoming pleasures. Hence, pertinacity is directly opposed to perseverance.
End of question 138. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 139 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 139 of the Gift of Fortitude, in 2 articles. We must next consider the gift corresponding to fortitude, and this is the gift of fortitude. Under this head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether fortitude is a gift. Second, which among the beatitudes and fruits correspond with it. First article, whether fortitude is a gift. Objection 1. It seems that fortitude is not a gift, for the virtues differ from the gifts, and fortitude is a virtue. Therefore, it should not be reckoned as a gift. Objection 2 further. The acts of the gifts remain in heaven, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 6. But the act of fortitude does not remain in heaven, for Gregory says in his commentary on Job 1 that fortitude encourages the faint-hearted against hardships, which will be altogether absent from heaven. Therefore, fortitude is not a gift. Objection 3 further. Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2 that It is a sign of fortitude to cut oneself adrift from all the deadly pleasures of the passing show. Now noisome pleasures and delights are the concern of temperance rather than of fortitude. Therefore, it seems that fortitude is not the gift corresponding to the virtue of fortitude. On the contrary, fortitude is reckoned among the other gifts of the Holy Ghost in Isaiah 11:2. I answer that fortitude denotes a certain firmness of mind, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 3. And this firmness of mind is required both in doing good and in enduring evil, especially with regard to goods or evils that are difficult. Now man, according to his proper and connatural mode, is able to have this firmness in both these respects, so as not to forsake the good on account of difficulties, whether in accomplishing an arduous work, or in enduring grievous evil. In this sense, fortitude denotes a special or general virtue, as stated above in question 123, Article 2. Yet furthermore, man's mind is moved by the Holy Ghost, in order that he may attain to the end of each work begun, and avoid whatever perils may threaten. This surpasses human nature, for sometimes it is not in a man's power to attain the end of his work, or to avoid evils or dangers, since these may happen to overwhelm him in death. But the Holy Ghost works this in man by bringing him to everlasting life, which is the end of all good deeds and the release from all perils. A certain confidence of this is infused into the mind by the Holy Ghost, who expels any fear of the contrary. It is in this sense that fortitude is reckoned a gift of the Holy Ghost. For it has been stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Articles 1 and 2, that the gifts regard the motion of the mind by the Holy Ghost. Reply to Obj. 1. Fortitude, as a virtue, perfects the mind in the endurance of all perils whatever, but it does not go so far as to give confidence of overcoming all dangers. This belongs to the fortitude that is a gift of the Holy Ghost. Reply to Obj. 2. The gifts have not the same acts in heaven as on the way, for they exercise acts in connection with the enjoyment of the end. Hence, the act of fortitude there is to enjoy full security from toil and evil. Reply to Obj. 3. The gift of fortitude regards the virtue of fortitude not only because it consists in enduring dangers, but also inasmuch as it consists in accomplishing any difficult work. Wherefore the gift of fortitude is directed by the gift of counsel, which seems to be concerned chiefly with the greater goods. Second article. Whether the fourth beatitude, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," corresponds with the gift of fortitude. Objection 1. It seems that the fourth beatitude, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," does not correspond to the gift of fortitude. For the gift of piety, and not the gift of fortitude, corresponds to the virtue of justice. Now hungering and thirsting after justice pertain to the act of justice. Therefore, this beatitude corresponds to the gift of piety, rather than to the gift of fortitude. Objection 2 further. Hunger and thirst after justice imply a desire for good. Now this belongs properly to charity, to which the gift of wisdom, and not the gift of fortitude, corresponds, as stated above in question 45. Therefore, this beatitude corresponds not to the gift of fortitude, but to the gift of wisdom. Objection 3 further. The fruits are consequent upon the Beatitudes, since delight is essential to beatitude, according to Ethics 1:8. Now the fruits, apparently, include none pertaining to fortitude. Therefore, neither does any beatitude correspond to it. On the contrary, Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount, 1, "Fortitude becomes the hungry and thirsty, since those who desire to enjoy true goods and wish to avoid loving earthly and material things must toil." I answer that, as stated above in question 121, Article 2, Augustine makes the Beatitudes correspond to the gifts according to the order in which they are set forth, observing at the same time a certain fittingness between them. Wherefore he ascribes the fourth Beatitude, concerning the hunger and thirst for justice, to the fourth gift, namely fortitude. Yet there is a certain congruity between them, because, as stated in Article 1, fortitude is about difficult things. Now, it is very difficult, not merely to do virtuous deeds, which receive the common designation of works of justice, but furthermore to do them with an unsatiable desire, which may be signified by hunger and thirst for justice. Reply to Objection 1. As Chrysostom says in his 15th homily on the Gospel of Matthew, we may understand here not only particular, but also universal justice, which is related to all virtuous deeds according to Ethics 5:1, wherein whatever is hard is the object of that fortitude which is a gift. Reply to Objection 2. Charity is the root of all the virtues and gifts, as stated above in question 23, Article 8, third reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 4, third reply. Hence whatever pertains to fortitude may also be referred to charity. Reply to Objection 3. There are two of the fruits which correspond sufficiently to the gift of fortitude, namely, patience, which regards the enduring of evils, and longanimity, which may regard the long delay and accomplishment of goods.
End of question 139. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 140 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Fortitude. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 140. Of the Precepts of Fortitude, in 2 articles. We must next consider the precepts of fortitude. First, the precepts of fortitude itself. Second, the precepts of its parts. First article. Whether the precepts of fortitude are suitably given in the divine law. Objection 1. It seems that the precepts of fortitude are not suitably given in the divine law. For the new law is more perfect than the old law. Yet the old law contains precepts of fortitude, as stated in Deuteronomy 20. Therefore, precepts of fortitude should have been given in the new law also. Objection 2 further. Affirmative precepts are of greater import than negative precepts, since the affirmative include the negative, but not vice versa. Therefore, it is unsuitable for the divine law to contain none but negative precepts in prohibition of fear. Objection 3 further.
Fortitude is one of the principal virtues, as stated above in question 123, Article 2, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 61, Article 2. Now the precepts are directed to the virtues as to their end, wherefore they should be proportionate to them. Therefore, the precepts of fortitude should have been placed among the precepts of the Decalogue, which are the chief precepts of the law. On the contrary, stands Holy Writ, which contains these precepts. I answer that precepts of law are directed to the end intended by the lawgiver. Wherefore precepts of law must needs be framed in various ways according to the various ends intended by lawgivers, so that even in human affairs there are laws of democracies, others of kingdoms, and others again of tyrannical governments. Now the end of the divine law is that man may adhere to God, wherefore the divine law contains precepts both of fortitude and of the other virtues, with a view to directing the mind to God. For this reason it is written in Deuteronomy 20, verses 3 and 4, "Fear ye them not, because the Lord your God is in the midst of you, and will fight for you against your enemies." As to human laws, they are directed to certain earthly goods, and among them we find precepts of fortitude according to the requirements of those goods. Reply to Objection 1. The Old Testament contained temporal promises, while the promises of the New Testament are spiritual and eternal, according to Augustine in Against Faustus 4. Hence, in the Old Law, there was need for the people to be taught how to fight, even in a bodily contest, in order to obtain an earthly possession. But in the New Testament, men were taught how to come to the possession of eternal life by fighting spiritually, according to Matthew 11:12. "The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent bear it away." Hence Peter commands, in 1 Peter 5, verses 8 and 9, "Your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, goeth about, seeking whom he may devour. Whom resist ye, strong in faith." As also James 4:7, "Resist the devil, and he will fly from you." Since, however, men, while tending to spiritual goods, may be withdrawn from them by corporal dangers, precepts of fortitude had to be given even in the New Law, that they might bravely endure temporal evils, according to Matthew 10:28. "Fear ye not them that kill the body." Reply to Objection 2. The law gives general directions in its precepts, but the things that have to be done in cases of danger are not, like the things to be avoided, reducible to some common thing. Hence the precepts of fortitude are negative rather than affirmative. Reply to Objection 3. As stated above in question 122, Article 1, the precepts of the Decalogue are placed in the law as first principles, which need to be known to all from the outset. Wherefore the precepts of the Decalogue had to be chiefly about those acts of justice in which the notion of duty is manifest, and not about acts of fortitude, because it is not so evident that it is a duty for a person not to fear dangers of death. Second Article. Whether the precepts of the parts of fortitude are suitably given in the divine law. Objection 1. It seems that the precept of the parts of fortitude are unsuitably given in the divine law. For just as patience and perseverance are parts of fortitude, so also are magnificence, magnanimity, and confidence, as stated above in question 128. Now we find precepts of patience in the divine law, as also of perseverance. Therefore, there should also have been precepts of magnificence and magnanimity. Objection 2 further. Patience is a very necessary virtue, since it is the guardian of the other virtues, as Gregory says in his homily 35 on the Gospel. Now, the other virtues are commanded absolutely. Therefore, patience should not have been commanded merely, as Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount, as to preparedness of the mind. Objection 3 further. Patience and perseverance are parts of fortitude, as stated above in question 128 and question 136, Article 4, as well as in question 137, Article 2. Now, the precepts of fortitude are not affirmative, but only negative, as stated above in Article 1, second reply. Therefore, the precepts of patience and perseverance should have been negative and not affirmative. The contrary, however, follows from the way in which they are given by Holy Writ. I answer that the divine law instructs man perfectly about such things as are necessary for right living. Now, in order to live aright, man needs not only the principal virtues, but also the secondary and annexed virtues. Wherefore the divine law contains precepts not only about the acts of the principal virtues, but also about the acts of the secondary and annexed virtues. Reply to Objection 1. Magnificence and magnanimity do not belong to the genus of fortitude, except by reason of a certain excellence of greatness which they regard in their respective matters. Now, things pertaining to excellence come under the counsels of perfection rather than under precepts of obligation. Wherefore, there was need of counsels rather than of precepts about magnificence and magnanimity. On the other hand, the hardships and toils of the present life pertain to patience and perseverance, not by reason of any greatness observable in them, but on account of the very nature of those virtues. Hence the need of precepts of patience and perseverance. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above in question 3, Article 2, although affirmative precepts are always binding, they are not binding for always, but according to time and place. Wherefore, just as the affirmative precepts about the other virtues are to be understood as to the preparedness of the mind, in the sense that man be prepared to fulfill them when necessary, so too are the precepts of patience to be understood in the same way. Reply to Objection 3. Fortitude, as distinct from patience and perseverance, is about the greatest dangers wherein one must proceed with caution, nor is it necessary to determine what is to be done in particular. On the other hand, patience and perseverance are about minor hardships and toils, wherefore there is less danger in determining, especially in general, what is to be done in such cases.
End of question 140. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 141 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 141. Of Temperance, in 8 articles. In the next place, we must consider temperance. 1. Temperance itself. 2. Its parts. 3. Its precepts. With regard to temperance, we must consider 1. Temperance itself. 2. The contrary vices. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether temperance is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether it is only about desires and pleasures. Fourth, whether it is only about pleasures of touch. Fifth, whether it is about pleasures of taste as such, or only as a kind of touch. Sixth, what is the rule of temperance? Seventh, whether it is a cardinal or principal virtue. Eighth, whether it is the greatest of virtues. First article, whether temperance is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that temperance is not a virtue. For no virtue goes against the inclination of nature, since "there is in us a natural aptitude for virtue," as stated in Ethic. ii, 1. Now temperance withdraws us from pleasures to which nature inclines, according to Ethic. ii, 3, 8. Therefore temperance is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, virtues are connected with one another, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. But some people have temperance without having the other virtues. For we find many who are temperate and yet covetous or timid. Therefore temperance is not a virtue. Objection 3. Further, to every virtue there is a corresponding gift, as appears from what we have said above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 4. But seemingly no gift corresponds to temperance, since all the gifts have already been ascribed to other virtues, as already seen in questions 8, 9, 19, 45, 52, 71, and 139. Therefore temperance is not a virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says On Music 6:15, "Temperance is the name of a virtue." I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, Article 3, it is essential to virtue to incline man to good. Now the good of man is to be in accordance with reason, as Dionysius states in On the Divine Names 4. Hence human virtue is that which inclines man to something in accordance with reason. Now temperance evidently inclines man to this, since its very name implies moderation or temperateness, which reason causes. Therefore temperance is a virtue. Reply to Obj. 1. Nature inclines everything to whatever is becoming to it. Wherefore man naturally desires pleasures that are becoming to him. Since, however, man as such is a rational being, it follows that those pleasures are becoming to man which are in accordance with reason. From such pleasures temperance does not withdraw him, but from those which are contrary to reason. Wherefore it is clear that temperance is not contrary to the inclination of human nature, but is in accord with it. It is, however, contrary to the inclination of the animal nature that is not subject to reason. Reply to Obj. 2. The temperance which fulfills the conditions of perfect virtue is not without prudence, while this is lacking to all who are in sin. Hence those who lack other virtues, through being subject to the opposite vices, have not the temperance which is a virtue, though they do acts of temperance from a certain natural disposition, insofar as certain imperfect virtues are either natural to man, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 63, Article 1, or acquired by habituation, which virtues, through lack of prudence, are not perfected by reason, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. Reply to Obj. 3. Temperance also has a corresponding gift, namely fear, whereby man is withheld from the pleasures of the flesh, according to Psalm 118, verse 120. Pierce thou my flesh with thy fear. The gift of fear has for its principal object God, whom it avoids offending, and in this respect it corresponds to the virtue of hope, as stated above, question 19, Article 9, first reply. But it may have for its secondary object whatever a man shuns in order to avoid offending God. Now man stands in the greatest need of the fear of God, in order to shun those things which are most seductive, and these are the matter of temperance. Wherefore the gift of fear corresponds to temperance also. Second article: whether temperance is a special virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is not a special virtue. For Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and On the Morals of the Manichaeans, 15, that it belongs to temperance to preserve one's integrity and freedom from corruption for God's sake. But this is common to every virtue. Therefore, temperance is not a special virtue. Objection 2. Further, Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 142 that what we observe and seek most in temperance is tranquillity of soul. But this is common to every virtue. Therefore, temperance is not a special virtue. Objection 3. Further, Tully says, as referred to On the Duties of the Clergy 127, that we cannot separate the beautiful from the virtuous, and that whatever is just is beautiful. Now the beautiful is considered as proper to temperance, according to the same authority. Therefore, temperance is not a special virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher in Ethics 2:7 and Ethics 3:10 reckons it a special virtue. I answer that it is customary in human speech to employ a common term in a restricted sense in order to designate the principal things to which that common term is applicable. Thus the word city is used antonomastically to designate Rome. Translator's note: antonomasia in Greek is the figure of speech whereby we substitute the general for the individual term. For example, the philosopher for Aristotle. Accordingly, the word temperance has a twofold acceptation. First, in accordance with its common signification, and thus temperance is not a special but a general virtue, because the word temperance signifies a certain temperateness or moderation, which reason appoints to human operations and passions, and this is common to every moral virtue. Yet there is a logical difference between temperance and fortitude, even if we take them both as general virtues, since temperance withdraws man from things which seduce the appetite from obeying reason, while fortitude incites him to endure or withstand those things on account of which he forsakes the good of reason. On the other hand, if we take temperance antonomastically, as withholding the appetite from those things which are most seductive to man, it is a special virtue, for thus it has, like fortitude, a special matter. Reply to Obj. 1. Man's appetite is corrupted chiefly by those things which seduce him into forsaking the rule of reason and divine law. Wherefore integrity, which Augustine ascribes to temperance, can, like the latter, be taken in two ways: first in a general sense, and secondly in a sense of excellence. Reply to Obj. 2. The things about which temperance is concerned have a most disturbing effect on the soul, for the reason that they are natural to man, as we shall state further on in Articles 4 and 5. Hence, tranquility of soul is ascribed to temperance by way of excellence, although it is a common property of all the virtues. Reply to Obj. 3. Although beauty is becoming to every virtue, it is ascribed to temperance by way of excellence for two reasons. First, in respect of the generic notion of temperance, which consists in a certain moderate and fitting proportion, and this is what we understand by beauty, as attested by Dionysius in On the Divine Names 4. Secondly, because the things from which temperance withholds us hold the lowest place in man, and are becoming to him by reason of his animal nature, as we shall state further on, Articles 4 and 5, as well as question 142, Article 4. Wherefore it is natural that such things should defile him. In consequence, beauty is a foremost attribute of temperance, which above all hinders man from being defiled. In like manner, honesty, Translator's note, honesty must be taken here in its broad sense, as synonymous with moral goodness, from the point of view of decorum, is a special attribute of temperance. For Isidore says in Etymologies 10, "An honest man is one who has no defilement, for honesty means an honorable state." This is most applicable to temperance, which withstands the vices that bring most dishonor on man, as we shall state further on in question 142, Article 4. Third article: Whether temperance is only about desires and pleasures. Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is not only about desires and pleasures. For Tully says in On the Art of Rhetoric 254 that "temperance is reason's firm and moderate mastery of lust and other wanton emotions of the mind." Now all passions of the soul are called emotions of the mind. Therefore it seems that temperance is not only about desires and pleasures. Obj. 2. Further, virtue is about the difficult and the good, as stated in Ethics 2:3. Now it seems more difficult to temper fear, especially with regard to dangers of death, than to moderate desires and pleasures which are despised on account of deadly pains and dangers, according to Augustine in his 83 Questions, question 36. Therefore it seems that the virtue of temperance is not chiefly about desires and pleasures. Obj. 3. Further, according to Ambrose On the Duties of the Clergy 143, "the grace of moderation belongs to temperance." And Tully says that it is the concern of temperance to calm all disturbances of the mind and to enforce moderation. Now moderation is needed not only in desires and pleasures, but also in external acts and whatever pertains to the exterior. Therefore, temperance is not only about desires and pleasures. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies that it is temperance whereby lust and desire are kept under control. Translator's note: the words quoted do not occur in the work referred to. Confer rather to his On the Supreme Good, chapters 37 and 42. I answer that, as stated above in question 123, Article 12, and question 136, Article 1, it belongs to moral virtue to safeguard the good of reason against the passions that rebel against reason. Now the movement of the soul's passions is twofold, as stated above, in Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, Article 2, when we were treating of the passions. The one, whereby the sensitive appetite pursues sensible and bodily goods, the other, whereby it flies from sensible and bodily evils. The first of these movements of the sensitive appetite rebels against reason chiefly by lack of moderation, because sensible and bodily goods, considered in their species, are not in opposition to reason, but are subject to it as instruments which reason employs in order to attain its proper end. And that they are opposed to reason is owing to the fact that the sensitive appetite fails to tend towards them in accord with the mode of reason. Hence it belongs properly to moral virtue to moderate those passions which denote a pursuit of the good. On the other hand, the movement of the sensitive appetite in flying from sensible evil is mostly in opposition to reason, not through being immoderate, but chiefly in respect of its flight. Because, when a man flies from sensible and bodily evils, which sometimes accompany the good of reason, the result is that he flies from the good of reason. Hence it belongs to moral virtue to make man, while flying from evil, to remain firm in the good of reason. Accordingly, just as the virtue of fortitude, which by its very nature bestows firmness, is chiefly concerned with the passion, notably fear, which regards flight from bodily evils, and consequently with daring, which attacks the objects of fear in the hope of attaining some good, so too temperance, which denotes a kind of moderation, is chiefly concerned with those passions that tend towards sensible goods, notably desire and pleasure, and consequently with the sorrows that arise from the absence of those pleasures. For just as daring presupposes objects of fear, so too such like sorrow arises from the absence of the aforesaid pleasures. Reply to Obj. 1: as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 23, Articles 1 and 2, as well as question 25, Article 1 of Pars Prima Secundae, when we were treating of the passions, those passions which pertain to avoidance of evil presuppose the passions pertaining to the pursuit of good. And the passions of the irascible presuppose the passions of the concupiscible. Hence, while temperance directly moderates the passions of the concupiscible which tend towards good, as a consequence it moderates all the other passions, inasmuch as moderation of the passions that precede results in moderation of the passions that follow. Since he that is not immoderate in desire is moderate in hope, and grieves moderately for the absence of the things he desires. Reply to Obj. 2: desire denotes an impulse of the appetite towards the object of pleasure, and this impulse needs control, which belongs to temperance. On the other hand, fear denotes a withdrawal of the mind from certain evils, against which man needs firmness of mind, which fortitude bestows. Hence temperance is properly about desires, and fortitude about fears. Reply to Obj. 3. External acts proceed from the internal passions of the soul. Wherefore their moderation depends on the moderation of the internal passions. Fourth article. Whether temperance is only about desires and pleasures of touch. Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is not only about desires and pleasures of touch. For Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans 19 that the function of temperance is to control and quell the desires, which draw us to the things which withdraw us from the laws of God and from the fruit of His goodness. And a little further on he adds that it is the duty of temperance to spurn all bodily allurements and popular praise. Now, we are withdrawn from God's laws, not only by the desire for pleasures of touch, but also by the desire for pleasures of the other senses, for these too belong to the bodily allurements, and again by the desire for riches or for worldly glory. Wherefore it is written in 1 Timothy 6:10, "Desire is the root of all evils." Translator's note: desire is translated from the Latin cupiditas, which the Douay version, following the Greek philargeria, renders desire of money. Therefore, temperance is not only about desires of pleasures of touch. Obj. 2. Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. iv, 3) that one who is worthy of small things and deems himself worthy of them is temperate, but he is not magnificent. Now honors, whether small or great, of which he is speaking there, are an object of pleasure, not of touch, but in the soul's apprehension. Therefore temperance is not only about desires for pleasure of touch. Obj. 3. Further, things that are of the same genus would seem to pertain to the matter of a particular virtue under one same aspect. Now all pleasures of sense are apparently of the same genus. Therefore they all equally belong to the matter of temperance. Obj. 4. Further, spiritual pleasures are greater than the pleasures of the body, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, Question 31, Article 5, in the treatise on the Passions. Now sometimes men forsake God's laws in the state of virtue through desire for spiritual pleasures, for instance, through curiosity in matters of knowledge. Wherefore the devil promised man knowledge, saying in Genesis 3:5, "Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." Therefore temperance is not only about pleasures of touch. Obj. 5. Further, if pleasures of touch were the proper matter of temperance, it would follow that temperance is about all pleasures of touch. But it is not about all, for instance, about those which occur in games. Therefore pleasures of touch are not the proper matter of temperance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. 3:10) that temperance is properly about desires of pleasures of touch. I answer that, as stated above (A. 3), temperance is about desires and pleasures in the same way as fortitude is about fear and daring. Now fortitude is about fear and daring with respect to the greatest evils whereby nature itself is dissolved, and such are dangers of death. Wherefore, in like manner, temperance must needs be about desires for the greatest pleasures. And since pleasure results from a natural operation, it is so much the greater according as it results from a more natural operation. Now to animals, the most natural operations are those which preserve the nature of the individual by means of meat and drink, and the nature of the species by the union of the sexes. Hence temperance is properly about pleasures of meat and drink and sexual pleasures. Now these pleasures result from the sense of touch, wherefore it follows that temperance is about pleasures of touch. Reply to Obj. 1. In the passage quoted, Augustine apparently takes temperance not as a special virtue having a determinate matter, but as concerned with the moderation of reason in any matter whatever, and this is a general condition of every virtue. However, we may also reply that if a man can control the greatest pleasures, much more can he control lesser ones. Wherefore it belongs chiefly and properly to temperance to moderate desires and pleasures of touch, and secondarily other pleasures. Reply to Obj. 2. The Philosopher takes temperance as denoting moderation in external things, when, to wit, a man tends to that which is proportionate to him, but not as denoting moderation in the soul's emotions, which pertains to the virtue of temperance. Reply to Obj. 3. The pleasures of the other senses play a different part in man and in other animals. For in other animals, pleasures do not result from the other senses, save in relation to sensibles of touch. Thus the lion is pleased to see the stag, or to hear its voice, in relation to his food. On the other hand, man derives pleasure from the other senses, not only for this reason, but also on account of the becomingness of the sensible object. Wherefore temperance is about the pleasures of the other senses in relation to pleasures of touch, not principally, but consequently. While insofar as the sensible objects of the other senses are pleasant on account of their becomingness, as when a man is pleased at a well-harmonized sound, this pleasure has nothing to do with the preservation of nature. Hence these passions are not of such importance that temperance can be referred to them antinomastically. Reply to Obj. 4. Although spiritual pleasures are by their nature greater than bodily pleasures, they are not so perceptible to the senses, and consequently they do not so strongly affect the sensitive appetite, against whose impulse the good of reason is safeguarded by moral virtue. We may also reply that spiritual pleasures, strictly speaking, are in accordance with reason, wherefore they need no control save accidentally, insofar as one spiritual pleasure is a hindrance to another greater and more binding. Reply to Obj. 5. Not all pleasures of touch regard the preservation of nature, and consequently it does not follow that temperance is about all pleasures of touch. Fifth article. Whether temperance is about the pleasures proper to the taste? Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is about pleasures proper to the taste. For pleasures of the taste result from food and drink, which are more necessary to man's life than sexual pleasures which regard the touch. But according to what has been said in Article 4, temperance is about pleasures and things that are necessary to human life. Therefore, temperance is about pleasures proper to the taste rather than about those proper to the touch. Obj. 2: Further, temperance is about the passions rather than about things themselves. Now, according to De Anima ii, 3, the touch is the sense of food, as regards the very substance of the food, whereas savor, which is the proper object of the taste, is the pleasing quality of the food. Therefore, temperance is about the taste rather than about the touch. Obj. 3: Further, according to Ethic. vii, 4, 7, temperance and intemperance are about the same things, and so are continence and incontinence, perseverance and effeminacy, to which delicacy pertains. Now delicacy seems to regard the delight taken in savors, which are the object of the taste. Therefore, temperance is about pleasures proper to the taste. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 10 that seemingly temperance and intemperance have little, if anything, to do with the taste. I answer that, as stated above in Article 4, temperance is about the greatest pleasures, which chiefly regard the preservation of human life, either in the species or in the individual. In these matters, certain things are to be considered as principal, and others as secondary. The principal thing is the use itself of the necessary means, of the woman who is necessary for the preservation of the species, or of food and drink, which are necessary for the preservation of the individual, while the very use of these necessary things has a certain essential pleasure annexed thereto. In regard to either use, we consider as secondary whatever makes the use more pleasurable, such as beauty and adornment in woman, and a pleasing savor, and likewise odor, in food. Hence temperance is chiefly about the pleasure of touch, that results essentially from the use of these necessary things, which use is in all cases attained by the touch. Secondarily, however, temperance and intemperance are about pleasures of the taste, smell, or sight, inasmuch as the sensible objects of these senses conduce to the pleasurable use of the necessary things that have relation to the touch. But since the taste is more akin to the touch than the other senses are, it follows that temperance is more about the taste than about the other senses. Reply to Obj. 1: The use of food and the pleasure that essentially results therefrom pertain to the touch. Hence the Philosopher says in De Anima ii, 3 that touch is the sense of food, for food is hot or cold, wet or dry. To the taste belongs the discernment of savors, which makes the food pleasant to eat, in so far as they are signs of its being suitable for nourishment. Reply to Obj. 2: The pleasure resulting from savor is additional, so to speak, whereas the pleasure of touch results essentially from the use of food and drink. Reply to Obj. 3: Delicacy regards principally the substance of the food, but secondarily it regards its delicious savor and the way in which it is served. Sixth article: Whether the rule of temperance depends on the need of the present life. Objection 1: It would seem that the rule of temperance does not depend on the needs of the present life. For higher things are not regulated according to lower. Now, as temperance is a virtue of the soul, it is above the needs of the body. Therefore, the rule of temperance does not depend on the needs of the body. Objection 2: Further, whoever exceeds a rule sins. Therefore, if the needs of the body were the rule of temperance, it would be a sin against temperance to indulge in any other pleasure than those required by nature, which is content with a very little. But this would seem unreasonable. Objection 3: Further, no one sins in observing a rule. Therefore, if the need of the body were the rule of temperance, there would be no sin in using any pleasure for the needs of the body, for instance, for the sake of health. But this is apparently false. Therefore, the need of the body is not the rule of temperance. On the contrary, Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans, 21, "In both testaments, the temperate man finds confirmation of the rule forbidding him to love the things of this life, or to deem any of them desirable for its own sake, and commanding him to avail himself of those things with the moderation of a user, not the attachment of a lover, in so far as they are requisite for the needs of this life and of his station." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, as well in Question 109, Article 2, and Question 123, Article 12, the good of moral virtue consists chiefly in the order of reason, because "man's good is to be in accord with reason," as Dionysius asserts (On the Divine Names iv). Now the principal order of reason is that by which it directs certain things towards their end, and the good of reason consists chiefly in this order: since good has the aspect of end, and the end is the rule of whatever is directed to the end. Now all the pleasurable objects that are at man's disposal are directed to some necessity of this life as to their end. Wherefore temperance takes the need of this life as the rule of the pleasurable objects of which it makes use, and uses them only for as much as the need of this life requires. Reply Obj. 1: As stated above, the need of this life is regarded as a rule, in so far as it is an end. Now it must be observed that sometimes the end of the worker differs from the end of the work. Thus it is clear that the end of building is a house, whereas sometimes the end of the builder is profit. Accordingly, the end and rule of temperance itself is happiness, while the end and rule of the thing it makes use of is the need of human life, to which whatever is useful for life is subordinate. Reply Obj. 2: The need of human life may be taken in two ways. First, it may be taken in the sense in which we apply the term necessary to that without which a thing cannot be at all. Thus food is necessary to an animal. Secondly, it may be taken for something without which a thing cannot be becomingly. Now temperance regards not only the former of these needs, but also the latter. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 11) that "the temperate man desires pleasant things for the sake of health, or for the sake of a sound condition of body." Other things that are not necessary for this purpose may be divided into two classes. For some are a hindrance to health and a sound condition of body, and these temperance makes not use of whatever, for this would be a sin against temperance. But others are not a hindrance to those things, and these temperance uses moderately, according to the demands of place and time, and in keeping with those among whom one dwells. Hence the Philosopher, in Ethic. 3:11, says that the temperate man also desires other pleasant things, those namely that are not necessary for health or a sound condition of body, so long as they are not prejudicial to these things. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in the second reply, temperance regards need according to the requirements of life, and this depends not only on the requirements of the body, but also on the requirements of external things, such as riches and station, and more still on the requirements of good conduct. Hence the Philosopher adds in Ethic. 3:11 that the temperate man makes use of pleasant things, provided that not only they be not prejudicial to health and a sound bodily condition, but also that they be not inconsistent with good, that is, good conduct, nor beyond his substance, that is, his means. And Augustine says, On the Morals of the Catholic Church and On the Morals of the Manichaeans 21, that the temperate man considers the need, not only of this life, but also of his station. Seventh article: whether temperance is a cardinal virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is not a cardinal virtue. For the good of moral virtue depends on reason. But temperance is about those things that are furthest removed from reason, namely, about pleasures common to us and the lower animals, as stated in Ethic. 3:10. Therefore, temperance, seemingly, is not a principal virtue. Objection 2. Further, the greater the impetus, the more difficult it is to control. Now anger, which is controlled by meekness, seems to be more impetuous than desire, which is controlled by temperance. For it is written in Proverbs 27:4, "Anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth. And who can bear the violence (impetum) of one provoked?" Therefore, meekness is a principal virtue rather than temperance. Objection 3. Further, hope as a movement of the soul takes precedence of desire and concupiscence, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 25, Article 4. But humility controls the presumption of immoderate hope. Therefore, seemingly, humility is a principal virtue rather than temperance, which controls concupiscence. On the contrary, Gregory reckons temperance among the principal virtues, in his commentary on Job 2:49. I answer that, as stated above, in question 123, Article 11, and in question 61, Article 3, a principal or cardinal virtue is so called because it has a foremost claim to praise on account of one of those things that are requisite for the notion of virtue in general. Now moderation, which is requisite in every virtue, deserves praise principally in pleasures of touch, with which temperance is concerned, both because these pleasures are most natural to us, so that it is more difficult to abstain from them, and to control the desire for them, and because their objects are more necessary to the present life, as stated above in Article 4. For this reason, temperance is reckoned a principal or cardinal virtue. Reply to Obj. 1. The longer the range of its operation, the greater is the agent's power, virtus, shown to be. Wherefore, the very fact that the reason is able to moderate desires and pleasures that are furthest removed from it proves the greatness of reason's power. This is how temperance comes to be a principal virtue. Reply to Obj. 2. The impetuousness of anger is caused by an accident, for instance, a painful hurt. Wherefore it soon passes, although its impetus be great. On the other hand, the impetuousness of the desire for pleasures of touch proceeds from a natural cause, wherefore it is more lasting and more general, and consequently its control regards a more principal virtue. Reply to Obj. 3. The object of hope is higher than the object of desire, wherefore hope is accounted the principal passion in the irascible. But the objects of desire and pleasures of touch move the appetite with greater force, since they are more natural. Therefore, temperance, which appoints the mean in such things, is a principal virtue. Eighth article. Whether temperance is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that temperance is the greatest of the virtues. For Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 143 that whatever we observe and seek most in temperance is the safeguarding of what is honorable and the regard for what is beautiful. Now virtue deserves praise for being honorable and beautiful. Therefore, temperance is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 2. Further, the more difficult the deed, the greater the virtue. Now, it is more difficult to control desires and pleasures of touch than to regulate external actions, the former pertaining to temperance, and the latter to justice. Therefore, temperance is a greater virtue than justice. Objection 3. Further, seemingly, the more general a thing is, the more necessary and the better it is. Now fortitude is about dangers of death, which occur less frequently than pleasures of touch, for these occur every day. So that temperance is in more general use than fortitude. Therefore, temperance is a more excellent virtue than fortitude. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 1:9 that the greatest virtues are those which are most profitable to others, for which reason we give the greatest honor to the brave and the just. I answer that, as the Philosopher declares in Ethics 1:2, the good of the many is more of the godlike than the good of the individual. Wherefore, the more a virtue regards the good of the many, the better it is. Now justice and fortitude regard the good of the many more than temperance does, since justice regards the relations between one man and another, while fortitude regards dangers of battle which are endured for the common weal. Whereas temperance moderates only the desires and pleasures which affect man himself. Hence it is evident that justice and fortitude are more excellent virtues than temperance, while prudence and the theological virtues are more excellent still. Reply to Obj. 1. Honor and beauty are especially ascribed to temperance, not on account of the excellence of the good proper to temperance, but on account of the disgrace of the contrary evil, from which it withdraws us, by moderating the pleasures common to us and the lower animals. Reply to Obj. 2. Since virtue is about the difficult and the good, the excellence of a virtue is considered more under the aspect of good, wherein justice excels, than under the aspect of difficult, wherein temperance excels. Reply to Obj. 3. That which is general, because it regards the many, conduces more to the excellence of goodness than that which is general because it occurs frequently. Fortitude excels in the former way, temperance in the latter. Hence fortitude is greater simply, although in some respects temperance may be described as greater not only than fortitude, but also than justice. End of question 141. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 142 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 142. Of the vices opposed to temperance, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to temperance. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether insensibility is a sin. Second, whether intemperance is a childish sin. Third, of the comparison between intemperance and timidity. Fourth, whether intemperance is the most disgraceful of vices. First article, whether insensibility is a vice. Objection 1. It would seem that insensibility is not a vice. For those are called insensible who are deficient with regard to pleasures of touch. Now seemingly it is praiseworthy and virtuous to be altogether deficient in such matters. For it is written in Daniel 10, verses 2 and 3, "In those days Daniel mourned the days of 3 weeks. I ate no desirable bread, and neither flesh nor wine entered my mouth, neither was I anointed with ointment." Therefore, insensibility is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, man's good is to be in accord with reason, according to Dionysius in On the Divine Names 4. Now abstinence from all pleasures of touch is most conducive to man's progress in the good of reason, for it is written in Daniel 1:17 that to the children who took pulse for their food, God gave knowledge and understanding in every book and wisdom. Therefore, insensibility which rejects these pleasures altogether is not sinful. Objection 3. Further, that which is a very effective means of avoiding sin would seem not to be sinful. Now the most effective remedy in avoiding sin is to shun pleasures, and this pertains to insensibility.
For the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:9 that if we deny ourselves pleasures, we are less liable to sin. Therefore, there is nothing vicious in insensibility. On the contrary, nothing save vice is opposed to virtue. Now, insensibility is opposed to the virtue of temperance according to the Philosopher in Ethics 2:7 and in 3:11. Therefore, insensibility is a vice. I answer that whatever is contrary to the natural order is vicious. Now nature has introduced pleasure into the operations that are necessary for man's life. Wherefore, the natural order requires that man should make use of these pleasures insofar as they are necessary for man's well-being, as regards the preservation either of the individual or of the species. Accordingly, if anyone were to reject pleasure to the extent of omitting things that are necessary for nature's preservation, he would sin, as acting counter to the order of nature. And this pertains to the vice of insensibility. It must be observed, however, that it is sometimes praiseworthy and even necessary, for the sake of an end, to abstain from such pleasures as result from these operations. Thus, for the sake of the body's health, certain persons refrain from pleasures of meat, drink, and sex, as also for the fulfillment of certain engagements. Thus athletes and soldiers have to deny themselves many pleasures in order to fulfill their respective duties. In like manner, penitents, in order to recover health of soul, have recourse to abstinence from pleasures, as a kind of diet, and those who are desirous of giving themselves up to contemplation and divine things need much to refrain from carnal things. Nor do any of these things pertain to the vice of insensibility, because they are in accord with right reason. Reply to Obj. 1. Daniel abstained thus from pleasures, not through any horror of pleasure, as though it were evil in itself, but for some praiseworthy end, in order, namely, to adapt himself to the heights of contemplation by abstaining from pleasures of the body. Hence the text goes on to tell of the revelation that he received immediately afterwards. Reply to Obj. 2. Since man cannot use his reason without his sensitive powers, which need a bodily organ, as stated in the first part, question 84, articles 7 and 8, man needs to sustain his body in order that he may use his reason. Now the body is sustained by means of operations that afford pleasure, wherefore the good of reason cannot be in a man if he abstain from all pleasures. Yet this need for using pleasures of the body will be greater or less according as man needs more or less the powers of his body in accomplishing the act of reason. Wherefore it is commendable for those who undertake the duty of giving themselves to contemplation, and of imparting to others a spiritual good, by a kind of spiritual procreation as it were, to abstain from many pleasures, but not for those who are in duty bound to bodily occupations and carnal procreation. Reply to Obj. 3. In order to avoid sin, pleasure must be shunned, not altogether, but so that it is not sought more than necessity requires. Second article. Whether intemperance is a childish sin? Objection 1. It would seem that intemperance is not a childish sin. For Jerome, in commenting on Matthew 18:3, "Unless you be converted and become as little children," says that "a child persists not in anger, is unmindful of injuries,
takes no pleasure in seeing a beautiful woman, all of which is contrary to intemperance. Therefore, intemperance is not a childish sin. Objection 2: Further, children have none but natural desires. Now, in respect of natural desires, few sin by intemperance, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:11. Therefore, intemperance is not a childish sin. Objection 3: Further, children should be fostered and nourished, whereas concupiscence and pleasure, about which intemperance is concerned, are always to be thwarted and uprooted, according to Colossians 3:5. Mortify your members upon the earth, which are concupiscence, etc. Therefore, intemperance is not a childish sin. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:12 that we apply the term intemperance to childish faults. Translator's note: akolasia, which Aristotle refers to kolatzo, to punish, so that its original sense would be impunity or unrestraint. I answer that a thing is said to be childish for two reasons. First, because it is becoming to children, and the Philosopher does not mean that the sin of intemperance is childish in this sense. Secondly, by way of likeness, and it is in this sense that sins of intemperance are said to be childish. For the sin of intemperance is one of unchecked concupiscence, which is likened to a child in three ways. First, as regards that which they both desire, for like a child, concupiscence desires something disgraceful. This is because in human affairs a thing is beautiful according as it harmonizes with reason. Wherefore Tully says in his Morals 127, under the heading "Comeliness is twofold," that the beautiful is that which is in keeping with man's excellence, in so far as his nature differs from other animals. Now a child does not attend to the order of reason, and in like manner, concupiscence does not listen to reason, according to Ethics 7:6. Secondly, they are alike as to the results. For a child, if left to his own will, becomes more self-willed. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 30:8, "A horse not broken becometh stubborn, and a child left to himself will become headstrong." So too, concupiscence, if indulged, gathers strength. Wherefore Augustine says in his Confessions 8:5, "Lust served became a custom, and custom not resisted became necessity." Thirdly, as to the remedy, which is applied to both. For a child is corrected by being restrained. Hence it is written in Proverbs 23:13 and 14, "Withhold not correction from a child. Thou shalt beat him with a rod, and deliver his soul from hell." In like manner, by resisting concupiscence, we moderate it according to the demands of virtue. Augustine indicates this when he says, in his Treatise on Music 6:11, that if the mind be lifted up to spiritual things, and remain fixed thereon, the impulse of custom, that is, carnal concupiscence, is broken, and being suppressed is gradually weakened, for it was stronger when we followed it, and though not wholly destroyed, it is certainly less strong when we curb it. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:12 that as a child ought to live according to the direction of his tutor, so ought the concupiscible to accord with reason.
Reply to Obj. 1. This argument takes the term childish as denoting what is observed in children. It is not in this sense that the sin of intemperance is said to be childish, but by way of likeness, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2. A desire may be said to be natural in two ways. First, with regard to its genus, and thus temperance and intemperance are about natural desires, since they are about desires of food and sex, which are directed to the preservation of nature. Secondly, a desire may be called natural with regard to the species of the thing that nature requires for its own preservation. And in this way it does not happen often that one sins in the matter of natural desires, for nature requires only that which supplies its need, and there is no sin in desiring this, save only where it is desired in excess as to quantity. This is the only way in which sin can occur with regard to natural desires, according to the Philosopher in Ethic. 3:11. There are other things in respect of which sins frequently occur, and these are certain incentives to desire devised by human curiosity. Cf. Question 167. Such as the nice, curiosa, preparation of food, or the adornment of women. And though children do not affect these things much, yet intemperance is called a childish sin for the reason given above. Reply to Obj. 3. That which regards nature should be nourished and fostered in children, but that which pertains to the lack of reason in them should not be fostered but corrected, as stated above. Third article. Whether cowardice is a greater vice than intemperance. Objection 1. It would seem that cowardice is a greater vice than intemperance. For a vice deserves reproach through being opposed to the good of virtue. Now cowardice is opposed to fortitude, which is a more excellent virtue than temperance, as stated above in Article 2, as well as in Question 141, Article 8. Therefore, cowardice is a greater vice than intemperance. Objection 2. Further, the greater the difficulty to be surmounted, the less is a man to be reproached for failure. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:7 that "it is no wonder, in fact it is pardonable, if a man is mastered by strong and overwhelming pleasures or pains." Now seemingly it is more difficult to control pleasures than other passions. Hence it is stated in Ethic. 2:3 that "it is more difficult to contend against pleasure than against anger, which would seem to be stronger than fear." Therefore, intemperance, which is overcome by pleasure, is a less grievous sin than cowardice, which is overcome by fear. Objection 3. Further, it is essential to sin that it be voluntary. Now cowardice is more voluntary than intemperance, since no man desires to be intemperate, whereas some desire to avoid dangers of death, which pertains to cowardice. Therefore, cowardice is a more grievous sin than intemperance. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:12 that "intemperance seems more akin to voluntary action than cowardice. Therefore, it is more sinful." I answer that one may be compared with another in two ways. First, with regard to the matter or object. Secondly, on the part of the man who sins. And in both ways intemperance is a more grievous sin than cowardice. First, as regards the matter. For cowardice shuns dangers of death, to avoid which the principal motive is the necessity of preserving life. On the other hand, intemperance is about pleasures, the desire of which is not so necessary for the preservation of life, because, as stated above in Article 2, second reply, intemperance is more about certain annexed pleasures or desires than about natural desires or pleasures. Now, the more necessary the motive of sin, the less grievous the sin. Wherefore, intemperance is a more grievous vice than cowardice on the part of the object or motive matter. In like manner again, on the part of the man who sins, and this for three reasons. First, because the more sound-minded a man is, the more grievous his sin, wherefore sins are not imputed to those who are demented. Now grave fear and sorrow, especially in dangers of death, stun the human mind, but not so pleasure, which is the motive of intemperance. Secondly, because the more voluntary a sin, the graver it is. Now intemperance has more of the voluntary in it than cowardice has, and this for two reasons. The first is because actions done through fear have their origin in the compulsion of an external agent, so that they are not simply voluntary but mixed, as stated in Ethics 3:1, whereas actions done for the sake of pleasure are simply voluntary. The second reason is because the actions of an intemperate man are more voluntary individually and less voluntary generically. For no one would wish to be intemperate, yet man is enticed by individual pleasures which make of him an intemperate man. Hence, the most effective remedy against intemperance is not to dwell on the consideration of singulars. It is the other way about in matters relating to cowardice, because the particular action that imposes itself on a man is less voluntary, for instance, to cast aside his shield, and the like, whereas the general purpose is more voluntary, for instance, to save himself by flight. Now that which is more voluntary, in the particular circumstances in which the act takes place, is simply more voluntary. Wherefore intemperance, being simply more voluntary than cowardice, is a greater vice. Thirdly, because it is easier to find a remedy for intemperance than for cowardice, since pleasures of food and sex, which are the matter of intemperance, are of everyday occurrence, and it is possible for man, without danger, by frequent practice in their regard, to become temperate, whereas dangers of death are of rare occurrence, and it is more dangerous for man to encounter them frequently in order to cease being a coward. Reply to Obj. 1. The excellence of fortitude in comparison with temperance may be considered from two standpoints. First, with regard to the end, which has the aspect of good, because fortitude is directed to the common good more than temperance is. And from this point of view, cowardice has a certain precedence over intemperance, since by cowardice some people forsake the defense of the common good. Secondly, with regard to the difficulty, because it is more difficult to endure dangers of death than to refrain from any pleasures whatever. And from this point of view, there is no need for cowardice to take precedence of intemperance. For just as it is a greater strength that does not succumb to a stronger force, so on the other hand, to be overcome by a stronger force is a proof of a lesser vice, and to succumb to a weaker force is the proof of a greater vice. Reply to Obj. 2. Love of self-preservation, for the sake of which one shuns perils of death, is much more connatural than any pleasures whatever of food and sex which are directed to the preservation of life. Hence it is more difficult to overcome the fear of dangers of death than the desire of pleasure in matters of food and sex, although the latter is more difficult to resist than anger, sorrow, and fear occasioned by certain other evils. Reply to Obj. 3. The voluntary, in cowardice, depends rather on a general than on a particular consideration. Wherefore, in such cases, we have the voluntary not simply, but in a restricted sense. Fourth article. Whether intemperance is the most disgraceful of sins? Objection 1. It would seem that intemperance is not the most disgraceful of sins. As honor is due to virtue, so is disgrace due to sin. Now some sins are more grievous than intemperance, for instance, murder, blasphemy, and the like. Therefore, intemperance is not the most disgraceful of sins. Objection 2. Further, those sins which are the more common are seemingly less disgraceful, since men are less ashamed of them. Now sins of intemperance are most common, because they are about things connected with the common use of human life, and in which many happen to sin. Therefore, sins of intemperance do not seem to be the most disgraceful. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:6, temperance and intemperance are about human desires and pleasures. Now certain desires and pleasures are more shameful than human desires and pleasures. Such are brutal pleasures and those caused by disease, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 7:5. Therefore, intemperance is not the most disgraceful of sins. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:10 that intemperance is justly more deserving of reproach than other vices. I answer that disgrace is seemingly opposed to honor and glory. Now honor is due to excellence, as stated above in question 103, Article 1, and glory denotes clarity, as stated in question 103, Article 1, third reply. Accordingly, intemperance is most disgraceful for two reasons. First, because it is most repugnant to human excellence, since it is about pleasures common to us and the lower animals, as stated above in question 141, Articles 2 and 3. Wherefore it is written in Psalm 48, verse 21, man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He hath been compared to senseless beasts, and made like to them. Secondly, because it is most repugnant to man's clarity or beauty, inasmuch as the pleasures which are the matter of intemperance dim the light of reason from which all clarity and beauty of virtue arises. Wherefore these pleasures are described as being most slavish. Reply to Objection 1. As Gregory says in his commentary on Job 33:12, the sins of the flesh, which are comprised under the head of intemperance, although less culpable, are most disgraceful. The reason is that culpability is measured by inordinateness in respect of the end, while disgrace regards shamefulness, which depends chiefly on the unbecomingness of the sin in respect of the sinner. Reply to Objection 2. The commonness of a sin diminishes the shamefulness and disgrace of a sin in the opinion of men, but not as regards the nature of the vices themselves. Reply to Obj. 3. When we say that intemperance is most disgraceful, we mean in comparison with human vices, those, namely, that are connected with human passions, which to a certain extent are in conformity with human nature. But those vices which exceed the mode of human nature are still more disgraceful. Nevertheless, such vices are apparently reducible to the genus of intemperance by way of excess. For instance, if a man delight in eating human flesh, or in committing the unnatural vice. End of question 142. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 143 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 143. Of the parts of temperance in general. We must now consider the parts of temperance. We shall consider these same parts: 1. In general. 2. Each of them in particular. Article. Whether the parts of temperance are rightly assigned. Objection 1. It would seem that Tully, On the Art of Rhetoric 254, unbecomingly assigns the parts of temperance, when he asserts them to be continence, mildness, and modesty. For continence is reckoned to be distinct from virtue in Ethics 7:1, whereas temperance is comprised under virtue. Therefore, continence is not a part of temperance. Objection 2. Further, mildness seemingly softens hatred or anger. But temperance is not about these things, but about pleasures of touch, as stated above in question 141, Article 4. Therefore, mildness is not a part of temperance. Objection 3. Further, modesty concerns external action. Wherefore the Apostle says in Philippians 4:5, "Let your modesty be known to all men." Now external actions are the matter of justice, as stated above in question 58, Article 8. Therefore, modesty is a part of justice rather than of temperance. Objection 4. Further, Macrobius reckons many more parts of temperance, for he says that temperance results in modesty, shamefacedness, abstinence, chastity, honesty, moderation, lowliness, sobriety, purity. Andronicus also says On the Affections that the companions of temperance are gravity, continence, humility, simplicity, refinement, method, contentment. Therefore, it seems that Tully insufficiently reckoned the parts of temperance. I answer that, as stated above, in questions 48 and 128, a cardinal virtue may have three kinds of parts, namely integral, subjective, and potential. The integral parts of a virtue are the conditions, the concurrence of which are necessary for virtue, and in this respect there are two integral parts of temperance: shamefacedness, whereby one recoils from the disgrace that is contrary to temperance, and honesty, whereby one loves the beauty of temperance. For, as stated above, in question 141, Article 2, third reply, temperance, more than any other virtue, lays claim to a certain comeliness, and the vices of intemperance excel others in disgrace. The subjective parts of a virtue are its species, and the species of a virtue have to be differentiated according to the difference of matter or object. Now temperance is about pleasures of touch, which are of two kinds. For some are directed to nourishment, and in these, as regards meat, there is abstinence, and as regards drink, properly, there is sobriety. Other pleasures are directed to the power of procreation, and in these, as regards the principal pleasure of the act itself of procreation, there is chastity. And as to the pleasures incidental to the act, resulting for instance from kissing, touching, or fondling, we have purity. The potential parts of a principal virtue are called secondary virtues, for while the principal virtue observes the mode in some principal matter, these observe the mode in some other matter wherein moderation is not so difficult. Now it belongs to temperance to moderate pleasures of touch, which are most difficult to moderate. Wherefore any virtue that is effective of moderation in some matter or another, and restrains the appetite in its impulse towards something, may be reckoned a part of temperance, as a virtue annexed thereto. This happens in three ways. First, in the inward movements of the soul. Secondly, in the outward movements and actions of the body. Thirdly, in outward things. Now, besides the movement of concupiscence, which temperance moderates and restrains, we find in the soul three movements towards a particular object. In the first place, there is the movement of the will when stirred by the impulse of passion, and this movement is restrained by continence, the effect of which is that, although a man suffer immoderate concupiscences, his will does not succumb to them. Another inward movement towards something is the movement of hope, and of the resultant daring, and this is moderated or restrained by humility. The third movement is that of anger, which tends toward revenge, and this is restrained by meekness or mildness. With regard to bodily movements and actions, moderation and restraint is the effect of modesty, which, according to Andronicus, has three parts. The first of these enables one to discern what to do and what not to do, and to observe the right order, and to persevere in what we do. This he assigns to method. The second is that a man observe decorum in what he does, and this he ascribes to refinement. The third has to do with the conservation or any other intercourse between a man and his friends, and this is called gravity. With regard to external things, a twofold moderation has to be observed. First, we must not desire too many, and to this Macrobius assigns lowliness, and Andronicus contentment. Secondly, we must not be too nice in our requirements, and to this Macrobius assigns moderation, Andronicus simplicity. Reply to Objection 1. It is true that continence differs from virtue, just as imperfect differs from perfect, as we shall state further on in question 165, Article 1. And in this sense it is condivided with virtue. Yet it has something in common with temperance, both as to matter, since it is about pleasures of touch, and as to mode, since it is a kind of restraint. Hence it is suitably assigned as a part of temperance. Reply to Obj. 2. Mildness or meekness is reckoned a part of temperance, not because of a likeness of matter, but because they agree as to the mode of restraint and moderation, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. In the matter of external action, justice considers what is due to another. Modesty does not consider this, but only a certain moderation. Hence it is reckoned a part not of justice, but of temperance. Reply to Obj. 4. Under modesty, Tully includes whatever pertains to the moderation of bodily movements and external things, as well as the moderation of hope, which we reckoned as pertaining to humility.
End of question 143. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 144 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Temperance, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 144. Of shamefacedness, in 4 articles. We must now consider the parts of temperance in particular, and in the first place the integral parts, which are shamefacedness and honesty. With regard to shamefacedness, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether shamefacedness is a virtue. Second, what is its object? Third, who are the cause of a man being ashamed? Fourth, what kind of people are ashamed? First article, whether shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that shamefacedness is a virtue. For it is proper to a virtue to observe the mean as fixed by reason. This is clear from the definition of virtue given in Ethics 2:6. Now shamefacedness observes the mean in this way, as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 2:7. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 2. Further, whatever is praiseworthy is either a virtue or something connected with virtue. Now shamefacedness is praiseworthy, but it is not a part of virtue, for it is not part of prudence, since it is not in the reason but in the appetite, nor is it a part of justice, since shamefacedness implies a certain passion, whereas justice is not about the passions, nor again is it a part of fortitude, because it belongs to fortitude to be persistent and aggressive, while it belongs to shamefacedness to recoil from something. Nor, lastly, is it a part of temperance, since the latter is about desires, whereas shamefacedness is a kind of fear, according as the Philosopher states in Ethics 4:9, and Damascene in On the True Faith 2:15. Hence, it follows that shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 3. Further, the honest and the virtuous are convertible, according to Tully, in his Morals 127. Now, shamefacedness is a part of honesty, for Ambrose says in On the Duties of the Clergy 143 that shamefacedness is the companion and familiar of the restful mind, averse to wantonness, a stranger to any kind of excess, the friend of sobriety, and the support of what is honest, a seeker after the beautiful. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 4. Further, every vice is opposed to a virtue. Now, certain vices are opposed to shamefacedness, namely shamelessness and inordinate prudery. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. Objection 5. Further, like acts beget like habits, according to Ethics 2:1. Now, shamefacedness implies a praiseworthy act, wherefore from many such acts a habit results. But a habit of praiseworthy deeds is a virtue, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:12. Therefore, shamefacedness is a virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 and in Ethics 4:9 that shamefacedness is not a virtue. I answer that virtue is taken in two ways, in a strict sense and in a broad sense. Taken strictly, virtue is a perfection, as stated in Physics 7:17 and 18. Wherefore, anything that is inconsistent with perfection, though it be good, falls short of the notion of virtue. Now, shamefacedness is inconsistent with perfection, because it is the fear of something base, namely of that which is disgraceful. Hence Damascene says, in On the True Faith 2:15, that shamefacedness is fear of a base action. Now, just as hope is about a possible and difficult good, so is fear about a possible and arduous evil, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 40, Article 1, question 41, Article 2, and question 42, Article 3, when we were treating of the passions. But one who is perfect as to a virtuous habit does not apprehend that which would be disgraceful and base to do, as being possible and arduous, that is to say, difficult for him to avoid. Nor does he actually do anything base, so as to be in fear of disgrace. Therefore, shamefacedness, properly speaking, is not a virtue, since it falls short of the perfection of virtue. Taken, however, in a broad sense, virtue denotes whatever is good and praiseworthy in human actions or passions, and in this way shamefacedness is sometimes called a virtue, since it is a praiseworthy passion. Reply to Objection 1. Observing the mean is not sufficient for the notion of virtue, although it is one of the conditions included in virtue's definition. But it is requisite, in addition to this, that it be an elective habit, that is to say, operating from choice. Now, shamefacedness denotes not a habit, but a passion, nor does its movement result from choice, but from an impulse of passion. Hence, it falls short of the notion of virtue. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above, shamefacedness is fear of baseness and disgrace. Now, it has been stated, in question 142, Article 4, that the vice of intemperance is most base and disgraceful. Wherefore, shamefacedness pertains more to temperance than to any other virtue, by reason of its motive cause, which is a base action, though not according to the species of the passion, namely fear. Nevertheless, in so far as the vices opposed to other virtues are base and disgraceful, shamefacedness may also pertain to other virtues. Reply to Objection 3. Shamefacedness fosters honesty, by removing that which is contrary thereto, but not so as to attain to the perfection of honesty. Reply to Obj. 4. Every defect causes a vice, but not every good is sufficient for the notion of virtue. Consequently, it does not follow that whatever is directly opposed to vice is a virtue, although every vice is opposed to a virtue as regards its origin. Hence, shamelessness, insofar as it results from excessive love of disgraceful things, is opposed to temperance. Reply to Obj. 5. Being frequently ashamed causes the habit of an acquired virtue whereby one avoids disgraceful things which are the object of shamefacedness, without continuing to be ashamed in their regard, although as a consequence of this acquired virtue, a man would be more ashamed if confronted with the matter of shamefacedness. Second article: whether shamefacedness is about a disgraceful action. Objection 1. It would seem that shamefacedness is not about a disgraceful action. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:9 that shamefacedness is fear of disgrace. Now sometimes those who do nothing wrong suffer ignominy, according to Psalm 67, verse 8. For thy sake I have borne reproach, shame hath covered my face. Therefore, shamefacedness is not properly about a disgraceful action. Objection 2. Further, nothing apparently is disgraceful, but what is sinful. Yet man is ashamed of things that are not sins, for instance, when he performs a menial occupation. Therefore, it seems that shamefacedness is not properly about a disgraceful action. Objection 3. Further, virtuous deeds are not disgraceful, but most beautiful, according to Ethics 1:8. Yet sometimes people are ashamed to do virtuous deeds, according to Luke 9:26. He that shall be ashamed of me and my words, of him the Son of Man shall be ashamed, etc. Therefore, shamefacedness is not about a disgraceful action. Objection 4. Further, if shamefacedness were properly about a disgraceful action, it would follow that the more disgraceful the action, the more ashamed would one be. Yet sometimes a man is more ashamed of lesser sins, while he glories in those which are most grievous, according to Psalm 51:3. Why dost thou glory in malice? Therefore, shamefacedness is not properly about a disgraceful action. On the contrary, Damascene, in On the True Faith 2:15, and Gregory of Nyssa say that shamefacedness is fear of doing a disgraceful deed, or of a disgraceful deed done. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 41, Article 2, and question 42, Article 3, when we were treating of the passions, fear is properly about an arduous evil, one, namely, that is difficult to avoid. Now disgrace is twofold. There is the disgrace inherent to vice, which consists in the deformity of a voluntary act, and this, properly speaking, has not the character of an arduous evil. For that which depends on the will alone does not appear to be arduous and above man's ability, wherefore it is not apprehended as fearful, and for this reason the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that such evils are not a matter of fear. The other kind of disgrace is penal, so to speak, and it consists in the reproach that attaches to a person, just as the clarity of glory consists in a person being honored. And since this reproach has the character of an arduous evil, just as honor has the character of an arduous good, shamefacedness, which is fear of disgrace, regards first and foremost reproach or ignominy. And since reproach is properly due to vice, as honor is due to virtue, it follows that shamefacedness regards also the disgrace inherent to vice. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that a man is less ashamed of those defects which are not the result of any fault of his own. Now shamefacedness regards fault in two ways. In one way, a man refrains from vicious acts through fear of reproach. In another way, a man, while doing a disgraceful deed, avoids the public eye through fear of reproach. In the former case, according to Gregory of Nyssa, we speak of a person blushing. In the latter, we say that he is ashamed. Hence he says that the man who is ashamed acts in secret, but he who blushes fears to be disgraced. Reply to Obj. 1. Shamefacedness properly regards disgrace as due to sin which is a voluntary defect. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:6 that a man is more ashamed of those things of which he is the cause. Now the virtuous man despises the disgrace to which he is subject on account of virtue, because he does not deserve it, as the Philosopher says of the magnanimous in Ethics 4:3. Thus we find it said of the apostles in Acts 5:41 that they, the apostles, went from the presence of the council, rejoicing that they were accounted worthy to suffer reproach for the name of Jesus. It is owing to imperfection of virtue that a man is sometimes ashamed of the reproaches which he suffers on account of virtue, since the more virtuous a man is, the more he despises external things, whether good or evil. Wherefore it is written in Isaiah 51:7, "Fear ye not the reproach of men." Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above in question 63, Article 3, though honor is not really due save to virtue alone, yet it regards a certain excellence. And the same applies to reproach, for though it is properly due to sin alone, yet, at least in man's opinion, it regards any kind of defect. Hence a man is ashamed of poverty, disrepute, servitude, and the like. Reply to Obj. 3. Shamefacedness does not regard virtuous deeds as such, yet it happens accidentally that a man is ashamed of them either because he looks upon them as vicious according to human opinion, or because he is afraid of being marked as presumptuous or hypocritical for doing virtuous deeds. Reply to Obj. 4. Sometimes more grievous sins are less shameful, either because they are less disgraceful, as spiritual sins in comparison with sins of the flesh, or because they connote a certain abundance of some temporal good. Thus a man is more ashamed of cowardice than of daring, of theft than of robbery, on account of a semblance of power. The same applies to other sins. Third article: whether man is more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. Objection 1. It would seem that man is not more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. For it is stated in Rhetoric 2:6 that men are more shamefaced of those from whom they desire approbation. Now men desire this especially from people of the better sort, who are sometimes not connected with them. Therefore man is not more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. Objection 2: Further, Seemingly, those are more closely connected who perform like deeds. Now man is not made ashamed of his sin by those whom he knows to be guilty of the same sin, because according to Rhetorics 2:6, a man does not forbid his neighbor what he does himself. Therefore, he is not more shamefaced of those who are more closely connected with him. Objection 3: Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetorics 2:6 that men take more shame from those who retail their information to many, such as jokers and fable-tellers. But those who are more closely connected with a man do not retail his vices. Therefore, one should not take shame chiefly from them. Objection 4: Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetorics 2:6 that men are most liable to be made ashamed by those among whom they have done nothing amiss, by those of whom they ask something for the first time, by those whose friends they wish to become. Now these are less closely connected with us. Therefore, man is not made most ashamed by those who are most closely united to him. On the contrary, it is stated in Rhetorics 2:6 that man is made most ashamed by those who are to be continually with him. I answer that, since reproach is opposed to honor, just as honor denotes attestation to someone's excellence, especially the excellence which is according to virtue, so too reproach, the fear of which is shamefacedness, denotes attestation to a person's defect, especially that which results from sin. Hence, the more weighty a person's attestation is considered to be, the more does he make another person ashamed. Now, a person's attestation may be considered as being more weighty, either because he is certain of the truth or because of its effect. Certitude of the truth attaches to a person's attestations for two reasons. First, on account of the rectitude of his judgment, as in the case of wise and virtuous men, by whom man is more desirous of being honored, and by whom he is brought to a greater sense of shame. Hence children and the lower animals inspire no one with shame by reason of their lack of judgment. Secondly, on account of his knowledge of the matter attested, because everyone judges well of what is known to him, according to Ethics 1:3. In this way, we are more liable to be made ashamed by persons connected with us, since they are better acquainted with our deeds, whereas strangers and persons entirely unknown to us, who are ignorant of what we do, inspire us with no shame at all. An attestation receives weight from its effect by reason of some advantage or harm resulting therefrom. Wherefore men are more desirous of being honored by those who can be of use to them, and are more liable to be made ashamed by those who are able to do them some harm. And for this reason again, in a certain respect, persons connected with us make us more ashamed, since we are to be continually in their society, as though this entailed a continual harm to us, whereas the harm that comes from strangers and passers-by ceases almost at once. Reply to Objection 1. People of the better sort make us ashamed for the same reason as those who are more closely connected with us. Because just as the attestation of the better men carries more weight, since they have a more universal knowledge of things, and in their judgments hold fast to the truth, so too the attestation of those among whom we live is more cogent, since they know more about our concerns in detail. Reply to Objection 2. We fear not the attestation of those who are connected with us in the likeness of sin, because we do not think that they look upon our defect as disgraceful. Reply to Objection 3. Talebearers make us ashamed on account of the harm they do by making many think ill of us. Reply to Obj. 4. Even those among whom we have done no wrong make us more ashamed on account of the harm that would follow, because, to wit, we should forfeit the good opinion they had of us. And again, because when contraries are put in juxtaposition, their opposition seems greater, so that when a man notices something disgraceful in one whom he esteemed good, he apprehends it as being the more disgraceful. The reason why we are made more ashamed by those of whom we ask something for the first time, or whose friends we wish to be, is that we fear to suffer some injury, by being disappointed in our request, or by failing to become their friends. Fourth article. Whether even virtuous men can be ashamed. Objection 1. It would seem that even virtuous men can be ashamed. For contraries have contrary effects. Now those who excel in wickedness are not ashamed, according to Jeremiah 3:3. Thou hadst a harlot's forehead, thou wouldst not blush. Therefore, those who are virtuous are more inclined to be ashamed. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:6 that men are ashamed not only of vice, but also of the signs of evil. And this happens also in the virtuous. Therefore, virtuous men can be ashamed. Objection 3. Further, shamefacedness is fear of disgrace, according to Ethics 4:9. Now, virtuous people may happen to be ignominious, for instance, if they are slandered, or if they suffer reproach undeservedly. Therefore, a virtuous man can be ashamed. Objection 4. Further, shamefacedness is a part of temperance, as stated above in question 143. Now, a part is not separated from its whole. Since then temperance is in a virtuous man, it means that shamefacedness is also. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:9 that a virtuous man is not shamefaced. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2, shamefacedness is fear of some disgrace. Now it may happen in two ways that an evil is not feared. First, because it is not reckoned an evil. Secondly, because one reckons it impossible with regard to oneself, or is not difficult to avoid. Accordingly, shame may be lacking in a person in two ways. First, because the things that should make him ashamed are not deemed by him to be disgraceful. And in this way those who are steeped in sin are without shame, for instead of disapproving of their sins, they boast of them. Secondly, because they apprehend disgrace as impossible to themselves, or as easy to avoid. In this way the old and the virtuous are not shamefaced. Yet they are so disposed that if there were anything disgraceful in them, they would be ashamed of it. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:9 that shame is in the virtuous hypothetically. Reply to Objection 1. Lack of shame occurs in the best and in the worst men through different causes, as is stated in the article. In the average men it is found insofar as they have a certain love of good, and yet are not altogether free from evil. Reply to Objection 2. It belongs to the virtuous man to avoid not only vice, but also whatever has the semblance of vice, according to 1 Thessalonians 5:22. From all appearance of evil refrain yourselves. The Philosopher too says in Ethics 4:9 that the virtuous man should avoid not only what is really evil, but also those things that are regarded as evil. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated above in Article 1, first reply, the virtuous man despises ignominy and reproach as being things he does not deserve, wherefore he is not much ashamed of them. Nevertheless, to a certain extent, shame, like the other passions, may forestall reason. Reply to Obj. 4. Shamefacedness is a part of temperance, not as though it entered into its essence, but as a disposition to it. Wherefore Ambrose says, On the Duties of the Clergy, 143, that shamefacedness lays the first foundation of temperance, by inspiring man with the horror of whatever is disgraceful. End of question 144. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC.